turn can be found in the indoor schools opposite the pavilion. For those in the orange and red seats, nearest outlet is the gearing board next to the manual scoreboard. Alcoholic drinks are now open, but alcoholic drinks will be available from 11 and hot food and sandwiches from 12. There are also two other food outlets, one outside the venue door and another behind the manual scoreboard. And please note that this is now a cashless stadium, so only credit or debit cards can be accepted. Now, as far as the teams are concerned, everybody, the Leicestershire side is unchanged and is as follows. Hassan Azad, Sam Evans, Marcus Harris, Colin Ackerman, Lewis Hill, Harry Swindles, Chris Wright, Will Davis, Ben White, Karen Parkinson, and Ed Barnes. That is not the batting order. The Gloucestershire side: Chris Dent, Miles Hunt, Glenn Burks, Tom Lace, Ian Cobain, Ryan Hines, Johnny Tattersall, wicketkeeper, Tom Smith, Josh Shaw, David Payne. Umpires today are Nick Cook and Russell Warren.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want to go out to the doctor?
I was just thinking I'd be surprised if Royal doesn't have an 11. It's irritating people in there's nothing to do.
Yes.
A little bit of the tonight until the venue, but also like to remind everyone that due to current COVID-19 restrictions, we are unable to permit re-entry into the Uptonsteel county ground. So please do bear this in mind when you need to leave the ground. We would also like to thank CWA, who are our match sponsor for this Elder Insurance County Championship fixture.
These days.
Yes.
You could use the home line.
Stretch these out.
After
Well,
4 days of that, like home line. You know. Do you know?
it is what I was given, so
Okay.
yeah, I don't know. I'm
I think it is good.
mixed on them.
Don't necessarily do
Yeah. Oh,
Shut down. I have to bring the oil for that. It sweets it.
it does squeak a bit, but
Remind me tonight. I'll just bring some bike oils. How many have we got in? We're allowed 750. Sold out. We sold out last week. Thursday.
I heard there was still tickets. Well, I say I heard. I saw on the website
And a few
last
around.
night there was still some available. Yeah.
Surprised really because good forecast.
Yeah. It doesn't stretch very well.
I've got, if it's just headphones, I've got some spare headphones if you want.
If you're
Just, which I've had slow slightly longer. I'm just thinking, just use the, just plug in the headphones, do you see what I mean?
yes, maybe. I mean, it's just
Just shift the mic, just don't use the mic, don't use the mic. That's right.
But I think
it's entirely up to you.
yeah, I mean, you know, if yeah, I guess that's yeah, thanks.
There's one set over there as well. There's a bell rung. Is that the bell?
Oh, probably was actually.
Well, good morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The first day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire top of Group 2 going into this game. Big game for both sides. Gloucestershire, however, having been beaten last time out, Leicestershire having registered their first win of the season last time out. BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire and Leicester bringing you ball-by-ball commentary on the game, as the BBC does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the summer. Your commentators for the game, myself, Richard Ray for BBC Radio Leicester, and Ed Seaborn for BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire. The news from the middle is that Leicestershire's captain Colin Ackerman, resplendent in his bright green jacket, won the toss and chose to bat. And Ed thinks for the 8th time this season, he thinks Gloucestershire are going to have to bowl first in the game.
Yeah, they are. It's a remarkable run, really, in that obviously they haven't lost the toss in every game, but it just so happens that they've bowled first every time. So you'd think they would have preferred to bat first if they'd won the toss, but they didn't. So for a second game in a row, it looks as though possibly it could be a hard day in the field on day one for them.
I guess they're used to it though. The umpires heading out into the middle are Nick Cook, a very familiar figure to Leicestershire supporters, of course, and Russell Warren. The match referee is Wayne Noon, with Devon Malcolm keeping a watching brief. The Gloucestershire side heading out into the middle, led by the skipper Chris Dent, and Ed will go through the side as we wait for the Leicestershire batsmen.
A couple of changes from the match against Surrey at the Oval, and one of those, of course, a change in overseas player as Greg Brathwaite has headed back to the West Indies for a test series, so he's been replaced by Glenn Phillips. Very excited to see what Phillips has got. He's played a test for New Zealand, scored a half-century in his first ever test innings, so should be exciting to see him in action. And the other change is Matt Taylor has not, well, I say he's not made the trip, maybe he has made the trip, but he wasn't in the 13, so he's out the side, and Josh Shaw gets a game. So those are the two changes. So Dent and Hammond, we assume, will open. It'll be interesting to see how the middle order shapes up. I think it'll be Lace at 3, Phillips at 4, and then the rest of it is fairly as per, with Cobain, Higgins, Tattersall playing on loan for a second game running, and then Smith, Payne, Shaw and Worrell the bowlers.
Leicestershire are unchanged, perhaps unsurprisingly, from the side that beat Middlesex last Sunday. Hassan Azad, Sam Evans, the openers, they're out there now. Marcus Harris, the scorer of that fantastic century, almost a double century against Middlesex. Colin Ackerman, an unbeaten century for him on that last day. Lewis Hill, Harry Swindles, Ben Mike, Callum Parkinson, Chris Wright, Ed Barnes and Will Davis. But it's Sam Evans who will be on strike to Dan Worrell. First time up. Just for listeners to BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire, you will hear every half hour an update, I'm afraid, for BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency, so apologies if I sort of burst into news mode at the top and at the half past. In goes Worrell and bowls to Evans outside off stump, just holds its own a little bit off the seam but very wide, and Evans drops his hands and lets it go through. Bowled really well. Carried the attack essentially at Bristol, Dan Worrell, didn't he? And looking forward to watching him again ploughing up the slope here at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Yeah, he didn't sort of get too much in amongst the wickets at the Oval the other week, last week I should say.
In he goes and bowls again, seems away a little bit, but again too wide, and again Evans just drops his hands, lime green heels to his boots. Dan Worrell, we were watching him from square on at Bristol, and those freezing 4 days in that tent, but this is the first time we're watching him from sort of behind the bowler's arm. So first time I'm watching him from behind the bowler's arm, and a strong figure of a man goes in, bowls outside off stump, hits the pitch short of a good length, and again Evans stays on the back foot, drops his hands and lets it go through. It might take Worrell, it takes bowlers a while just to get used to the slight incline here at the Uptonsteel county ground, but it is marked when you're out there. It doesn't look as though it's too bad from up here, but when you're running up it, you feel it. Worrell, 41 on his back, 3 slips as he runs in and bowls to Evans, and again for the 4th time in a row he doesn't make him play.
Yeah, well, when I say he didn't get amongst the wickets, that means that he didn't take a wicket, but none for 68. He bowled very well in spells and did deserve to pick up a wicket, I think, overall, but yeah, there were some thoughts that Worrell might have been rested for the last match and Van Buren might have played on a surface that was going to spin, but they decided not to go that way.
In he goes, bowls, and again Evan just drops his hands at the last minute. It was a little bit closer, and he is straightening it a touch off the seam, just a little bit, but again Evans not required to play. The length at the moment from Worrell is a little bit too short.
Yeah, you've got to pitch it right up, haven't you, I think, and make full use of this new ball, because you'd think, being the sort of day that it is, it'll be important.
Worrell is in, bowls even wider this occasion, and again Evans lets it go through. Here comes the first update of the match. And an unchanged 11, in fact, as well from that win against Middlesex. Captain Colin Ackerman resplendent in his racing green blazer, won the toss here and chose to bat first. We've had 1 over. Sam Evans played it out from Dan Worrell, so no score as yet. The Foxes, though, will take a lot of confidence from that win against Middlesex. Can they make it 2 in 2 for the first time for 3 years? We'll find out soon. Back with you online.
And David Payne will take the new ball from the Bennett end. So Payne and Worrell with the new ball this time rather than Payne and Higgins. It's been a bit of a kind of, well, how do I say lottery, but I'm not sure. There's been certain times when it's been Payne and Higgins, but certain times when it's been Payne and Worrell. I guess it's just whatever the skipper and coach, etc. feel. There's 4 slips in place though, so certainly gone on the attack. Phillips is at first slip, and here comes Payne, bowls to Azad, and that's left alone outside the off-stump. Bit of gentle shape away from the left-hander. So Phillips, Hammond, Dent and Smith are the 4 slips, and there's a point, there's an extra cover, mid-on and a square leg. It's just having a chat to Nick Cook. See Ian Cobain there as Payne is in, bowls to Azad. There's a shout for leg before here, sounds pretty convinced, but the umpire says not out. David Payne, he was very much up for that one, but did not get what he was looking for from the umpire, and even from our reverse angle, and Richard Ray with the signal there that it was a little on the high side.
For me it looked a little bit. Let's see if you can catch the replay on that one.
Here is Payne, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Azad, left outside the off stump, and there does look to be some movement out there early on, and that will definitely please Gloucestershire, because there was a chance, looking at the potential weather forecast for today, that maybe there'd be absolutely no help out there at all if you lost the toss. So far, there seems to be some signs of encouragement there as Payne is in and bowls full, and Azad pushes that one away out towards Tom Lace, who's fielding at backward point, and there is no run. So Phillips in, and at first slip, so he's taken over from Craig Brathwaite in that regard. Just dent the other side of Miles Howard at third, as here comes Payne. He doesn't come in because Azad pulls out. And there's a fair, well, I say there's a fair few people. There are a few people in a marquee just to the side of the side screen. I can't imagine that they would be causing any problems, but Azad waits now as Payne bowls full. Forward goes Azad and defends that one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
His heart will have been in his mouth a fraction there, Azad. He's not in great touch at the moment, and badly in need of a few runs. A decent score. He had one very good game at the Oval on a very flat track, that said, against Surrey, when he made 55 and 144 not out. But since then, 36 0, 0 24, 5 0, 3 not out, 0 and 1.
Payne bowls, Azad angles that one away. Good stop from Tom Lace at backward point. Reaches out with one hand to prevent, probably only have been a run or two maximum. And that is the end of a maiden over from David Payne. Decent start from him. He made Azad play a couple of times, had a shout for leg before, which was turned down. And after 2 overs, Leicestershire are yet to score.
Yeah, rather better over than that bowled by Worrell first up. But as I say, it does take sometimes a little bit of time to get used to the incline here. Ryan Higgins, the main wicket taker for Gloucester so far this season, with 33. Payne has 24, Worrell 14, and only Taylor with 15, otherwise in double figures. In goes Worrell and bowls outside off stump for the 7th time in 7 deliveries, and for the 7th time in 7 deliveries, Sam Evans lets it go through to wicketkeeper Johnny Tattersall, the Yorkshireman, who is has stayed on for another game. There was a little bit of doubt about whether that was going to be the case, but Gloucestershire, after his impressive efforts last time out, keen to keep him, and Tattersall keen to be playing cricket essentially. In goes Worrell and bowls, and finally we hear the bat of Sam Evans called into action. Plays it defensively back down the pitch on the onside, off around about middle and leg. It is a little bit humid, isn't it, Ed? And there should be a little bit of swing first up at any rate, certainly for Payne, but maybe also for Worrell. And the pitch has a touch of green about it, as you would expect. Worrell is in again, bowls outside off stump, and 8 out of 9. Evans lets it go through.
I suppose we did have a little bit of rain last night, didn't we? But not a huge amount. I can't imagine it would affect things too much. But yeah, I think I was thinking last night, if Gloucestershire did lose the toss, at the very least, you'd hope maybe that little bit of moisture might not make things quite as bad for them as it might.
Worrell is in outside of stump, and a later decision to leave from Evans at this time. Doesn't get up very high, taken quite low down by Tattersall, falling away to his right in front of Phillips at first slip. Lots of ways to get in touch with us, and we're always delighted to hear from you. At EdCricket6, the number 6 is Ed's Twitter, at EdCricket6. And at Rich M. Ray, R-A-E, finds me. In goes Worrell and bowls. That one swings back in, but Evans is going to get Leicestershire up and running. Lent forward just with an angle bat, pushed it away backward of point. Had to go chasing back after it, and after a momentary hesitation, Azad, having seen it had gone past the backward point, called Evans through for a comfortable single. So Evans is off the mark and Leicestershire are 1 without loss. Morning to Fango down in Melbourne, Australia, wondering whether he's watching with Matilda, of course. Hello, Matilda. And wondering whether he should tell us now how the game ends or keep us waiting. He forecast last week's game over Middlesex almost to perfection. Pretty much certainly on the last day he said exactly what was going to happen, and it came to pass. Yes, if you do that again, I'm nipping down the bookies, I think. Worrell, for the first time into Azad bowls. Azad looking to play it off his legs, and appeal for leg before, but A, it was high, and B, it pitched quite a long way outside leg stump. And Worrell, I don't think, was really serious in his appeal on that occasion. Nick Cook just sort of turned his head to one side immediately. And Worrell's second over. He's conceded just the single, and Leicestershire are 1 without loss.
Worrell warming up the lungs there, I think. course, I shall be keeping half an eye on the test match today and throughout the course of that match on James Bracey watch. I think possibly his greatest contribution to day one was in talking Stuart Broad out of a review of an LBW, which might have missed another set. So must be very difficult coming into that side, and you've got a figure like Stuart Broad, who is just obviously a legend of the game, and you're playing your first match. Having to talk him out of reviewing at the best of times, I'm sure, is difficult, but yes. To watch Devon Conway go about his business yesterday. 3 slips now as Payne is in to bowl to Evans for the first time, and that's glanced down to long leg by Evans for a single, so he gets his total up to 2. And Azad moving back on strike. He's a cracking player, is Devon Conway.
Yes.
No matter what the format.
And no matter how often the Sky commentators called him Dean Conway, which they did frequently.
Yeah, it's just so organised. He plays the ball so late, and you could see really why he's so highly rated. I actually remember watching Conway whilst he was in South Africa. They televised a few of the T20 matches from South Africa a few years ago, which he was playing in. Here comes Payne, bowls to Azad full, and that's angled. Decent shot there from Azad down towards the third man boundary and over it. So Azad is off the mark with a boundary. That's just 6 for no wicket, just playing with soft hands there, Hassan Azad, and getting off the mark.
Yeah, nice shot from Azad. An opener's boundary, no third man. Knew exactly what he was doing. Conway played a few of those.
He certainly did, yeah. I was just going to say, I mean, I watched him in those T20s, and he seemed rather kind of stiff almost.
Yeah, you don't see him as a T20. He looks like a classic red ball player, really.
And that's what I thought when I saw him a few years back in South Africa. But since he's moved to New Zealand, he seems to have become an all-formats player, as Payne bowls now to Azad down the leg side. Tattersall can't take it cleanly, and it goes all the way to the boundary for 4 byes. So, yes, untidy all round there, I think you'd have to say. Payne bowling down the leg side, and it was on the half volley really to Tattersall, but he couldn't parry it, and so he goes down as 4 byes. Leicestershire 10 without loss. Decent start for them now.
Thoroughly messy piece of cricket.
Certainly not what you've come to expect from David Payne, who has been tremendous for Gloucestershire this season. As Payne bowls now to Azad full and straight, and defended away towards Ian Cobain at backward point, and there is no run. But yeah, he's had a phenomenal start to his T20 career as Conway. I think he's averaging over 60, and it's a fairly sizable number of matches that he's played now as well. He is just he just doesn't get out, it seems. He's got a great technique, and well, New Zealand look a very, very good side. Here comes David Payne, bowls to Azad, who gets turned around, and he's caught! Caught by Tom Smith at 4th slip, and an early strike for Gloucestershire. Hassan Azad departs for 4, trying to turn to leg. The ball swung away from him, caught the outside edge, and Tom Smith, no mistake at 4th slip. Leicestershire are 10 for 1.
Super delivery. Squared Azad right up, swung, thick outside edge, and a smart catch actually by Smith, because it was travelling. Too neatly taken with 2 hands, and poor Azad leaves with his head down. His bad trot continues. Made 3 centuries in 4 innings against Gloucestershire 2 years ago, but obviously the sides didn't meet last season, and he didn't acquit himself as well as he would have liked at Bristol, and again he's struggled here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. But a lovely delivery from Payne, and that little bit of swing, more than a little bit actually, delivered at a decent lick and took the thick outside edge. And as I say, a smart catch.
Yeah, Tom Smith, who I can't remember him taking a catch in the slips this season so far. He might have taken, I can see 1 catch, but I'm not sure whether that's updated already, so he must have taken 1 catch elsewhere, which I'm not. Oh yes, did he not take the catch at short leg that got rid of Sam Evans in the return fixture? I think possibly. Anyway, certainly it was a sharp grab, and when the batsman gets turned around like that, not easy at all. So well done to Tom Smith for being ready, and he's probably not quite as close as he was for Worrell, actually. He seemed to be, maybe it's just the way it looks from the angle we're at, but it looks as though he's a little bit further back than he was for Worrell, but it's still a sharp catch. So here is Harris, Marcus Harris, who made a half-century in the return fixture, but coming off that terrific innings to beat Middlesex as Payne bowls, and that one bananas away from Marcus Harris, particularly after it passed him, and the end of a successful over from David Payne. Leicestershire 10 for 1 after 4 overs, and an over which, admittedly, the 4 that Azad hit, nothing to do with the bowler, it was a good piece of batting, but the 4 byes down the leg side didn't offer much encouragement. But then David Payne getting the breakthrough.
Evans was caught by Tom Lace off the bowling of Dan Worrell in the first innings, and by Hankins low to his left at second slip off the bowling of Higgins in the second.
Right, in that case I shall have to fish around further in my memory for the other Tom Smith catch there.
Just clouding up a little bit at the Uptonsteel, as I say, and it was quite humid when the sun came out, as Worrell is in bowling onto Evans' middle and leg stump area. Solid, firm defensive push on the walk almost, out towards mid-on. Payne is the fielder, and there is no run, but it was a good catch. He's obviously got a good pair of hands. 750 allowed into the ground, and probably not too far from that, I would suggest. Spread around, in goes Worrell and bowls, and he had a little feel for that one. Evans, he propped forward, arguably for the first time, and it did straighten off the seam, but noticeable about Worrell, and it was noticeable at Bristol, that when he does beat the bat, there's no histrionics or great gestures, he just turns and gets on with it, essentially.
Yeah, he almost looks a bit kind of miffed sometimes. Miffed isn't quite the right word, but the arms sort of go loosely by his sides no matter what happens.
In he goes, bowls outside, off stump, but again too wide, and again Evans lets it go through.
It's that turn as he walks back to his mark, the arms sort of come flowing from side to side, and I don't know, somehow it looks as if he's, well, I guess it's just very level out there, like you say, and that's certainly, you're certainly not the first person to point that out in terms of Worrell's demeanour.
Very wide from him on that occasion, and taken leaping, jumping away to his right by Johnny Tatsaw in front of Phillips at first slip, almost a wide, and Nick Cook's sort of head went to one side a little bit there. He tosses his coin from hand to hand, high into the air, and drops it. Ah, Nick Cook tossed it up into the air like someone who's going to catch a sweet in their mouths, and it completely lost its trajectory. In goes Worrell, and pushed away off middle leg again this time, almost off leg stump by Evans, but only as far as square leg, so no run on that occasion.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell really whether Worrell was bowling a good spell or a not so good spell from his attitude out there, and I think it may even have been Paul Nixon actually that I was listening to, who was really complimentary of Worrell's attitude, even on a pitch that wasn't offering a huge amount, as the pitch at Bristol wasn't.
I thought he was outstanding. I thought he was absolutely outstanding in that game. In he goes and bowls outside, off stump, stays low, seams away, beats the outside edge, bounces twice though before it goes through to Tassel, who takes it cleanly on that occasion. End of Worrell's over. I believe that was another maiden, so 10 for 1. Worrell has bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 1 for him.
Probing over from Worrell, and I think for Gloucestershire, especially the way that things went against Leicestershire at the start of proceedings against them at Bristol, getting rid of Azad early on doesn't necessarily mean that things are opened up and Evans and Harris are two batsmen who can stick around for a very long amount of time, so they'll want at least another breakthrough with the new ball here. Gloucestershire as Payne bowls, and that's left outside off stump, and Tattersall has to knock that one down rather. Another delivery with a lot of swing on it. Evans, or rather Harris, left alone outside off stump.
Yes, the stream didn't cover itself in glory on that dismissal. It's got to be said, the cameraman followed where he thought Azad was playing it down to mid-wicket. In fact, it squared him up. It really did swing quite a long way, actually.
Payne trots in, bowls to Harris, and that is a lovely delivery, because that one did not shape a long way away from him. So he shaped to leave it confidently, thinking that it was going to swing away from the left-hander, and then it pretty much held its line, and was in a little bit two minds there as to whether to play or leave. A good change of things from Payne there. 4 slips go down as Payne bowls, and that's a lovely delivery once more, and there's the problem. He bowls the one that swings that time, and Harris plays at it. So yeah, things are not looking too easy out there at the moment for Leicestershire, and assuming the cloud stays, and I'm not sure for how long it will, but assuming it does stay,
no, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah.
Yeah, if Gloucestershire can grab a couple more wickets, it may not be a bad toss to lose as Payne bowls, and that's on the pads and clipped away by Marcus Harris. Timed pretty well, heading towards the deep backward square boundary. Won't make it as Ryan Higgins does the fielding. They're coming back for a 3rd run, and they will make that one pretty easily. Payne just a little bit too straight, maybe looking for the magic ball that starts on leg and swings towards middle and off. But 3 runs taken, Leicestershire 13 for 1, and Sam Evans has another solitary delivery to, no he doesn't, he's got 2 deliveries to face this over. 3 slips for him. Possibly
because it did fail to follow the ball. It's describing the catcher as unknown as well for the Azad dismissal.
Here comes Payne, he bowls to Evans, fell back of a length. Evans goes back and onto his toes to defend that one away. So yeah, Smith takes a sharp catch and is whipped down the slips.
Poor Tom Smith, perfectly well known, got a number on his back.
Yeah, it must be tough, because for the number of pitches on that Gloucestershire have played on this season, I'll come back to that after this ball. It's Payne bowls to Evans, that's turned away straight, well I say straight to square leg, just to square legs right, so they come through for a single, which will mean Evans will keep the strike for the next over. Leicestershire 14 for 1, Evans 3 and Harris 3, but I can't imagine there's too many instances where Gloucestershire have had a kind of pitch where it was going to carry to 4th slip, so a doubly good catch in that regard from Tom Smith.
You've played on a few slow ones, have you?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the pitch at the Oval was not quick at all, and obviously it was a used pitch.
They got fed up, didn't they, basically, of playing on roads, and put you on a used pitch which turned square from day one, didn't it, essentially?
Well,
almost.
It actually, in fairness to them, it didn't turn too much. It just did enough, and you're just not used to that attack with spinners from both ends.
Worrell is in, bowls to Evans, turns him off Midland leg, but only as far as mid-wicket. And there is no run. I think is it Cobain at mid-wicket? Can't see.
Yes, it is.
I think it is. He's got 2 short extras in, or a short cover and a short extra cover, almost a short mid-off. Ryan Higgins is the straighter of the 2. Can't see Evans driving in the air, but an interesting experiment from Dent. In goes Worrell, bowls again straight, and again it stays a little bit low, just pushed off the back foot by Evans. He's got to be careful if one stays low, and he's going to take 3rd slip out and put him in at maybe short mid-wicket, maybe even short leg. Worrell, where's he going to go? No, he's going to go in at, he's going to have 2 short-ish mid-wickets as well. So we have a little cordon of close-ish catchers in front of the bat on both the offside and the onside. Worrell is in, bowls straight, and Evans solidly enough behind that, pushing out to Payne at mid-on. No run
they certainly had plenty of time to get their theories right for Sam Evans, having watched him bat for, well, 334 minutes it was.
Yes.
His century in the return fixture, so they should have a fair idea of how not to try to get him out, perhaps, by that point.
Worrell is in, outside, off stump, steered, reaching away a little bit, but comfortably enough. Maybe the taking away the third slip gave him a little bit of confidence. He pushed it away through about fourth or fifth slip, and it's run down to third man for 4. Evans on to 7, Leicestershire 18 for 1.
Yeah, that's the problem, I suppose, if you're going to put those fielders catching in front of the wicket. Like you say, it allows a bit more freedom to play if there's a bit of width through that gully region.
Worrell in again, brings Evans forward, angled back, pushing out into the offside. He runs very quickly down towards a sort of wide gully, almost backward point between the two positions, along the ground all the way. No chance of a run. Fielder out there is Tom Lace. It is a sort of, well, where's he going now? He's going a little bit further back. It's almost a sort of fly gully, isn't it? Shortish third man. Now Payne is coming up from mid-on to make it 3 shortish catches on the leg side. In goes Worrell and bowls and beats the outside edge of Evans, reaching back with a fairly conventional delivery that just leaves him. Conventional, I say that because of the highly unconventional field. So, well, whether that put a little bit of doubt in Evans' mind or whether it was just a very good ball, I suspect the latter. End of the over. He survived it anyway. 18 for 1. Evans has 7. Marcus Harris has 3.
Yeah, lovely delivery. Just a little bit of nip. And whether this is a theory that Gloucestershire have got, or whether they're just trying to make Sam Evans believe that they've got a theory against him, I'm not quite sure. But an extraordinary field, and then it goes back to being rather more conventional for Marcus Harris, the 4 slips, and then leaving cover open, so inviting the drive, which is, I think, good to see at this stage, as Payne bowls now to Harris, and Harris leaves alone outside the off stump. Tattersall reaches away to his left to take it, not especially high up, but at least at the moment there does seem to be just about enough pace in this pitch for the Gloucestershire bowlers to make use of early on. As Payne rounds at the end of his run and moves in once more to bowl to Harris. And Harris guides that one, and it's a good stop from Tom Lace at backward point. Just opening the face there, Marcus Harris, but couldn't quite find the gap. Tom Lace maybe to his left field.
We saw a fair bit of Harris, I guess, as well at Bristol. 64 and 24.
Yes, it feels as though they saw quite a bit of almost every Leicestershire batsman, for a possible exception of Hassan Azad. As Payne bowls, and that's left. Good length, shaping away, but a comfortable leave for Marcus Harris, and that is David Payne's delivery grunt that I think you probably managed to pick up on the effects microphone, whether you're listening or watching. He does have a bit of a effort grunt as he lets go of the ball, just adds a bit of character to things. As Payne is there, bowls to Harris, and once more that shapes away from the left-handed Aussie who leaves alone. It was a great quotation actually about Marcus Harris, which I said the other time that they played. It's a quotation from Justin Langer back in 2015. He said he was a batsman who was mediocre with flashes of brilliance, but then he selected him for Australia, of course, years later, and was asked about that quotation as his Payne. He bowls to Harris, and Harris shoulders his arms once more, and Justin Langer's reply was, "Did I say he was mediocre with flashes of brilliance? Yeah, I did, because that's what he was." That's the truth. Look at it. What he's done since leaving Western Australia, to his great credit, is he's become a really consistent opening batsman with flashes of brilliance. So, there you go.
That's fair enough.
Straight talking from Justin Langer, but
yeah.
And that, of course, got him selected for Australia played in the Ashes last time it was here. That's a full ball, and Harris is on the front foot, playing confidently enough back to David Payne. Another solid over from the left armour. 8 overs gone. It was another maiden, and Leicestershire are 18 for 1.
Updates time, BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, a little bit cloudy down here now, and Leicestershire have lost their first wicket, that of the rather out of form, I'm afraid, Hassan Azad. Got a very good delivery from David Payne that swung away, squared him up, took a thick outside edge and was smartly caught by Tom Smith at fourth slip. Azad having made only 4, 10 for 1 at that stage. Sam Evans, though, who made a century against Gloucestershire down at Bristol a month or so ago, he is 7 not out. Marcus Harris, who made that really fine 180 or so against Middlesex last time out, he's come out to join him. He is 3 not out. Not easy going out there for the Foxes at the moment. They're 18 for 1. Back with you on commentary as Evans looks to push that one down into the legs. I don't think he got anything on in that. He didn't, and Nick Cook raises a shapely left knee to the scorers and gives it a smart tap to indicate that was a leg by that came off the pad and trickled down towards short fine leg. Score moves on by 1, not Evans's. He stays on 7, Leicestershire on to 19 for 1.
So you gave it a fair old rap there to Nick Cook with the what looked like the fist on the upper thigh as he was signalling the leg by. It's always good to watch, is Nick Cook, as last week was Ian Gould.
He is a man of decision, but very popular with the players, and he essentially, I think, it's not just because he's a nice bloke. And if you say somebody's talking to him, it's usually Nick's talking to them out there in the field, but he gets most of the decisions bang on. He's a very good umpire. Worrell in, bowls to Harris outside off stump, pushing it across him, taken again almost in front of first slip, moving away to his left by Tattersall. Now Worrell and Harris presumably will be sort of pretty familiar with each other's game, I would imagine.
Yes, I think Dan Worrell said after maybe I suppose it was probably the first day, he said he was tired of seeing him.
And he goes and bowls, and it's foolish and driven, just lent into it, Harris. All he almost needed to do was put bat on ball there. It was a genuine half volley, and with mid-off, Payne standing quite wide, Harris just had to lean into it, push it fairly straight through straightish mid-off and watch it run away down to long off for 4. Joins Evans on 7.
Very nice shot. At the same time, though, I don't mind seeing some drives from Gloucestershire. I think they do have to pitch the ball up.
In he goes, Worrell, and that's a good length delivery. Not quite sure whether to go forward or back there. Harris plays it off the pitch, and he's a little late on it, but he keeps it out, defends it out, not entirely convincingly, onto the onside. No run, 2 slips and a gully as the sun comes back out. Still plenty of cloud around, but it doesn't half help matters, as Marcus Harris said at the end of his innings against Middlesex, as Worrell is in, bowls to him down the leg side, shapes to flick it on its way. Evans got out twice in the same game doing that last time out against Middlesex, but Harris didn't get anything on that, taken by Tattersall. But he says it's a very different place. Well, he said England's a different place when the sun is out. I think he kind of meant batting, but he could have been just talking generally, Marcus Harris. He certainly did thrive in the sunshine. In goes Worrell and bowls to him. He's turning it neatly. Nice piece of timing out towards square leg, but fielder manages to tumble away to his left and make a clean 2-handed stop, and there is no run. End of the over. The 9th of the Leicestershire innings. They won the toss and chose to bat and are 23 for 1.
I have to say, normally I'm a little bit short of sympathy on batsmen who get out strangled down the leg side, but twice in a match, that I think I start to have a bit of sympathy with.
It kind of made me crosser in a way. I just thought, don't play. I've seen a few dismissals like that. Just don't have a little fiddle for it. Try to not to early on. It's so hard, isn't it, for the batsman, because he has picked up a few runs like that, but now he's gotten out a few times as well.
Evans on strike as Payne moves in to bowl to him, and that's another nice delivery from Payne, which I think, although Evans covered the line of off stump, wasn't too far away from the outside edge, so Payne will certainly claim moral victory on that one. But yeah, that's the precise reason why I tend not to have so much sympathy with it, because it's an instinctive kind of blind shot almost down the leg side, and you can so often get a tickle on it as Payne bowls to Evans, and there's a delivery which could have caused that same problem down the leg side, and Evans sort of half went for it, half went to leave it, and went through to Tattersall down the leg side. But particularly, and Tattersall actually was somebody who got out that way against the spinners, when there's a leg slip in place, they still play that shot. That's obviously even worse than the traditional tickle down the leg side off the seam as Payne bowls full, and a punchy shot through the covers from Sam Evans, heading out across the square, and will be fielded just off the square. Leicestershire are through for a couple of runs. Evans moving up to 9, and nice looking shot there from Sam Evans. Didn't try to do too much with the ball, it was there to be punched through the gap, but decided not to have a full-blooded drive at it and just take the runs that were on offer. 25 for 1 as Payne in bowls to Evans, and Evans is defending that one back to David Payne, having to negotiate the swing a little bit there was Sam Evans. He didn't quite get turned around by it, it was well played really. Just turned his body to make sure that the swing wasn't going to defeat him. 2 slips in the gully as Payne moves into bowl once more, and bowls full. Evans confidently defending away out into the offside, and there is no run. Just keeping an eye on proceedings elsewhere which directly affect Gloucestershire. Big game happening at Taunton between Somerset and Hampshire, and I can tell you that Somerset are 12 for 1 after 9.1 overs. So tough going. They've lost Eddie Byram for a duck bowled by Barker. Here's David Payne, bowls to Sam Evans, who comes forward and defends that one to mid-off. And we're through 10 overs here. Leicestershire are 25 for 1, and 1 man out. As Hassan Azad turned around by an outswinger from Payne and caught at 4th slip by Tom Smith.
Drinks and sanitisers come on. Remember, the sanitisation 6 over sort of formula resets at the fall of a wicket, so they don't have to do it quite as often, so to speak. 6 overs from the fall of the wicket. A certain amount of sympathy for Hassan Azad among Leicestershire supporters, and suggesting that it may not be necessarily a bad thing. He doesn't play white ball cricket. He'd like to, but obviously for obvious reasons he doesn't, and he's not quick enough scorer at this rate, and feeling that it might not be a bad thing for him to have a break because he is so out of nick. He was horribly squared up by that delivery from Payne. It was a good one though, but it was almost off leg stump that it took the shoulder of the bat. Even Sam not quite sure how it managed to squirt as quickly as it did out to 4th slip, but one of those things for Azad, when it's not going for you it doesn't. He'll be desperate for runs in Leicestershire's second dig, that is for sure, so take a little bit of confidence into the break, the month-long break that he'll get.
It is such a tough gig though, isn't it? And especially when you're the type of batsman who can, when everything's working, can play really long innings and pile up the big scores, as Gloucestershire know very well. But at the same time, as an opener in England, you're going to go through plenty of patches in your career when you're just not getting the runs, and it's very tough. Josh Shaw into the attack.
In he goes and bowls down the leg side to Harris. Has a little feel for it, little nibble at it almost. Rehearses a firmer shot. He didn't get anything on it, taken by Tattersall, bouncing away to his right. I think that Worrell will prefer to be bowling down the inclination, down the slope, and will probably come on to replace Payne. Swap him round. Shaw, the young, maybe not so young now, another young Yorkshireman from Wakefield, as I remember. In he goes and bowls to Harris, brings him forward with a fullish delivery on off stump, leans forward. Fango's reckoning you can lock in, and I quote, you can lock in at least 70 here for Marcus. He is in some form, but he's a sort of batter, as you explained to us last time out, and he demonstrated to us last time out that when he gets in, tends to make it count in some style. Springsteen taking issue with my description, well, not necessarily taking issue, but surprised by my description of Cook's shapely left knee. In goes Shaw, bowls, turned off middle and leg by Harris, and wraps out weight as he sees it heading straight for square leg. Ryan Higgins starting to warm up as well, so maybe it'll be Higgins that replaces Payne.
I think it will be, because I think that Dan Worrell went off the field.
Ah, so he may have got a little bit of a niggle. Remains to be seen. And not a good time to, well, never a good time to get one, obviously, but this early in the game, not good news. Shaw bustles in and bowls down the leg side and flicked away by Harris down too long leg. Moves away to his left to make the stop. Presumably then that is possibly either Scott or Goodman down there, is it? Has come on as 12th.
Yes, I think it is George Scott.
Yeah, Goodman's taller, isn't he? Although Scott's no.
It certainly looks like George
Yeah, I think
Scott
it is.
in the
Yeah.
distance over there.
So Josh Shaw, he's played 3 of Gloucestershire's 7 games so far in the county championship.
This is his first match since the Leicestershire fixture at Bristol.
He is in over the wicket outside off stump, holds its own off the seam, but again very wide. He too just struggling with his line against the right-hander, initially at any rate. Evans lets it go through. Evans remains on 9, Harris 8. Shaw this season, 70 overs, bowled in 5 innings, 7 for 278 with a best of 4 for 48 at an average of just shading under 40, so he'll be keen to do well. In he goes and bowls again too wide. Evans has been able to leave so much from that end, in particular from this pavilion end here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. End of the 11th over, 26 for 1. Leicestershire, Evans, as I say, 9. Harris has 8.
And Dan Worrell straight back out there. He's
good.
just going to have the 1 over off, maybe for a bit of a drink and a freshen up. And Don Goodman, who has the bib and the blue gloves, just walking off, and George Scott jogging off, having been out in the field for 1 over. So yeah, just freshening up. Ryan Higgins from the Bennett end looks as if he's going to start around the wicket to the left-handed Harris, and yeah, Josh Shaw started off the season in great form with those 4, or that 4 for game against Surrey in the first match, and then unfortunately he picked up a hamstring injury and bowled, I think, about 4 balls in the 4 balls. I think he bowled 1 over, actually bowled 1 over and then went off in the second innings. As Higgins starts a new over, bowls to Harris, and Harris leaves length ball outside the off stump. And then he missed to Josh Shaw the match at Taunton, and when he came back was not quite finding the same consistency as he was in that first match, and sort of imagine why that might be the case given early season, picking up that niggle and missing that match. As Higgins bowls, that's quite wide, and pretty easy leave there for Marcus Harris through to Johnny Tattersall.
Interesting entry in Who's Who from Ryan Higgins. Toughest opponent in county cricket, he says, Hassan Azad. He simply does not get out against us. Well, no longer the case, alas, from Leicestershire's point of view.
That's a good spot there, yeah. So, pleased to see the back of him as Higgins bowls to Harris, and is he going to be given here? No, too high, possibly. It was a shouldering arms.
Didn't come back enough, did it? I know, obviously, shouldering arms means it doesn't matter that he's outside the line of off stump, but I think it was certainly going on to miss off stump as well.
Yeah, shouldering arms, leg before shout, and, well, umpires always get a little bit twitchy when
Back
happens.
leg, you know.
Yeah, it
back
didn't
leg.
look like the world's worst shout, but
No.
maybe just not quite coming back enough as Higgins bowls now to Harris, who drives without timing it perfectly, and it's up to David Payne at mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, it wasn't as high as it looked.
No, it wasn't.
From this angle, and yeah, I think one of those ones where possibly just not quite coming in enough, but well worth the shout. Russell Warren said no. Higgins bowls now, and Harris drives. Nice shot through extra cover, and it will be a long chase for David Payne towards the boundary. He'll slide and haul it in, but they will come back for a third run on the relay throw as Johnny Tattersall has to go launching himself to his right to knock it down. I think there would be people backing up anyway, but through for 3, 29 for 1. Leicestershire. Harris into double figures, he's up to 11.
Some other interesting thoughts from Ryan Higgins in his Who's Who entry. What would you do if you were in charge of county cricket? It says make 4-day cricket free to watch. Introduce music in championship cricket. Sort of, what, to greet introduce music? Each batsman has his own theme tune.
Here comes Higgins, he bowls to Evans. Evans turns to mid-wicket. They'll grab a quick run here on Dent, who shies at the stumps. He's not really the fielder to be taking on, is Chris Dent, but they're through.
It's a
And
bit
Dent,
casual.
hands on heads there. Hands on heads? He doesn't have more than one head, just the one head. His hands were on his head. Single taken in Leicestershire, 30 for 1. Short run, and an athletic throw from Chris Dent. He's very good at getting those throws away quickly, and of course being the left armer, he didn't have to throw across his body, so yeah.
But he hit them as well, judging by the fact a bail came
Yeah.
off.
He did as well.
Flicked
I didn't
him.
notice the bail come off, I must say.
No, neither did. It must have flicked the stumps. So really good work by Dent. Shaw, in the meantime, to continue. He's kept the strike. Sam Evans moved into double figures with that cheeky single. He's on 10 as Shaw is in and bowls to him, short and wide, and just sort of dives through into the gloves of Johnny Tattersall behind the stumps. Not much bounce from this end thus far. They felt, Leicestershire, that the wicket last match out against Middlesex was just probably a day behind in terms of the sun that it needed to be perfectly prepared for the wicket that they wanted. Now obviously this wicket has been exposed to plenty of sunshine as Shaw is in outside off stump, just pushed away, bat a little bit away from the body by Evans, pushed out towards point, and Tom Lace is the fielder there, just backward of point, had to move across to his right. No run, 30 for 1.
Yeah, I reckon at least early on Gloucestershire be happy with what they've got from this pitch so far.
Something there for them. There was something throughout. It was a very good cricket wicket against Middlesex. It was a really nice balance. In goes Shaw, bowls Fuller this time onto middle and leg, waiting for it. Stroked in defence. If you can do such a thing out towards mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I'm very impressed obviously with what I've seen from Sam Evans, because so far I haven't seen anything to suggest that he's in too much discomfort out there, and his defensive technique looks very good.
He waits with bat raised as Shaw is in. He's pushing out through the gap in the covers. Chasing back is Chris Dent. The skipper throws in, of course, left-handed. Tattersall comes out from behind the stumps, but Evans had called Harris back for what in the end was a reasonably comfortable second. The pitch is towards just about the Milligan Road side of the ground in this huge Uptonsteel outfield. Probably about 65, 70 yards on that side of the ground, near at 85 on t'other. In goes Shaw, bowls good line and length on off stump. Evans has to defend off the off stump out towards mid-off, and there's no run.
It's one of the things about this season, really, that the success of young opening batsmen around the country, which is not something that you've been able to say too often in recent times. Think of, just for example, the likes of Tom Haynes at Sussex, who's been very much amongst the runs, and of course Hasib Hamid.
Shaw is in, outside off stump, too wide, and Evans lets it go through. So actually Sussex just announced this morning Haynes has signed a contract extension, a new contract. Don't know how long for, a couple of years I would imagine. It usually is, isn't it? End of the over, 32 for 1, 13 overs have been bowled. 50 minutes into the game, clouded up again a little bit. I think it's going to be that sort of day on and off in terms of the sunshine being out at any rate. Difficult to judge the pitch as yet. There's a little bit there, you would hope there would be in the first hour. A little bit of swing, Payne in particular. He always does get swing, doesn't he, David Payne? But one for concentrating. If you're a batsman, there are runs to be made, perhaps.
Here is Ryan Higgins round the wicket bowling to Harris, slightly tight to leave, but well judged, I think, by Marcus Harris. And it's not a ball he didn't have to play at. Yeah, the test, I guess, will be what happens later on today when, if, but presumably when, the ball stops moving about. Then what? Does Tom Smith come in and play a important part in the day's proceedings, possibly? Here's Higgins, he bowls, and there's a drive back to the bowler, which Higgins motions as if to shovel it back towards Marcus Harris, but he wasn't going anywhere. His competitor is Ryan Higgins, is one of those bowlers who you know, if there's an excuse to motion the shy at the stumps, he's going to do just that. Here comes, loops in from round the wicket and bowls. That's a drive from Marcus Harris, punched away, but Chris Dent at cover is able to field it. Somerset are 26 for 3 now against Hampshire, and I suppose if you're Gloucestershire, probably hoping that Somerset win that one, as strange as that is to say, because having got the win and a draw against Somerset, as Higgins is there, bowls, and there's a drive once more from Harris off a fairly full delivery, but David Payne is able to field up at mid-off. But the way, of course, it works in terms of carrying the points through, and the points being halved against the team that goes through with you. If you're Gloucestershire, obviously you've got to get into, potentially into Division 1 first, but they wouldn't be too disappointed if Somerset were the side going through with them. So here comes Higgins and bowls, and that's a lovely drive, really nice shot straight down the ground from Marcus Harris, and it races away over the long off boundary for 4 runs. Harris up to 15, Leicestershire 36 for 1.
Maybe just getting ahead of themselves a little bit if they are thinking like that. I would just
certainly
suggest on winning this, concentrate on winning this one first.
I'm sure the players are certainly not thinking along those lines.
I appreciate
but
that.
In terms of actually forgetting that kind of long-term thing, in terms of the short-term, with Hampshire being further back than Somerset are, if Gloucestershire are not able to get a result out of this one as Higgins bowls, and that's left alone by Marcus Harris back of a length, and Harris getting everything out of the way of it. Another over ticks by. 36 for 1 are Leicestershire, Harris 15, Evans 12. But yeah, in terms of it being a very, very tight group, if Hampshire were to win, then things get extremely interesting at the top, and Gloucestershire, well, they need something out of this game, really. You would suggest, even with their last 2 games being at Cheltenham, where they've been very successful in recent times.
Shaw will continue. Harris looking, as you would expect after his innings last time out, in pretty prime nick. He's watching at the moment as Shaw is in to Evans again. Looked a little bit slow and low as it went through outside off stump, having held its own. But Evans let it go through. He's been able to do so often. Just to finish those points that Higgins has been as keen to see in county cricket, as well as introducing music in championship cricket. Even more controversial perhaps, encourage the private ownership of counties, brackets, like in football's Premier League. In goes Shaw, bowls, that's a better line on off stump. Evans equal to it, leaning forward in defence, no big stride, just pushing it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. I'll just leave that out there. Private ownership.
Do a survey around the ground at lunchtime, possibly, to see see how many of the assembled supporters agree with that one. Yes, I suspect, like you say, the music suggestion might not go down.
I remember
too
when
well
T20
either.
started, each batsman had to pick their own theme tune. In goes Shaw and bowls full, driving for 4 is Evans. Just finding the gap between cover and point, and all Dent can do is turn, I beg your pardon, all Tom Lace can do is turn and jog after it. As you heard, it hit the groundsman's hut. That's where the roller lives, or usually lives. It's actually out at the moment, and are using it during the intervals on the pitch, and no possibility of rain, or no forecast of rain. So it's sitting on the boundary edge at the moment. Evans moves on to 16. Harris has 15. Leicestershire now 40 for 1. Shaw, the ball handed back to him by Dan Worrell. He's got his cap on now at mid-off. Looks at it a little ruefully before turning. Running away from us past umpire Cook. Bowls outside off stump. Again, a little bit of something there, but again, it seems to be only happening when it's outside off stump. Too wide to induce the batsman at this stage to play. And again, Evans, who has left very well this morning, let it go through.
Yeah, been very disciplined so far, has Sam Evans, and Shaw's been hitting it at sort of a good length, but that seems to have been quite easy for Evans either to leave or defend, and then tried one quite a bit fuller and got drilled for 4.
Shaw in, bowls, Fuller, little bit squared up on the walk there is Evans, pushing it out into the offside.
That's probably the length, really, isn't it, in terms of some of his balls that he's been bowling good length, maybe just been a bit too short and allowed a bit too much time to see, and then the ball that was driven was a drive ball, and that one, somewhere in between, maybe, where Shaw will hope to settle in on.
Just realised Scott is out there again, so maybe Payne, who's off the field. In goes Shaw, bowls, thick inside part of the bat from Evans as he reaches forward on mid-end leg. It squeezes it out past square leg, calls for the second because square leg picking up and throwing in mid-air. You can never get any real momentum on the throw when you do that, no real power. And Evans picks up 2 more, moves on to 18, Leicestershire 42 for 1.
It was Chris Dent who was off the field.
Yeah.
And oh, there he is.
There
In
he
fact,
is.
He's coming straight back on again.
The
so.
ponytail.
Yes. It's not quite.
Not quite Rory Burns like, is it?
No, it is not. Well, thankfully. I think Chris Dent pulls it off rather well, I think. But Rory Burns' hair is quite something, and when he was batting against Middlesex, I saw a bit of the stream there because, of course, it tipped down with rain during the course of Gloucestershire's match against Somerset, in that part of, well, in that fixture block, I should say. As Higgins starting a new over in and bowls to Harris, and Harris drives firmly, but Payne tumbles across to his right to stop the ball at mid-off, and there's no run. Very, very strange hairdo when he took his helmet off. It had 2 strands of hair coming out front and sort of waving about in front of his face as he took his helmet off and walked off. But yes, interesting to say the least. Higgins bowls, and that's left by Marcus Harris. A little bit of movement away from the left-hander, but at the moment these two are looking slightly ominous from a Gloucestershire point of view, because of course there's plenty of time and they're only 18 and 15, but knowing what these two can do and have done against Gloucestershire, to get rid of one of them pretty soon as Higgins bowls, and there's a drive from Marcus Harris. A little bit, well, the face opened a little bit more perhaps than he might have liked, and didn't really get much timing on it. Tom Lace does the fielding at point.
311 balls faced in his last innings by Marcus Harris for his 185. And actually Sam Evans, who only made 26 in that innings, he faced 106 balls, and although he was dismissed early on the fourth day in the successful run chase, he batted, you know, the last hour and a half the previous evening, and that was very, very important that he did so.
Higgins over the wicket, in bowls, angles that one across Marcus Harris, who leaves the lone outside off stump. And Ryan Higgins, who, well, I think there wasn't a great deal on offer, of course, for him on the pitch at the Oval. It was Hashim Amla running things in Gloucestershire's last match with 173, made off 347 balls over 500 minutes faced. As Higgins bowls, and that's left alone outside off of a good length from Harris, but Higgins still, despite the fact the pitch was offering him almost nothing, ended up with the figures of 29 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 69, and that is
updates time for
Higgins
BBC
does.
Radio. Leicestershire 42-4-1. They lost Hassan Azad early, neatly caught by Tom Smith at fourth slip, even off the bowling of David Payne 4-4. But Marcus Harris and Sam Evans, both in form batsmen, Harris in particular looking very good. He's just gone to 17. Evans has 18. Looks to have been a decent toss to win by Fox's skipper Colin Ackerman. The pitch playing well, and Harris and Evans playing well as well. Leicestershire 44 now for 1. Back with you on commentary. Apologies for leaping in there, Ed.
No problem at all. Unfortunately,
Are you hearing
I'm
the...
not hearing the cue, no. So
Right, I wonder why not.
I would certainly have gone off before that if I'd been able to hear that, but
might have to change those headphones on that basis. 44 for 1. Just pushed for 2 off that last ball of the over, the Higgins over. News on Harris, not Marcus. Harris, the rescue hedgehog, after whom, or who was named after Marcus Harris by Brunty after Harris's heroics last Sunday. He christened one of his hedgehogs, his rescue hedgehogs, Harris, as a consequence, and he continues to thrive, he says, since coming into the rescue centre. He had meant to be here today, Brunty, but has had a call out at work, so listening from Walsall, where he's repairing some vandalised fencing on top of a bridge.
goodness.
There you go. Consequences to his innings.
I thought you were about to say the other way around then, that because Harris was named after a hedgehog.
In goes Josh Shaw. Bowls to Evans. Coming back in just a touch, middle and leg, and half forward, thick inside part of the bat. Squeezes the ball out towards squarish mid-wicket, and there is no run. After, I guess Worrell must have set his own field for that curious little apron of fielders. 2 on the offside and 3 on the onside, just for a few deliveries towards the end of his very brief opening spell. Maybe it's Dent, who knows, because since then it's all been fairly conventional. As in goes Shaw and bowls and goes past almost the inside. Well, I don't think it was the inside edge, but it was quite short of a good length and half forward. It did come back towards Evans, and he had a little feel for it. Somehow or another didn't get a touch.
Yeah, beautiful delivery from Josh Shaw, and I think probably finding the sort of length to bowl there. Again, just that little bit fuller.
Stayed a bit low again there, didn't it? As so many have from this end, the pavilion end. He is in and bowling down the leg side. Evans stepping forward, shapes to try and flick it away, doesn't get anything on it.
I don't mean to bang on too much about this game at Taunton, but I will mention it again for the extraordinary figures that Keith Barker's got at the moment. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 6, and Somerset 33 for 4. Not bad figures.
A bit outswing, won't it? I would think something like that with left armour.
He's a terrific bowler, is Keith Barker, when he's
if he feels like
ready
it.
and going.
Yeah, a little bit inconsistent, but yes, indeed. Chris Wright talks about him a bit. They obviously partnered each other at Warwickshire. Shaw is in, bowls off stump, and half forward is Evans, head right over the ball as he pushes it out into the offside to Worrell. No run.
Yeah, but they were, I guess, the new ball combination for Warwickshire when they won the championship. I think it was back in 2012, that one, something like
11
that.
or 12, wasn't it? I'd have to check on that. But yes, they enjoyed a lot of success together at Edgbaston. Shaw in, bowls far too wide, swings away a little bit, but again Evans can let it go through. Almost on the run. Tattersall getting between first and second slip by the time he gets his gauntlets to it. Umpire's Cook's hands stay firmly plunged deep into his pockets. Hoists up his pants. You can probably hear me saying that. Pulls his umpire's coat back down. Both umpires sporting the old fedora, Panama, whatever it is, type headwear as Shaw is in, bowls straighter, defends Evans out into the offside. It's usually lace at point, and indeed it is to end the over. Umpire Warren, however, hasn't got his umpire's coat on, just a long-sleeved shirt with a black ribbon on his hat. Umpire Cook all buttoned up in his umpire's coat, and a white ribbon, if a ribbon at all, on his cap. It was a maiden over from Shaw, in his hat, sorry. Maiden over from Shaw, his first 4 overs. None for 9 for him. Leicestershire 44 now for 1.
You must feel the cold, must Nick Cook? I'm not sure how you could be wearing a jacket on a day like this. It's gorgeous. I mean, we're not even in the sun here, and there we go. And it's nice to have some good weather, although Gloucestershire would not be too disappointed if the cloud cover were to remain. And at the moment they're being blunted by Evans and Harris, who are just seeing off the new ball for Leicestershire. Higgins bowls over the wicket. There's a drive from Marcus Harris, a flowing cover drive this time rather than the punch through the covers, but it's fielded by Chris Dent at cover, and so there is no run once more. Glenn Phillips doing some loosening up at slip. He does bowl. I mean, there's not very much that Glenn Phillips doesn't do. He can open the batting, he can keep wicket, he can bowl. Here's Higgins, he bowls and angles that one across, and Harris has nothing to do with it as it goes through quite low to Johnny Tattersall.
I wonder if they'll try Smith quite early. Dent.
Be tempted.
Just to see. In fact, there goes Smith, just bowling a... Well, it could be a loose nick, could be just trying to keep himself warm. Don't think he's necessarily trying to send the captain a message.
I think at the moment, they, at least for the next half an hour or so, probably stick to seam as Higgins bowls. Nice looking shot from Harris, a drive, but he picks out Chris Dent once more at cover and will be a little bit annoyed having hit it straight to the field at that time, I think, because he was certainly looking for the boundary rather than just punch the ball through a gap.
Yeah, he banged the bat down on the pitch, and he was cross with himself. He's found the fielders a few times with those drives. Smith's now going out of, well, just swapping positions with Dent, it looks like. So Dent goes in at third.
Slip, so too much difference between fielding at third slip and gully, but Anyway, Tom Smith into cover as Higgins bowls straight, and Harris is defending comfortably on the onside, just to the left of Ryan Higgins, who knocks it down. And meanwhile, in other games, Warwickshire 50 for 2 against Derbyshire. There have been plenty of wickets around this morning. Notts 54 for 3 against Essex. Worcestershire 28 for 4 against Durham. As Higgins is in and bowls, and squirty looking drive this time from Marcus Harris. Did not go entirely where he was meaning, and up towards Tom Lace at point. Won't pick up a run for that. Lancashire 37 for 3 against Glamorgan. They haven't been under too much trouble like that yet this season of Lancashire, so start there for Glamorgan. And Northants 77 for no wicket against Kent. Higgins is there at bowls, and Harris watches that one go by. First maiden for Higgins. Back-to-back maidens, Leicestershire 44 for 1 and Sussex 35 for 2 against Yorkshire.
Sam, well, a lot of listeners will sympathise with this, or agree, I suspect, with Evans when he asked what he would do if he was in charge of county cricket. Insist on cable knit sweaters, he says. More controversially, he'd add leg byes to the batsman's score.
Oh, to the batsman's score. Now,
yeah,
that's an interesting one. So, I mean, I've heard plenty about that there shouldn't be such a thing as leg byes at all. But the other way, gosh.
He'd also play more games at out grounds. Shaw is in bowl, short, up towards the ribs of Evans, who gets up on his toes, rides it comfortably, pushes it out towards square leg. Higgins has to run across from mid-wicket by the time he gets there, Evans. And Harris have jogged a comfortable single, Evans onto 19, 45 for 1.
Something tells me there might be slightly selfish motivations for that one. I don't know.
The leg byes thing? Okay, or the cable knit sweaters? Interest in a cable knit sweater?
No. I can't see the bowlers agreeing with that somehow, but yes. I thought you were going to say, when you said cable knit sweaters, I thought you were something to do with cake was coming along there.
Shaw in to Harris, who leans forward all the time in the world there. Harris just leant forward on off stump, pushed it out into the offside. The friends of Grace Road talking of cake here today, as ever, over on the far side at the Bennett end, if you can get round there, or you're there. In fact, there's plenty of people in the Melton Building Society family stand today, perhaps, and indeed in the green seats in front of the at the Bennett end, in front of the indoor centre there. Perhaps knowing that they can get at the cakes over there. I think they're in the centre somewhere. In goes Shaw, bowls to Harris, straight. Harris just pushes it out to mid-on that occasion. They produce a cake, they produce sort of 10, 12 different varieties of cake for each game, and very splendid they are, but there's always a specific one to the county that is visiting. So I don't know what a cake to be associated with Gloucestershire might be. I will try and find out. Perhaps they can tweet and let me know if they're listening. Shaw, slightly angled run is in, very wide outside off stump, trying to entice a booming attempted drive from Harris, who did step out but left his bat very firmly raised, and then rehearses a sort of back foot cut away off the outside the off stump. And having seen how wide that one went, I think he's going to go around the wicket. Josh Shaw just hasn't quite found a consistent line and length so far in this spell. Just a couple of deliveries left in his 5th over. None for 10. He hasn't really been punished as a consequence, but no bowler likes to see a batsman leave too many, so he's going to go around the wicket. In to Harrison, spears it away down the leg side and can't get across there. Tattersall 4 byes. We were perfectly behind the length of that ball. There's a foot or so down the leg side and swung a little bit further. No chance at all really for Tattersall. He might be a bit disappointed, couldn't get there. Into the marquee goes Glenn Phillips having to, no, mustn't pick it up, of course. Normally one of the committee would, I'm sure, have helped him out by fielding that one and throwing it back, but he actually found himself running into the marquee there, Phillips, as he had to retrieve that one, 49 for one.
He's vaulted the fence as beautifully as a horse at the Grand National, though, did Glenn Phillips. So it's still a little bit dubious as to whether that's a great idea to be doing that, but anyway.
Shaw persisting with the round the wicket attack. In he goes, and that's down the leg side as well. Harris shapes to push it on his way, doesn't get anything on it. This time it doesn't swing away quite so far, so Tattersall can take the ball, but Shaw has his head down a little bit as he walks back past Johnny Tattersall, who just gives him a little flick on the behind as he does so, not in so much in admonition as in sympathy, I suggest. End of over 19. 49 for one is the score. I think it's Higgins who in his thing also says that he thinks, or it might be Payne actually, who says there shouldn't be more than 75 overs a day in Championship cricket, which would make the days pretty short.
Yeah, something tells me a bit of...
I know he bowls a fair few of them,
might
but
be, might be a play there as well.
Yeah, no chance on that one.
Miles Hammond just jogging off, so the rotation continues a little as Scott is out on the field, fielding at mid-wicket at the moment. So Chris Dent in at second slip and Tom Smith in the gully as Higgins continues and bowls, and Evans glances that one with an open face just in front point, and they'll come back for a second run, which they will make quite comfortably. Good running from Leicestershire, and it brings up the 50 for the home side after 19.1 overs. In steady progress from Leicestershire from these two since losing Hassan Azad early on. Gloucestershire, despite having a little bit of assistance in the air, have not yet managed to prize another wicket out as Higgins bowls, and that's an edge, and it's gone through the gap between the second slip and gully and down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Evans playing that one just softly enough. I don't think it was catchable by any stretch. I think it was well short, but through the gap as well, and Evans is up to 25. So more runs coming in that third man region. They've resisted the temptation to put a third man in.
It was only bounced a couple of feet from the bat. It looked like he was near what he was doing there.
Here comes Higgins. He's running in now, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and there is that strange little half-hearted push at the ball outside leg stump from Evans, and as he's done almost every time, he rehearses a controlled turn with the wrists through the leg side, but every time he doesn't get something on it, that's what he does.
Not a percentage twitch.
No, either needs to go through it completely or just shoulder arms to it, really. Having said that, I'm not sure it's a line of attack that Ryan Higgins wants to be pursuing too much. He bowls wide of the crease this time as Higgins and spears that one in towards the stumps, and forward goes Evans, defends that one away up towards mid-off. Ryan Higgins just maybe making a few technical suggestions to Sam Evans as to how to play the ball down the leg side there, and a good old stare there did Higgins, but at the moment Gloucestershire are being frustrated by these two, who in general have not looked in too much bother out there, as here comes Ryan Higgins. He's in and bowls, and that's a ball which has just angled in towards Sam Evans. I don't know that you could say, well, he certainly didn't play away from his body to it, but at the same time much more the sort of thing that Higgins is looking for. See, did kind of play inside it, but good ball from Higgins as he bowls once more, and there's a defensive shot which comes more inner half of the bat, but comfortably played enough up to mid-on. 6 runs from the over. Higgins 5 overs for 16, which an economy rate of over 3 and over. This is rare indeed from Ryan Higgins. Leicestershire 55 for 1.
Yeah, 2.4 as economy rate coming into this game. Averaging under 19 though for his 33 wickets, so he's been star of the season really with the ball as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. Pretty good with the bat, I seem to recall, against Leicestershire down at Bristol. Gave the innings a bit of a hurry up late on, not that it really needed one. Gloucestershire's successful run chase in the post-tea session on that final day. Now we are going to see a little bit of spin. This could be, I'm assuming it's going to be spin, because obviously I haven't seen Glenn Phillips bowl.
Yes, off spin, I believe.
Fair-haired man. He's got his sleeveless Gloucestershire sweater on. And he's going to be bowling to the left-hander. He's going to come around the wicket. He's got a short leg and a slip. Leicestershire keen to get a little bit of turn into the tracks here at Grace Road. It tends to be a little bit slow, the turn. Just rehearses a delivery. Phillips having dropped the ball. And just fiddling around a little bit with his field, just as spinners sometimes do, as bowlers sometimes do. Just making tiny adjustments, almost out of nerves as much as anything. Breeze is getting up at the Uptonsteel as in goes Phillips and tosses that one up outside off stump. A few revs on it, perhaps does straighten away, but from well outside off stump, looking for what footholds there might be already, but there are minimal footholds. The pitch doesn't look particularly marked after an hour and 20 minutes of play. Phillips is in, tosses it right up, very wide, driven for 4. It was a wide half volley, and eyes didn't exactly light up for Harris, but a fairly cold-eyed character, but certainly he said, I'm not going to miss out on that one, and didn't. Slapped it away through extra cover for 4.
No, certainly the kind of delivery at this level that you would expect to be put away. Very wide half volley. And there's the gentleman with the hooter.
Vuvuzela.
Vuvuzela, yes.
Stench.
Which I certainly remember from previous visits to this ground.
Goes Phillips, drops that one very short, punched away into the offside off the back foot, but he's rather missed out a little bit because Tom Smith getting across from a deepish cover can make the stop. I'm not sure how much of Phillips Dent has seen. He's seeing it now. Relatively unthreatening so far. We've only had 3 balls. In he goes, bowls. That's a straighter, fuller delivery, and reaching for it a little bit, but no spin. Can play it out into the offside, and Smith had dropped back there, almost to the boundary at cover. And so a comfortable single for Marcus Harris, and he brings up the 50 partnership, which suggests the score must be 60. Came together when Hassan Azad was caught at 4th slip off the bowling of David Payne for 4. The score 10 at that stage. It is now 60. Evans 25, Harris 22. Back over the wicket goes the fair-haired Glenn Phillips. Is in, bowls, back waiting for it. Good flight to that one. Slightly deceived Evans on length. Played it comfortably enough off the pitch. Just dropped it into the onside. Tom Lace, who's at short leg, picking up. Phillips in again, drops a little bit short, goes forward, then back. Evans and turns it, but only as far as the man on the 45, halfway back, sort of short, fine leg position. Who's that out there? Is that
short fine?
Yeah.
Is
it Payne?
I think.
Ah, sure. Yeah, beg your pardon, it is sure. He makes the stop. End of the over. 60 for 1 remains the score. Nothing really there for Glenn Phillips. Bit surprised they went to him before Smith, but
yeah, I can only imagine they wanted to have a go at Marcus Harris, the left-hander, with Phillips. But having said that, actually, Glenn Phillips, 37 first-class matches, 22 wickets at 42, which I think when you compare that to Tom Smith's record, Smith is certainly high 40s in terms of fact. No, he's averaging over 50 now. It's Tom Smith. As here comes Higgins round the wicket, bowling to Harris. He comes forward and defends that one away up towards mid-off off the front foot. Yeah, so Tom Smith 81 wickets in his 54 matches at an average of over 50. So yeah, I'm not sure what sort of pitches Phillips will have been bowling on in New Zealand. I can't imagine that they would be turning a massive amount either. So here comes Higgins, bowls, and Higgins puts his head in his hands there, but Harris got down on the ball and notched it up towards mid-on this time, and there's no run. Higgins obviously felt as if Harris was a little late in terms of his adjustment there, but at the moment that's mostly all that Gloucestershire have had to go on. Higgins is in once more, bowls, and there's a drive which didn't sound particularly middle of the bat like, and it goes to Tom Smith at cover, and there is no run. Yes, Glenn Phillips, off-spinning wicketkeeper who can open and can bat in the middle order. Very excited to see him.
Likes to be involved.
Yes, I think that's it, isn't it? He's just making sure he can always be called upon for something. Higgins is there, bowls a little too straight, turned away through mid-wicket by Marcus Harris. He'll come through for a single. Leicestershire move up to 61 for 1, Harris 23. Much looking forward to seeing Phillips in the T20, but certainly handy to have around for that period. Of course, there's the 2 matches at Cheltenham during the kind of second period of this competition.
First 2 weeks in July, sort of a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So handy to have him around for those as well. So here comes Higgins, bowls now to Evans, full straight. Evans is forward and playing confidently back to the bowler. But he's an exciting player in white ball cricket. This is the first time I've been able to see him in red ball cricket, because, having said that, I think they are streaming the New Zealand red ball stuff at the moment, but I didn't watch it, so I haven't seen him in red ball cricket. But white ball, is a very powerful striker of the ball. As Higgins bowls now to Evans, there's a shout for leg before wicket, and he had to think about that, did Russell Warren, as the ball glanced away off the pad out into the leg side, and they've taken a leg by for it. It has to be said, it looked to be heading down the leg side, but Russell Warren didn't walk off immediately there, so he obviously felt as though there was something to be considered. At any rate, he gave it not out, and that's doing too much, isn't it?
It did.
Moving down the leg side.
Good ball. Not wobble about it, and a bit of in swing, but as you say, a little bit too much. Sun comes back out. As the gels come out, a very good afternoon to Martin Barry, who joins us, having been stuck in, quote, having had to endure even the most boring teams meeting ever. But hoping now for another superb performance from Leicestershire, and he's been posted at fine leg at both ends as a consequence of his lateness by Sam. Don't be late again, he says.
Yes, I think it'd be a fair few entries for most boring online meeting, whichever software you use.
Well, Phillips is going to get, as one would expect and hope, another chance. His first over wasn't particularly distinguished, but blows on his hand, just getting used to it. Tosses the ball from hand and spins the ball from hand to hand. It'll be Evans on strike as in goes Phillips. Tosses it a couple of steps down the wicket and whipped away. Was it in the air as it thumped into Lace's midriff at short leg? Phillips implies with his hands on his head that it might have been, and they can sometimes stick if you just clutch it into the sweater. He went down, he danced down the wicket a little bit, tried to flick it away, did, but only as far as short leg. Was it a chance? It was a difficult one if it was. Phillips is in again and bowls, and this time Evans is pushing it into the gap. He was trying to anticipate, I think, there, and over-anticipate, not Shaw, is it? It's
Tom Smith.
It's Tom Smith down there. he went fine, and in fact it went to his left, and he had to. I've seen that happen once or twice actually, curiously, this season. Chances dropped as a consequence. Coming up to an update, but a couple of runs there for Evans, moves on to 27. It was a chance in a way. Here goes Phillips, bowls and clipped out towards mid-wicket on this occasion. Updates time. Foxes thriving under the sun down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. They did lose an early wicket, Hassan Azad, for 4 when the score was on just 10. Since then, however, Sam Evans and Marcus Harris have taken the score on to 64 for 1. Evans has 27, Harris has 23. It's looking increasing like a good toss for captain Colin Ackerman to have won. The Foxes going nicely, 64 for 1. With you online and on commentary, that one pushed out to mid-wicket. In goes, clipped in the air, and that should be caught, and is. Evans just turned it straight to short leg. That was a most disappointing end to Evans's innings. He looked in control throughout, perhaps just turned into him a fraction, and he gave short leg the simplest of catches.
Well, Glenn Phillips has his first Gloucestershire wicket, and like you say, really just turned straight off the bat, and as far as catches at short leg go off the face of the bat, it was quite comfortable for Tom Lace, but he certainly didn't want to drop those, and he didn't. So the move to bring Phillips on has very much worked, and Sam Evans dragging himself off, swishing the bat in frustration. I think he's already run through about 500 times in his mind what he should have done with that ball, even before he's crossed the boundary rope. But what a big breakthrough that is for Gloucestershire, because it just started to look as though the seamers were, well, not quite nullified, but because Evans had faced an LBW shout in the previous over, but they were in need of something to happen from possibly a slightly different source, and they got it from Glenn Phillips.
Well, I guess you could say that Lace having dropped Evans earlier in the over off, that was a full-blooded blow. Well, that certainly wasn't a full-blooded blow. It was catching practice, really. A curious shot from Sam Evans. Having done so much hard work to get to 27, he'll be livid with himself at having, I'm sure he will feel he's given it away a little bit there. And I think to a certain extent he has. A little bit of a fraction of turn for Phillips, but he's grinning away as he bowls a loosener of sorts to Dan Worrell, and waits the arrival of Leicestershire skipper Colin Ackerman at the crease. Ackerman, a very fine 120, was it 123 not out last time out? I say very fine, it was certainly in the end, but at the beginning he looked a little scratchy, like a man searching for form, but he certainly found it by the end, and I'm sure, being the class player that he is, he will have taken an awful lot of confidence from that time. Out there in the middle, however, he has Phillips to deal with first, who goes in and bowls him, and that's going to be leg before no. Phillips is certain it is. It turned and stayed low, but umpire Cook says no. My colleague alongside me thought that might have been very close indeed, judging by the raised finger. Well, that was an interesting one. Let's have a look on the replay. Phillips was absolutely certain he had 2 in 2, and that would have been a huge breakthrough for Gloucestershire. In he goes, bowls. Oof. Well, it must have been a little inside edge or something that saved him, because it's hard to see what that was missing. Nick Cook is explaining, or as he left, he explained to, as he always does, to a bowler why it wasn't given out, but it must have been a little inside edge.
Yeah, you know what I think has happened there? I think it's hit both pads, and I think Nick Cook
from one
has
pad
felt
to
as
the
though,
other.
yeah, I think it. I just on the replay that I saw, I think that his pads are very close together, and it may possibly have been 2 pads, because I don't think that he's inside edged it. I'm certainly going to defer, as I always do, to the person in the best position, but as you say, I thought that looked stone dead from up here. Here's Ryan Higgins, he bowls, and that's tickled away fine by Marcus Harris. A leg stump half volley, and it's been put away by Harris, as it probably deserved to be. 68 for 2, and Marcus Harris up to 27, and Higgins having moved back round the wicket, just spearing that one right in on the pads. So Harris, who a fair amount depends upon, you would say now. As Higgins bowls to him and Harris leaves that one alone outside off stump. Don't think he'll be too bothered. Those strike me as the typical top order Aussie player. Imagine he's very level out there and very much somebody who is used to batting long periods of time and let losses around him bother him. Round arm that time from Higgins, bit of a variation there, but Harris turning away out towards wide mid wicket in the what would be the inner ring had there been one single taken, and Leicestershire 69 for 2, Harris up to 28. Meanwhile, in the test match there have been 3 wickets in very quick succession, so things have changed somewhat there. 288 for 3 has become 293 for 6, with Mark Wood getting rid of Nichols and Watling. Higgins bowls wide of the crease and strangled. Shout, well I say shout, it was a strangled yelp really, the ball heading way down the leg side, so no thoughts of LBW there, but Nichols caught Robinson bowled Wood, so without knowing,
long leg somewhere.
Something like that. Yes, exactly. I wouldn't imagine it was caught in the slips. Higgins bowls, and that's very full and leg side-ish. It's going to be a leg by as it ricochets off Ackerman's pads and into the square leg area. So the leg by goes on the board. 70-2 Leicestershire. Watling was caught Sibley, bowled Wood for 1, and de Grandhomme was LBW Robinson without scoring. So Conway is still there on 166, but wickets at the other end this morning for England, as here comes Higgins, he bowls, and there's a drive which was slightly uppishly but well short of point, and it's gone for 4 runs to the backward point boundary. So Harris finding the gap this time with the drive, and at the end of the over, Leicestershire are 74 for 2, Harris into the 30s on 32.
Phillips, after his success in the previous over, 1 for 7 from 2, will of course continue from the pavilion end. As I say, Leicester trying to get a little bit more turn into the tracks, because one of their key weapons with ball in hand is Callum Parkinson, the twin brother of Matt Parkinson of Lancashire. Callum a left arm spinner, Matt of course a leg spinner. Talked increasingly about as an England prospect, isn't he, Matt? Well, Leicestershire feel that Callum isn't too far behind him in terms of certainly talent. Phillips is into Ackerman, drops a little bit short, and Ackerman is going to get off the mark as he goes back and turns it wide of short leg, and chasing back from short fine leg or backward square is Tom Smith. Gets to the ball, Ackerman takes one. That is the shot that Evans should have played. Didn't get on top of it. He's going to go round the wicket, Phillips, to Marcus Harris. Is in, bowls, good line on off stump, just dropped out into the offside and immediately calls for a single. Miles Hammond closed on the ball quickly but didn't pick it up cleanly at shortish cover. I think there probably would have been one anyway. Hammond sporting a sun hat rather than the cap favoured by every other Gloucestershire player. That said, Josh Shaw's about to flick his off. No, that's not Shaw, is it? That is Higgins down there. He's exchanging his cap for a helmet. He's going to go in at leg slip, you reckon?
Yeah, I like seeing the leg slip.
Yeah.
Would be a good move, I think, although I thought he was going to stop at silly mid-wicket there, but he's not. He is going to go leg slip, yeah.
Indication of the turn, really, that Phillips feels he's getting and is getting to a certain extent. Deep backward square is out as well for Ackerman. So short leg slip, almost leg gully, and a conventional slip. Phillips is in. Ackerman goes for the big sweep, probably got outside the line of off stump. Phillips went up, but immediately Nick Cook had shaken his head and the appeal was choked off. It certainly wasn't quite, although loud, it wasn't quite as emphatically demanding as the previous appeal against Ackerman. Asking questions though, Glenn Phillips, who is in again, tosses that right up, driven hard down into the ground. Taken one-handed on the full, running away to his left by Glenn Phillips. It's gentle stuff, but there's something there for him.
Yeah, the LBW looked at least one stump outside the line of off stump, but they're going up for everything here.
Phillips is in, tosses it right up, almost steps out and yorks himself there. Ackerman just a big stride, but then had to wait for the ball to drop down and jammed it into the ground underneath his eye line. Good bowling. Now he's settled into his rhythm. Phillips in again, brings Ackerman forward with an appeal for a leg before again, but this one even less convincing despite Phillips turning away with his hand singular on his head. This time umpire Cook not to be persuaded. End of a good over though from Phillips, asking a lot of questions here. Singles from the first two balls, but also, well, three appeals. Two decent, one fairly decent, and one certainly definitely not. 76 for 2.
I think Glenn Phillips is going to become a fan favourite at Bristol if he continues this way, because it's been a very lively 3 overs that he's bowled. He started off with, well, second ball was a rank wide half volley that got thrashed for 4, but since then he's bowled very effectively, and yeah, he just seems to be getting just enough out there in terms of flight, and he's varied it quite nicely so far, and we're going to get spin from both ends in fact, as Tom Smith comes into the attack from the Bennett end and bowls full, and Harris turns away to mid-wicket, and there's no run, so 3 close catches in for Smith, just as for Phillips.
And often you'll see that at the Uptonsteel County Ground before lunch on day 1.
Tom Smith bowls to Harris, who drives aerially. Well, I say aerially, drives. Yeah, don't worry, I did not get fooled by the crowd catch, but it was aerially after it had gone straight into the ground to cover. And there's no run as Smith wheels in down the pitch goes Harris, but just nudges that one away up towards mid-on, where it is picked up by the sun-hatted Miles Hammond. I wonder if he's got the headband on underneath there, which so caught people's eyes around the country last week when he bowled in it. Here is Smith, he's there, he bowls full. Forward goes Harris and knocks that one up the pitch. Miles Hammond picking up a wicket in that game. His first wicket, I suppose, in first class cricket, his first wicket since his sort of return to bowling. He picked up Hashim Amla in the end. Smith is there, bowls down the pitch goes Harris. Confident use of the feet, just knocking it away out to deep square leg, and picks up a single. 77 for 2. Harris up to 34. There's also Chris Dent, who can roll his arm over with some slow left armers. I can't imagine the way that Phillips has gone though, that they'll be going any other way other than Phillips and Smith as far as spin goes for now.
Could be interesting because they won't want to let the spinners just bowl at them, settle it, and spell the seamers for too long. Ackerman will try to be positive, notwithstanding the proximity of lunch. We saw that with the attempted sweep. He sweeps quite well normally.
Leg slips come out as Smith bowls, and forward goes Ackerman.
That's straight.
Makes it way out into the covers. Ends the over. Decent start from Tom Smith. You usually know what you're going to get from him in terms of consistency. A very tight bowler, terrific white ball bowler, of course. Always seems to be up there among the leading wicket takers in the country in T20 in particular. 77 for 2 is the score for Leicestershire.
He did straighten a bit, which will have interested Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's left armour. Definitely something there for the spinners, and Glenn Phillips taking time to set his field against Marcus Harris. If they were to pick up the wicket of Harris before lunch, Gloucestershire would feel it'd probably be their morning. At the moment it's probably fairly balanced. Leicestershire 77 for 2 after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Remains to be seen. It could be that this is the sort of pitch where sort of 250 is not too bad a score first time up, but we will see. No cricket yet because Phillips still taking time to set his field. Short leg and slip in for Marcus Harris. Phillips is in, tosses it right up, bowls on off stump, and forward goes Harris, just blocking it out to Hammond. Shortish cover. Bowls, a couple of steps down the wicket and attempted to be steered past Hammond, who dived away to his right to take the ball on the full. Good work by him out there, using his feet again though, Harris.
Just a hint of drift for Phillips.
Yeah, good battle. In he goes and bowls. No feet movement or no dancing down the wicket from Harris on this occasion. Reaches out on the front foot, gets to the pitch a bit, pushes it out to Hammond. Very accurate now from Glenn Phillips, who is in and bowling. That one just drifts onto middle and leg and pushed past Lace at short leg by Harris, and he's going to take a single on that occasion as Tattersall has to jog out from behind the stumps towards backward square and pick up. Harris settles for one, moves on to 35.
So Ackerman in general, somebody who looks to go after the spinners, you say?
A little bit, likes to sweep, and this is a big thing of Leicestershire's under Nixon, not to let spinners bowl at them too long, to make sure that the seamers have to keep bowling and more likely to get tired. In goes Phillips, bowls, and Ackerman cuts it out down towards third man for 4, wide third man. Just a little bit too much width, and played it well, Colin Ackerman there, the Netherlands international. Timed it sweetly out to the family stand for 4.
Of course, he was out in Dubai, I think, wasn't it, where they qualified the Netherlands for the T20 World Cup, which should happen this time around, and played alongside the likes of Ryan Tenderskater for the Netherlands.
Slip has gone in now, as in goes Philip, tosses that one right up. There's a big appeal again, but it did sound very wooden. Inside edge onto pad perhaps, but Phillips turns away and just looks at Dent in dismay, shall we say, because immediately umpire Cook was walking away towards square leg as though he hasn't a care in the world. But it did sound very wooden.
Yeah, I think possibly Phillips hoping that, having had the very loud shout turned down, that the next one that he appealed very loudly for, that the umpire would feel obliged to give him out. But Nick Cook's certainly not going to fall for anything like that. But yeah, he's a very enthusiastic cricketer, Glenn Phillips, and I've very much enjoyed watching him go about his business so far. As Smith bowls now to Marcus Harris, he comes down the pitch and locks that one to Chris Dent at mid-wicket, pick up a run for it. And I think with Smith, you kind of know that you're going to get, well, usually 6 balls and over, at least 5 balls and over on exactly the right spot. As forward goes Harris to this one and defends away out into the covers. But with Phillips, it feels like he's got the ability to bowl, not quite the magic ball, but you know, he's got the ability to bowl wicket-taking balls, and then at the same time you're going to get the odd delivery which is there to be smacked. Here comes Smith, bowls down the pitch, goes Marcus Harris and sets off for a well-judged single. Miles Hammond didn't field the ball cleanly at mid-on, but I don't think he would have had any chance even had he done so. Leicestershire 83 for 2. Marcus Harris 36. Just 10 minutes remaining until lunch. This morning session seems to have flown by. Feels like a bit. I don't know if you agree with that, maybe not.
It's been really interesting cricket. Busy cricket.
It has. So 3 catches in. They've got a catcher on the offside now as he watch this one fly past him off the drive from Colin Ackerman out to Josh Short at deep cover. And another run added. Ackerman up to 6. 84 for 2.
The century last Sunday was Ackerman's first for 3 years for Leicestershire, actually.
Tom Smith left arm over, down the pitch comes Marcus Harris, but just defends this time. Don't necessarily have to whack the ball out the ground every time you come down the pitch. Harris just watchfully playing that one as he can quite get to the pitch of it. Tom Smith just moving Ryan Higgins more like a leg gully rather than a leg slip under the helmet. Ian Cobain is the slip fielder, and then Tom Lace under the helmet at forward short leg as Smith bobbles and turned away to mid-wicket this time by Marcus Harris, and he won't pick up a run for it. So Leicestershire are 84 for 2. Harris has 36, Ackerman has 6, and Test match news again. There's been another wicket. Mitchell Santner caught Anderson bowled Wood without scoring. 299 for 7 now New Zealand, so that's what, 4 wickets for, well, they did lose 4 wickets for 6 runs.
Oh, Fango's going big on Harris. He says he's not getting out today. It's not easy out there, but you never know. And you were spot on last time, so take your word for it. I'm quite happy it gets through to lunch, actually, at the moment. It's 8 minutes away. Ackerman is going to be on strike, however, to Glenn Phillips, who is in and bowls, and he goes for the sweep, hits it hard down into the ground, off the bottom edge, onto the pad, and it just trickles a few inches, good few inches wide of off stump towards wicketkeeper Tattersall. Again, Ackerman trying to be positive, trying to take on Phillips, who is in again, bowls to him, lets that one go outside off stump. It was slightly wide. He had advanced forward, let it spin past his front pad. Didn't do too much on that one, but it's nice flight and really gentle stuff in terms of pace. In he goes, tosses that one right up, driven down into the ground, bounces out to Dent, who's at extra cover and rather enjoying this, I suspect, from his new teammate. 1 for 14 for Phillips so far. A couple of little strides and then goes in, tosses it up again. You can take it as read that he does that. That one's defended on off stump by Ackerman, and Phillips gives the impression that essentially it had beaten Ackerman in thought, word and deed, just didn't get past the middle of the bat. 84 for 2 as Phillips is in and bowls a quicker, flatter delivery. Ackerman defends on the back foot. Both leg slip and normal slip, conventional slip, have their hands on their head as a consequence. But again, Ackerman quite quick feet and got down to it. But it's good stuff, enjoyable watching from Phillips, for whom every ball is very much an event. He's in and bowls, back goes Ackerman and defends with his nice high left elbow, and again Phillips giving a clear impression that well, he'd almost got through Leicestershire skipper on that occasion. End of the over, and a very good over it was too, actually, in fairness to Phillips. Histrionics notwithstanding, it was his first maiden. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14 for him, but it's good stuff from the New Zealander. 84 for 2. How many overs will we get now before 10? It should be at least 2 more, maybe even 3 with the spinners bowling.
Well, it's exactly what you want, isn't it? As an interested observer, really, somebody who's making something happen, and even when he doesn't make something happen, he's giving you something to watch every ball. Full 360s of disappointment and hands flailing up in the air. Anyway, here's Smith. He bowls round the wicket now to Harris, and Harris nudges that one off the back foot on the bounce to short leg. It's just that little bit more variation in what Phillips has done so far. Smith bowls, and straight bat defence from Harris back to Tom Smith, but just giving it enough flight is Phillips, and I think there's a hint of drift on some of them. Fires that quick one in as a surprise. Smith bowls. Oh, that was, I think, uppish, but right in between leg slip and short leg, and it goes down to Josh Shaw at long leg, and they come through for a couple of runs. 86 for 2. Gloucestershire getting what they were after there in terms of a loose clip like they got from Sam Evans, just didn't go to hand. Smith bowls down the pitch, comes Harris. He's got to the pitch. That was a really good stop from Ian. No, not from Ian Coburn, beg your pardon. A really good stop from who else but Glenn Phillips at extra cover, launching himself away to prevent runs there. I thought that might be heading to the boundary there. Smith bowls once more to Evans, who, pardon me, to Harris, who whips that one to Chris Dent at mid-wicket. Doesn't pick up a run for it. There were shouts of encouragement for that one, but once more looked to be played rather comfortably by Marcus Harris. Last ball of the over. Smith bowls round arm, and down the pitch goes Harris, and a whip in that one out towards deep backward square leg, and he will get a single, which will mean he will keep the strike for the next over. Leicestershire 87 for 2, Harris 39, and Ackerman 6.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. Help there for the spinners on the first morning, just enough to make life tricky for the batsmen, and these two are batsmen in form, obviously, so it's a really, really good battle, and Glenn Phillips is relishing it, judging by his reaction to every delivery, which he feels at the moment is a hand grenade with a pin out.
He's almost got so enthusiastic he just bowled one over the head of Dan Worrell, but oh, brilliant.
Right, he's going to move short leg square. Oh, well, it's actually behind square now, Tom Lace. So he's got a slip and a backward short leg. Round the wicket he goes to Marcus Harris. Down the leg side, Harris lets it. I thought let it hit the pad, in which case this might be ruled out, and is ruled out. I was going to say, there isn't much point taking that run, is there? Unless I thought he initially shaped at it, but umpire Cook says, no, he didn't play a shot, back you go. And back he goes.
No, quite. I mean, you call the dead ball after the run if the batsman want to go for it, but
what's the point?
why the batsman went for it, I'm not exactly sure.
Exactly. Phillips bowling in his sleeveless Gloucestershire sweater. In he goes, a couple of steps down from Harris, getting to the pitch of it and then turning it out towards mid-wicket, but immediately calling no as he sees Dent closing on the ball. We will get another one after this. 4 balls left in the over. Phillips tosses it right up, full toss for the first time, and clipped away towards mid-wicket. Payne gallops around in front of the manual scoreboard, and it will be just a couple on that occasion. Slightly got away with it, but it's his first. Well, there was the half volley in his first over, but since then, first really poor delivery from Glenn Phillips. Only conceded 2 from it. Harris moves into the 40s, onto 41. Phillips in again, bowls outside of some spins like Billy-O, but away from the batsman. But that was pretty much off, just outside, off stump, and that one spun a lot. That will really encourage Glenn Phillips, who is in again and outside off stump. It did spin again away from the left-hander, but from a wide and not in quite as marked a fashion, but definitely something there. And in from deepish gully, short third man almost, comes the fielder, 2 second slip, having seen that turn away from the left-hander. But this will be Phillips's last ball. Goes in and bowls forward, then back goes Harris, defending it out towards point. Hammond runs across from cover. The end of a most interesting over. They always are interesting from Phillips, but that delivery that was left by Harris spun, and there's a little bit of bounce as well. This could be a fascinating game with help for the spinners on the pitch. End of the over, 89 for 2, and that is lunch. I thought we might just get the full quota. We didn't quite, but a really interesting morning.
Yes, Russell Warren was about 3 paces from there being another over, but he'd done what they do. He just walked at normal pace, and the clock just ticked to 1 o'clock as he was about 3 paces from the stumps. But yeah, a very exciting morning, and well, that last little spell between Phillips and Smith, but particularly Phillips, getting rid of Sam Evans and having a very, very good shout turned down off the first ball to Colin Ackerman, has been particularly fascinating to watch, and we'll see plenty of spin, I suspect, over these potentially 4 days. But yeah, what it's also allowed them to do is just bowl their openers one spell in the morning session, which means they should be quite fresh to have another go after lunch.
You'll hear me do a little update for BBC Radio Leicester, but otherwise, hopefully you'll rejoin us for the afternoon session in around about 35 minutes time. But it's absorbing stuff here at the Uptonsteel County Ground in front of a decent crowd on a lovely day here in the East Midlands. Every prospect of a full day's play. Balanced morning. Let's see what will happen this afternoon. Just for now, from BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire and Leicester, we'll say good afternoon, and hopefully speak to you again shortly.
There are also 2 other outlets, so there's only one just outside the other one just at the back.
I sort of shut up, but I couldn't hear. Sorry, no.
So for those of you in the yellow green seats, you'll notice 2 outlets.
I think what's happened, here comes Payne, bowls to Azad full, and that's angled, decent shot there from Azad down towards the 3rd man boundary and over it. So Azad is off the mark with a boundary. Let's here comes David Payne, bowls to Azad, who gets turned around, and he's caught by Tom Smith at 4th slip, and an early strike for Al not to try to get him out, perhaps by that point.
Worrell is in, outside, off stump, steered, reaching away a little bit, but comfortably enough. Maybe
Seeing him.
in he goes and bowls, and it's fullish and driven, just lent into it, Harris. All he almost needed to do was put bat on ball there. It was
Somerset with the side going through with them. So here comes Higgins and bowls, and that's a lovely drive. Really nice shot straight down the ground from Marcus Harris. And it
in goes Shaw and bowls. Full driving for is Evans. Just finding the gap between cover.
Gully as Higgins continues and bowls, and Evans glances that one with an open face just in front point, and another wicket out as Higgins bowls, and that's an edge, and it's gone through the gap between the second
20 minutes of play. Phillips is in, tosses it right up, very wide, driven for 4. It was a wide half volley, and eyes didn't exactly. Balls in he goes, bowls. That's a straighter, fuller delivery, and reaching for it a little bit, but no spin. Can play it out into the offside, and Smith. You online and on commentary, that one pushed out to mid-wicket. In goes, clipped in the air, and that should be caught, and is Evans just turned it straight to short leg.
Thought that looked stone dead from up here. Here's Ryan Higgins, he bowls, and that's tickled away fine by Marcus Harris. Leg stump half volley as Higgins bowls, and there's a drive which was slightly upishly but well short of point, and it's gone.
The seamers have to keep bowling, and more likely to get tired. In goes Phillips, bowls, and Ackerman cuts it out down towards 3rd man for 4, wide 3rd man. Just a little bit too much is quite nicely balanced. Leicestershire won the toss, chose to bat, and they are 89 for 2 as the umpires Russell Warren and Nick Cook lead the Gloucestershire players out into the middle. They both emerge from roughly the same direction. They're in the pavilion. The Leicestershire batsmen, not out batsmen, Colin Ackerman and Marcus Harris, emerge from the meet, where Leicestershire have their dressing rooms at the moment. Normally, of course, they too would have been emerging from the pavilion. Ackerman is 6 not out. Harris, 41 not out. They put together a partnership of 243, was it, last time out? So Leicestershire will be delighted if they get anywhere close to that. I suspect it will be harder going because the ball has been turning this morning for the 2 Gloucestershire spinners. Glenn Phillips has 1 for 16, Tom Smith none for 6 from 3, but Ed Seaborn, it doesn't look like the spinners are going to start immediately after lunch.
No, I think it was Messrs Worrell and Phillips who were taking the warm-up tosses, as it were, with Ryan Higgins doing the honours with the baseball glove. He was doing a better job with the baseball glove than I've seen some others do. It's not something that everybody seems to be able to do particularly well, but Higgins was grabbing them with the baseball mitt. And yeah, Worrell and Phillips it was, but we shall see whether it will indeed be Phillips from the pavilion end, but it will certainly be Worrell to start off with, and not too much of a surprise that Gloucestershire have gone straight back to one of their gun seamers to start the afternoon session. So here is Dan Worrell bowling the first ball of the afternoon, and he bowls to Colin Ackerman. Ackerman's a little bit turned around by that one as he played it off the outer half of the bat out towards backward point, and there is no run. 3 slips in place to start things off. And Phillips standing at first, at the centre of seemed almost everything in that morning session, apart from the early dismissal of Hassan Azad, who was turned around by David Payne and caught at 4th slip by Tom Smith for just 4. So here's Worrell, he's in and bowls, and Ackerman well in behind that one and playing up towards mid-on, and there is no run, but Phillips with a exciting spell of bowling. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Certainly made plenty of things happen and plenty of excitement generated. You would feel possibly a little hard done by not to have made it 2 and 2 balls with a very close looking LBW shout against Colin Ackerman off his first ball. Here comes Worrell, he's in and bowls outside the off stump. And Ackerman shoulders arms, not a huge amount of movement there for Worrell, but possibly still just a little bit on offer. There is a tinge of grass, but it seems as though as the game goes on it'll be more and more about spin rather than seam. Here comes Worrell, he's in off his angled run and bowls, and that's another leave from Ackerman as the ball rises away through to a nice height from Tattersall, but a few deliveries already in the morning session taken quite low down.
Certainly from this end, from the pavilion end, from which Worrell struggled to find any sort of consistent line this morning. Bowled far too wide. He bowled 5 overs this morning, as did Messrs Payne and Shaw.
Worrell is there now, bowls, and Ackerman plays that one up towards mid-on, all along the ground, and there is no run. Nobody really quite found things from this pavilion end seam-wise. Neither Worrell nor Shaw quite found that consistency, and both of them ended up with pretty tidy figures, but it was more about the overs that Harris and Evans were allowed, I say allowed, or managed to negotiate in terms of seeing off that new ball that was more the thing. Worrell up to the crease, bowls, and there's a full straight ball which Ackerman is confidently forward and defending up towards mid-off. So maiden over from Worrell to start the afternoon session. Leicestershire remain 89 for 2.
at Ed Cricket 6 or at Rich M Ray RAE finds us on Twitter. Should you wish to get in touch, we're always absolutely delighted to hear from you. Leicestershire looking for their second consecutive win. First time that would have happened since 2018 when Derbyshire and Kent were beaten. But it is going to be Glenn Phillips who is going to continue from the pavilion end. 1-4-16 as I mentioned, but could easily have picked up another 1 or even 2 wickets, because he certainly made the ball turn. One very sharply to Marcus Harris that he left alone outside off stump, and it wasn't out of the footholds, it did turn off the pitch, and it turned and bounced sharply, but a couple of others also have turned, and there's plenty for the batsmen to think about out there. Phillips then, the New Zealander, 23 on his back, is into Marcus Harris, and that's short and wide, and waiting for it on the back foot, pushed out off the back foot with obviously a horizontal bat. Didn't really try and cut it hard, pushed it out almost towards wide extra cover. Running around is the sweeper Josh Shaw, so it'll be just the single for Harris, content just to pick up 1, get his feet moving, get his score moving again. He moves on to 42, 90, 4-2. Ackerman struggled a little bit playing Phillips before lunch. Will he do any better after lunch? His leg slip has gone in, as in goes Phillips. Bowls a little bit short. Ackerman goes back and plays it, or turns it fairly firmly, but only as far as Hammond at mid-wicket, and there's no run. There's leg slip, conventional slip, leg slip quite wide and short leg as Phillips goes in, drops very short, goes back Ackerman and turns it out through the offside, out towards a very wide third man stroke backward point. Payne is the sweeper out there on the offside boundary. He runs round and a single to Ackerman. So excuse me, just as in his first over, just struggling a little bit to, not struggling, but just taking a few deliveries to get into his bowling. Phillips is in, outside off stump again. It's a little bit short, a little bit wide, but not timed at all as Harris goes back and tries to turn it again into the offside. Just guides it out as far as Hammond. Phillips in, drops very short, pulled by Phillips out through mid-wicket for 4. I beg your pardon, pulled by Harris out through mid-wicket for 4, but by Phillips' standards that's been a remarkable over really, because he settled into such a good and testing line and length before lunch, and he puts up a hand in apology to Chris Dent, his captain, because having dropped a few short, that was a rank long hop, and Harris didn't try and smash it out of the ground, he just pulled it away through mid-wicket for 4. Moves on to 46, 95 for 2. Phillips to finish his over is in, outside off stump, bounces and turns, but from wide and allowed to go through by Harris, and a disgruntled Phillips, a disappointed Phillips, again lifts a hand in apology, because that was probably the worst over he's bowled, frankly.
Yes, not the world's greatest over that, but yeah, there's only a certain number of times you can really get away with bowling halfway down the pitch, and to a certain extent he could have gone for, well, he probably could have gone for 3 boundaries in that over had it been bowled perhaps at a different time, with Marcus Harris's eye very much in. He certainly cracked that pull shot away and made sure he didn't hit it in the air, which is something that Gloucestershire, when they played spin at the Oval, were not so good at doing. Here's Worrell, continues, bowls to Ackerman, who drives down the ground without getting the placement, and Higgins does the fielding at mid-off, and there's no run. A couple of loose dismissals from Gloucestershire, in addition to the fact that for the most part they were out to the likes of Verdi and Moriarty playing for turn when there was no turn. That was the big problem that they had. It was just so much in their minds, I think, that it was going to turn. Worrell bowls, and that's on the hip area of Ackerman. It's going to be a leg by, as just rolled away just behind square on the leg side. And the score 96 for 2. spin from both ends. It was good to see, even though of course it wasn't good to see the result for Gloucestershire. At the same time, I think they are right to rate Dan Moriarty down there as a really good prospect. I think he's very possibly an England spinner of the future. And you know, Verdi.
Is he a left armer?
Verdi,
Moriarty, because we didn't see Moriarty
left armer
when we played in either game.
4 consecutive 5-wicket hauls as Worrell bowls to Harris, who rises up and plays that one from about the rib cage down into the covers, and there's no run. Yeah, he bowled very consistently, nice flight, nice variation, and he was able to slide the ball into the right-handers as well as get the odd one to turn and cause some problems. Yeah, looks to be a serious bowler, and bowled very well in partnership with Verdi. They complemented each other quite nicely. Here comes Worrell, bowls round the wicket, and there's a slash and a miss from Harris at a short, wide ball. Certainly went hard at it, but would have been livid if he'd managed to get a little feather through there. Very short, very wide, he almost couldn't reach it. 46, that would have been a nightmarish start to the afternoon session for Harris.
Definitely more bounce for him from that Bennett end.
Worrell bowls round the wicket once more, and Harris tries to angle that one through the gully region, but Chris Dent dives across in the gully to prevent any runs. And just one more ball remaining in this over. I think Verdi, in general, he gave it a lot more air, really tossed it right up, and Moriarty on the other hand a little bit flatter, and slow left arm off spin. Yeah, they bowl very well in tandem. Leg slip coming in for Dan Worrell. Miles Hammond out of second slip and into leg slip as Worrell bowls to Harris. It's down the leg side, and a good take by Tattersall to prevent there being more extras. That over was a maiden, just the leg by off it, but obviously trying a different strategy there was Worrell, but it didn't work. 96 for 2 is the Leicestershire total. Harris just 4 runs shy of his half century. Ackerman has 7.
A little bit cloudy again. We had some quite heavy darkish cloud during the luncheon interval, but it has broken up a touch. It is coming from the south. There is a southerly breeze, which is rather pleasant to be in. Quite a cooling breeze though, especially under the dark cloud. The humidity, such as it was, has dissipated rather. Phillips will be looking to do rather better second time out than he did first time out, post lunch at any rate. In he goes and bowls to Ackerman, who's turning a delivery past leg slip. Very wristy turn of the bat. Higgins is the man at leg slip under the helmet, can't get there, and it's a deep backward square who has to run round. Even so, just a single to Ackerman. He moves on to 8. Higgins gets rid of the helmet and goes towards a backward point position. Just the leg, just the short leg and slip as Phillips goes in and bowls short to Harris, who goes back and cuts, but he has the sweeper out there, Josh Shaw, so not too much damage done other than to his temperament that one feels. Phillips just is dragging it down at the moment. Comfortable single taken by Harris. They want to see the back of the spinner if they possibly can, Leicestershire. I think they're more comfortable against the seamers. Tosses that one up nicely, and getting forward, Ackerman turns his wrists on it defensively again. Bounces down towards Higgins at leg slip, he feels. There is no run. Higgins advising a change in the field, judging by his hand signals, as in goes Phillips. Bowls very short again, and back goes Ackerman, but on the back foot can only turn it as far as Hammond at mid-wicket. Might feel he just missed out a little bit there. Phillips, quite a short man, is in. Again it's short, and this time Ackerman goes back and pulls out for 2 mid-wicket for 4. Brings up the 100 for Leicestershire. Phillips' head is down. He just can't get it right post-lunch at the moment, having bowled so well before lunch. He's 2 overs so far after lunch of... Well, there's only been a couple of decent deliveries in them, and most of them have been short. And Ackerman wasn't going to miss out on that occasion. Just went back and pulled it away for 4.
Yes, big gap out there really. It's Miles Hammond in the ring, as it were, at mid-wicket, and then a deep backward square, a lot of space.
Phillips in again, it's short. This time Ackerman goes back and cuts it, chops it out into the offside. Payne can run 10 yards or so along the boundary towards the manual scoreboard on the Milligan Road side of the ground and make the stop. Just a single for Ackerman. He moves on to 13. Leicestershire 103 for 2, but a couple more overs like that and you would think that Dent will say, well, I'll go back to the seamers, which is probably would suit Leicestershire's cause up to a point. Might just have to be patient and persist with Phillips for a while and hope he finds his length again. 103 for 2.
Yeah, I reckon he bowled well enough in the morning session that he probably warrants another over at least, but yeah, I think probably 3 overs in a row like that and you're thinking probably going to have to make a change. He just has not found that spot to land it on quite yet. Worrell to bowl from the Bennett end with 2 slips in place. Worrell is there now, bowls to Ackerman down the leg side, and an athletic take from Tattersall, which earns a smattering of applause from the crowd, who are nicely spread out here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Race Road.
Yes, you have to stay in your seat. Everybody has allotted seats dotted around. So.
And they're bringing refreshments to the seat, or I think you can do that at Bristol as Worrell bowls and Ackerman defends comfortably up towards mid-on and there's no run.
Not sure, but there are certainly refreshment points behind each stand now, so I think there is somewhere you can go. Or I think the Turner Indoor Centre for the Friends of Grace Road this afternoon.
With the cake.
With the cakes, plural.
Cakes, of course, yes.
See if I can find out which cake Gloucestershire had last year.
Here comes Worrell. He's in and bowls. Oh, he had a little feel at that one, did Ackerman, but withdrew the bat. He withdrew the bat in plenty of time, and it wasn't particularly close to him, but he just had a thought at trying to stab that one through the offside for some runs, but feel at a rising delivery outside off stump there from Worrell, who looks to be finding some decent bounce when he bowls good length. He's there once more, bowls very full this time, and it's driven by Ackerman straight to mid-off, and there's no run. Just a look at his bat there, did Colin Ackerman. Probably came more towards the bottom part of it than anything else, and he's 13, made a decent fist of it since his very first ball, which was very close indeed. Worrell is in and bowls, and Ackerman plays quietly away towards mid-wicket. Chris Dent hops over the top of the ball and allows mid-on to field, and there's no run. And meanwhile, in the Test match, there has been another breakthrough. Robinson has picked up his 4th wicket now. Charles Jameson caught Crawley, bowled Robinson for 9, and every time I see a court with a name EY at the end, I wonder, is this the moment? But it's not. Worrell bowls. Now that's drifting down the leg side and clipped by Ackerman through mid-wicket. It'll only be a single though. Nice bit of fielding by Chris Dent once more. So Ackerman will have the strike for the next one. Leicestershire 104 for 2. He's moved to 14. And a caught Sibley and a caught Crawley.
But not yet a caught Bracey.
But not the right one as far as Gloucestershire.
Who was the Gloucestershire player before, to play for England, the last player before Bracey?
John Lewis.
of course. Okay.
Never knowingly underbowled.
Yeah, been a while since a Leicestershire player put on an England sweater. Plenty over the years, of course, but as I say, not for a while. Phillips is going to continue. I think it's worth him continuing. He bowled so well before lunch. You can just find that rhythm again. He really troubled Ackerman in particular, and Ackerman is surrounded by close catchers. As Phillips over the wicket goes in, and Ackerman slaps him away through the offside 2 backward point. For a second I thought Payne hadn't quite picked that one up, but he just adjusted at the last minute, moved to his left, picked it up. He gave it, as he does, Phillips plenty of air outside off stump, and Ackerman, very characteristic shot. He's a pretty elegant batsman most of the time, but he does play a sort of slap cover drive sometimes with a angled bat. He seems to play it fairly well, and did on that occasion. Picks up one. Phillips around the wicket, and he's appealing for leg before, as looking to turn it on the leg side. Pops up off the pad of Harris, well wide of short leg. Sounded pretty wooden again. You never know with pads these days. Either way, the appeal was short-lived and turned down. In he goes again, tosses that one up, full toss and turned, but again without any particular violence by Harris, down towards wide mid-on, where Worrell is the fielder. It was a low full toss, it wasn't an easy one to clip away, and he didn't try and overhit it. He just took the single that was on offer, moves on to 48, 106 for 2. Sort of feels a bit calm before the stormy, and I don't mean literally. There are a few dark clouds around, but they're drifting overhead fairly quickly. I don't think that's going to be an issue, but maybe the pitch will settle down. Hard to tell. Sometimes does. Back over the wicket goes Phillips and bowls. Ackerman again going for that inside-out cover drive. Doesn't time it, hits it down into the ground. And Dent sort of scrambles a little bit across to his left to make the stop. Phillips bowls. Slightly flatter delivery, and on the back foot Ackerman defends off the pitch. No great turn on that occasion. Picked up by short leg Tom Lace, jogging down the pitch, hands it almost to Phillips, who's ready to go again. Passed on by a Cook. Bowl down the leg side, little paddle sweep around the corner, but he's picked out Ryan Higgins. Ackerman will be irritated about that. If he'd hit it a bit finer, would have chased away towards the Turner indoor centre for 4. It didn't. Dot ball. Ackerman remains 15. Harris has 48. Leicestershire 106 for 2.
Does remind me ever so slightly of Ryan Tenderscarter with some of the shots that he plays. That kind of slap dry through the covers is very similar to how he goes about playing that shot. Some of his forward defensive shots as well seem quite similar, but although they both play for the Netherlands, I'm not sure there's a whole lot of other connections there between the two of them. I suppose both born in the same country, but
maybe that's a new name for that shot. Instead of calling it a slap, we call it a Dutch drive or something.
Very good, yes.
Sounds a bit better, doesn't it? Be an update in a moment or two for BBC Radio Leicester. Hiatus while hands are sanitised. Here comes the update. If they hurry, we'll get it in between overs. A quiet start to proceedings after lunch. No further wickets lost for the Foxes. They took lunch on 89 for 2. They've moved on to 106 for 2. Colin Ackerman has gone from 6 to 15. Marcus Harris has gone from 41 on to 48. These two put together a partnership of 243 last time out against Middlesex. How Leicestershire would like them to do something similar this time around. A long way to go before they get to that stage, but they have taken the score on to 106 now for 2. And they're very kindly obliged by putting it between overs, so Worrell will continue.
And I could hear it.
Ah,
well,
good.
so
there you go. We've got some work. I'll bin those with the headphones.
fantastic. Here's Worrell to bowl round the wicket to Marcus Harris. And oh, he's played and missed at that one as Harris just a little bit of nip away from the left-hander, and
That was a lovely delivery.
yes, It's a good length ball once again from Worrell, who's kind of settled into that sort of length and found a bit of zip through to Tattersall. He's played quite a long way away from his body there as Harris. Worrell is in and bowls. It's a delivery which is quite high up on the bat, but he plays it down into the point region, and there's no run. So Worrell, who's gone for 10 runs of his 8.2 overs, having a much more testing over, it looks like so far here. He'll look to build ball by ball on what he's doing. So he comes in again and bowls. Full straight ball, which is just pushed away out to Ryan Higgins in the covers. And there's no run. David Payne also just bowled 5 overs in the morning session along with Josh Shaw, so both those two should be ready for another go relatively soon. You might think Leicestershire probably trying to keep the workload down for their seamers as Worrell is in to bowl to Harris, who turns away towards deep backward square. I'll take a single, which will move Harris up to 49. 107 for 2. Field out, which would suggest that a short ball might be coming at some point to Harris, but so far they haven't really tried to bang one right in and get it up towards the head of Harris. Deep square and a long leg, but for Ackerman, deep square is up next to umpire Cook, having a chat with him. As here comes Dan Worrell, is in and bowls to Ackerman, who clips away fine. It'll just be a single as David Payne does the fielding on the boundary rope. 108 for 2. Leicestershire just ticking things along since the lunch break so far. They've had a few short balls from Glenn Phillips to tuck into, but as has been characteristic really of Gloucestershire all season, the seamers have been stingy so far. Worrell moves in to bowl. It's a squirty looking shot from Harris through the gully region, but Chris Dent stops it, so Harris will have to wait another over to bring up his half century. Leicestershire 108 for 2, Ackerman 16, Harris 49, and George Scott just coming out onto the field, so wondering whether that possibly...
Payne has just gone off.
Payne's gone off already, has he?
Get his bowling boots on, perhaps. Players have specific bowling boots, I wonder, anymore.
I suppose, I'm not sure. I can't imagine they're having any problems landing out there at all today. Goodness knows there's been some problems with the landing areas, particularly in that very wet game at Bristol against Somerset, but there shouldn't be any problems like that today.
Glenn Phillips to continue from the pavilion end. Bowls to Ackerman, who goes back and cuts it away out towards, I'm guessing that's Scott out there now, as Payne went off. Payne, it was out there previously, so just the single taken. Ackerman on to 17, 109 for 2. They are, Ackerman in particular, being very positive against Phillips. They want him off. It's a compliment of sorts. Might not feel that way. Ball disappears to the boundary once or twice. He's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Harris on 49. Down the leg side, Harris just lets it hit his pad. Just sticks out his right pad, lets it hit it, and almost sort of kicks it in a way off, or knees it down towards short fine leg, and nobody bothers to do anything really, except Lace at short leg, who jogs after the ball. Quite sure I didn't fancy Following that around the corner, in goes Phillips and bowls, and he is going to pick up the one he needs for his 50 there as he advances down the wicket and clips it down towards wide long leg. Scott runs round and Harris raises his bat to a good crowd down here now at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and to the Leicestershire dressing room, who are standing in the window on the first floor of the meet applauding the Australian, who was in fine form. Moves on to 50, but as we've already seen, as far as he's concerned, that is just the hors d'oeuvre, just the first course, just the starter. His 50 came off 105 balls. Leans on his bat and watches as Phillips stays round the wicket to the right-handed Ackerman, who drives firmly out into the offside. That wasn't quite a Dutch drive, it wasn't quite inside out, it was a little bit more conventional, out to Gloucestershire's skipper, Dent, who's at extra cover. Phillips in again, Ackerman down the wicket, hits him for 6 over long on. Didn't give it a massive swing of the bat, just timed it sweetly. Mid-on is deep-ish, about halfway back, but it soared miles over his head and a long way over the boundary, and that was a dismissive shot from Ackerman. Used his feet nicely, got to the pitch of the ball, brings up the 50 partnership with that very, very sweetly hit 6.
Carried over the rope by quite some distance, that one, and yeah, he didn't get absolutely right to the pitch of it, and it was a little bit, well, I guess actually I was going to say it was a little bit wide of him, but it just allowed him to free those levers and hit it a very, very long way.
Umpire Cook inspects the ball, because obviously it was adjacent to the concrete path that runs along between the pavilion and the outfield. Tarmacked path at any rate. Back over the wicket goes Phillips to Ackerman. It drops a touch short. Ackerman goes back, but it wasn't quite short enough to pull away. Plays it firmly down into the ground. 8 from the over, including that 6. Phillips looks a little downcast, understandably, having been hit for 6. Ackerman moved on to 23 with that blow. Harris has 50. Just getting the figures there, 105 balls. Did he say 10 fours? I didn't quite hear that one.
It would be 6.
6, beg your pardon. With the headphones on, and the tannoy isn't particularly loud. Sometimes a bit tricky to pick up. 105, 6.
Well, Worrell is going off, so there will be a change, and indeed it will be David Payne to come on to replace the man who opened the bowling with him. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11 for David Payne. He managed to get rid of Azad early on for just 4, and now long discussions about field placement, and I think Chris Dent is still not happy with this ball. He's got Nick Cook over to possibly undergo some repairs with the ball. Long conference going on, so time to take stock on what else is going on around the country, with Notts 79 for 3 against Essex. So a couple of wickets for Peter Siddle there. Joe Clark retired hurt there, so hopefully that's nothing too serious. Warwickshire 105 for 3 against Derbyshire, and all 3 wickets have fallen to Sam Connors there for Derbyshire. Sam Hain is 39 not out. Worcestershire 88 for 6 against Durham, so that's a bit of a break from what's happened at New Road so far this season. As
ball change.
Ball is going to be changed. They're clearly especially unhappy with the state of it. Now, in the Surrey match, the only time when anything really happened in terms of Gloucestershire being on top of Surrey was after they changed the ball in the afternoon session. So Gloucester should be quite happy that this has been changed, I would think. And
often the way of it, isn't it?
it is. So if you Colin Ackerman don't go dancing down the pitch and hitting Glenn Phillips for 6, that's the moral of the story.
Or if you do, try not to land it on the tarmac or
yes, indeed.
whatever.
You just
That
need to
was-
hit it just well enough that it crosses the boundary rope and lands on the grass.
Yeah, what was he thinking of?
Indeed.
Mid-on was quite a long way up, wasn't it? Initially, it looked almost as they did chipped it over mid-on, or because, as I say, it wasn't a massive follow-through, but goodness me, came out of the screws and passed high over the boundary rope. Must have thumped into the front of the pavilion somewhere, you would have thought.
Yeah, it's just a really easy strike from Colin Ackerman.
So 39 overs, ball change.
David Payne with the replaced ball. And still
Will it
not
start going
quite
around
ready.
corners? No, taking time. Over it is only +1 despite, or is +1 despite the number of overs bowled by Phillips and indeed Smith between them. Smith can anticipate more bowling later on this afternoon. Umpire Warren is wandering over. What's he having a word with? He's saying to somebody in the marquee, could you just move, sir? You're a little bit too close to the sight screen there. They have moved. The committee, should know better. Maybe a guest of the committee.
He said that though. The sight screen looks pretty wide to me, but there we go.
I guess it's Payne, isn't it, coming in from that side?
Here is Payne, finally ready, and there's a leave alone off a full delivery outside off stump from Marcus Harris. So yeah, Worcestershire 92 for 6, and that match is at New Road, not at Chesterley Street, as I'd sort of had in my mind when I saw Worcestershire v Durham, and then I saw the score. But a collapse there for Worcestershire. Somerset 108 for 5 against Hampshire, so that's a bit of a recovery. In fact, they've just lost a wicket. There's nearly a wicket here as Payne gets an inside edge from Harris, which goes onto his leg. Bit of a prod there from Marcus Harris outside. I say outside, just outside off stump, and a bit of gardening, a bit of a conference between Harris and Ackerman after that one. First real major signs of encouragement for Gloucestershire for quite a while, bowling to Harris. Payne in once more, bowls, and Harris is defending that one up the pitch, and Ryan Higgins crawls along the surface very considerately to pick the ball up. But yeah, Somerset have just lost their 6th wicket, 108 for 6. It's a 5-wicket haul for Keith Barker, 12.5 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 22, and there's still wickets to be claimed there. Here comes David Payne, left arm over and bowls, short and wide, and it's cut away for 4 runs by Marcus Harris. That was 4 from the moment it left his bat. A loose delivery from David Payne, and it's been put away to the backward point boundary. Leicestershire 120 for 2.
A lovely shot. Not too much foot movement, but just the assuredness of it. There was only one place that was going, and that was to the boundary. Talking about a personal best, which Barker might be about to get. Payne's best bowling is against Leicestershire 10 years ago.
Is that
6 for.
innings?
Yep.
Of course, he took
6.
11 in the match against Middlesex this year.
Okay. Oh, he may have beaten it. It was 6 for 26.
No, it wasn't. It was
Okay.
6 for more than that. So, yeah, I think it was best match figures, but not innings. Payne bowls down the leg side, and Harris cannot get a touch on it for runs.
6 for 26 against Leicestershire at Bristol in 2011, the year he got his county cap.
It's a terrific performance from David Payne at Lords, and he just brought a child into the world, or his wife had, of course, I should say. And yeah, it was a very special time for David Payne. Plenty of media interviews to do as well. Payne bowls to Harris, who dabs that one right off the bottom of the bat and has a look at it, and it went straight to Miles Hammond at second slip, so there's no run, and that ends the over. 120 for 2. Harris 54, Ackerman 23, but I've said it before, but he'd taken the 11 for, and a new child as well. And then, of course, his media commitment spiralled up as well, because everybody wanted to have an interview with him after a story like that. So a busy time got even busier for him. But yes, 1 wicket so far here, and it's not too far off having another one in that over with the inside edge. But then a short wide ball to Marcus Harris as well, which got slapped for 4, as you might expect from really any top order batsman. A short wide long hop is going to be put away. Glamorgan and Lancashire 102 for 6, so Glamorgan very much on top there. And Northants are still rattling along, 161 for 1 now against Kent in just 38 overs.
Tom Smith is replacing Glenn Phillips, so staying with spin but deciding Phillips can have a little bit of a rest is Chris Dent. Phillips watches as Smith goes in and bowls a touch short. It isn't an entirely vertical arm from Tom Smith, it is a bit of an angle, maybe 5 degrees off the vertical, something like that, so it is occasionally a little bit slingy. His left arm, he is in and bowling, and forward goes Ackerman onto middle stump, getting to the pitch of it, just turning his wrist slightly, pushing it out on the onside. No run. Has the slip still, of course, the left armour, looking to turn it away from the right hander. He's still also got the leg gully in as he tosses that one up a little bit. Forward goes Ackerman again to the pitch of it, middle and off this time, so it goes down the pitch on the off side. Yeah, it's making a sound. We're making David Payne sound sort of quite old, really, but he was only 20 when he got those career best figures. In goes Smith and turned off the back foot by Ackerman out towards wide mid-on. Higgins running away to his right makes the stop, and Ackerman calls Harris through for a comfortable single. He's only 30 now. A one-club man.
Yep, he's definitely got a heart for Gloucestershire only. There's David Payne.
Not a Gloucestershire man by birth, born in Dorset. Not so very far away.
No, he speaks ever so warmly of the city of Bristol, and yeah, I don't think he's moving anywhere.
Round the wicket goes Tom Smith to Marcus Harris. No turn, stays a bit low, as a few have from this pavilion end. Defended by Harris on the back foot. Kind of looks settled in, doesn't he, Harris, as though he's just not going to go anywhere. Famous last words. Don't shoot me if it happens. He gets a couple of steps down the wicket, clips it out to longish mid-on, deepish mid-on, where Worrell is the fielder. He's about a third of the way back. And so there is a comfortable single to be had for Harris, who takes it and with it keeps the strike. He moves on to 55. Leicestershire have just ticked along, other than that big 6 really from Ackerman or Phillips post lunch. Playing it pretty well, these two.
Yeah, they are, and particularly Harris. It feels as if it's going to take a bolt from the blue to remove him at the moment, because, as you say, he's just looking as though he's picking up right where he left off in the last game, and they take either a good ball or a sudden, surprising misjudgment from Marcus Harris in order for him to be heading back to the pavilion for anything other than tea, it looks like. Payne to continue. He charges in and bowls full and straight, and Harris onto the front foot to defend back to David Payne. Yeah, he's not. He's certainly not given up on England ambitions, as David Payne, as a lot of cricketers of his age haven't. But obviously, you know, I think at the same time, as with a lot of others, he's realistic about things. Payne bowls outside off stump. A little hint of some of the movement that we saw in the morning session there, but comfortable leave alone from Marcus Harris. He is somebody who has, I think, got even better in the last few years. He just She does just seem to get better and better, David Payne. And being a left armer, of course, certainly helps. But obviously there's the unfortunate number of age against him as far as England's concerned, as Harris turns this one straight to mid-on this time, and there's no run. But, you know, you just never know, I suppose.
It was the last left-arm pace bowler. Well, I suppose, does Curran count as a pace bowler-ish?
I suppose Ryan's side bottom?
Yeah. Sort of picked as more than an all-rounder, and Curran is kind of picked a little bit as an all-rounder when he plays red ball.
Payne comes in and bowls, and that's touched away out into the vacant region of that forward square leg. Set off for a single. Good batting from Harris there, moves up to 56, 123 for 2. There's a lot of space out on the leg side for singles for Marcus Harris if Payne bowls it full and angles it in towards middle and leg. Could just be maybe dropped into the leg side for 1.
David Payne cut his own hair before COVID. He was into doing his own hair before COVID, so there you go, that's why he looks so good.
That. Payne bowls outside off, and Ackerman leaves comfortably well wide of off stump.
That's from the commentator's friend, aka the cricketer's who's who.
Yeah, well, that's a good one. I didn't know that one, so I've had a couple of revelations about Gloucestershire's seamers so far, with that and Ryan Higgins suggesting that music should be allowed in county championship matches. Payne is there, bowls. Ackerman glances that one with an open face down towards third man. Hammond is herring after it with the blonde locks flying and will cut it off before it crosses the third man rope, and they're back for 2 runs. I
don't remember Hammond's hair being that colour previously, but there you go. Maybe David Payne's been at it.
Oh no, it has actually been purple in the past, as Miles Hammond's hair, but he is blonde.
Okay.
Yes,
naturally.
There is a lot of hair, and it was being tied back with a, I thought, very fetching. It was described as Bjorn Borg type headband.
Okay, one of those. They're kind of back in, aren't they?
They are,
you know,
yes.
A few of those sort of Sergio, is it Tacchini? Something like that, the make that Borg used to promote before he went into his own brand of clothing.
That's what Miles Hammond bowled in last match.
Smith around the wicket to Harris. Maybe it straightened back into the left-hander a bit, but very slowly just leant forward and played it back down the pitch on the onside. There's no run. 56 to Harris, his 4th half-century since coming to Leicestershire. In goes Smith and bowls hard down into the ground. Fielded by Phillips, moving across to his left from cover towards extra cover. Missed the first couple of games. Marcus Harris, this will be... well, he's going to play... I think he's going to play in the Royal London Cup. I just have to check that. In goes Smith. Harris down the pitch, smacks him over mid-wicket for 4. Bounces a few times before crossing the ropes down at mid-wicket, but again, a shot played with, from Gloucestershire's point of view, a concerning degree of assurance and certainty, and worthy, Stench thinks, of a toot on the vuvuzela.
Yeah, you are going to have to attack Tom Smith. He's not going to give you too much in terms of easy balls to put away, but like you say, he just made that look very simple. Marcus Harris just lofting it over wide mid-wicket, getting enough elevation to make sure that he was in absolutely no danger at all, but not looking to play any kind of a massive swipe which could have gone straight up in the air to it.
Change in the field then, a little bit more cover on the leg side before Smith is in and bowling a little bit short, but content with the 4 he took from the previous delivery. Harris just goes back and defends it. Stayed a touch low. 2 of his previous 3 half-centuries he's converted into 3 figures. Anytime he didn't do so. He's moved on to 60 now, by the way, with that 4, and goes in and turned past short leg, perfectly deliberately by Harris, down towards the backward square. Slip has to go chasing back quite a long way to get there. Good 40-yard sprint. As a consequence, Harris picks up a couple, moves on to 62. The only time he didn't was in that first innings at Bristol. 62 came off 145 balls. And he's now got 62 again off 122. Can he convert or make a bigger score this time round? Smith is in, bowls to him. Did just turn a fraction on the back foot. Harris turns it towards mid-wicket. Who feels? And there is no run. End of the over. 131 for 2. Came together when the score was 64, so well past obviously the 50 partnership. It's Gels time, so it must be 12 overs post lunch. It is, isn't it? Because we were one short at lunch, 31. Now we are on 43, so that makes sense. 131 for 2. A good first hour or so, just under, after lunch for the Foxes.
Yeah, it's been what you might have feared if you were thinking about it from the Gloucestershire point of view, that the early movement has rather disappeared, and yes, there is turn out there. Unfortunately, Glenn Phillips was not able to land the ball consistently after lunch, and Tom Smith so far hasn't really found a great deal of turn out there. So turn 2, David Payne, you'd think, to try and get them a breakthrough. David Payne or Ryan Higgins, as it has been so often for Gloucestershire this season, to break a partnership. Here is Payne, he bowls to Ackerman, and Ackerman just drops that one into the ground and it rolls out towards mid-off, and there is no run. It's a bit of late order thrashing going on in the Test match at the moment.
Has he got 200 yet, Conway? He must be close, mustn't he, if he's still there?
He's actually still only on 188.
Oh, okay.
Which he was still in the 180s the last time I looked. Yes, of course, yes. Okay. Everything's relative, of course.
Oh, updates time. Going nicely after lunch here, the Foxes, as Captain Colin Ackerman hits David Payne for a lovely straight 4 in front of a very good crowd down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. That 4 takes Leicestershire on to 135 for 2. Ackerman has gone on to 30. Marcus Harris at the other end is 62 and out. These two together in the last match put on a partnership of 243 against Middlesex. This a long way from that yet, but it is showing promising signs. 135 for 2.
Lovely shot that was from Ackerman indeed, to give him another 4 and bring him up to 30 as Payne bowls, and it's a slightly tighter leave this time from Ackerman, but the judgment's been good really for the most part, and even with this changed ball, it's not really bringing about anything too drastic in terms of difference for Gloucestershire here. There's not a huge amount going on for them, to be honest.
No, I was just thinking that about the ball. Maybe it's worked the other way for them a bit.
Payne bowls. Ackerman is in behind that one and defending back to David Payne. So yeah, the final wicket, partnership of 23, Neil Wagner scored 20 off.
Wagner.
Indeed, yeah, so he tends to only know one way as far as batting or bowling, or probably fielding as well.
Lovely bloke off the field. White line fever on it a little bit, but
he's got 20 off 12 balls, so he's clearly batting for Devon Conway to get his double century at the other end, of course, as Payne bowls. Brings that one in ever so slightly back towards Ackerman, but in the middle of the bat found with a defensive shot up towards mid-off. There is no run.
I remember covering a game at Derby when he just came into the touring side. Must be 8 years ago, maybe even more. Went one of those tours quite a long time ago, and he just got engaged. remember saying, well, first things first, Neil, congratulations on your... And he was so pleased, and it was very sweet, bless him.
Payne is there, he bowls to Ackerman, and watches that one angled across him and offers no shot to it. That ends the over. Leicestershire 135 for 2, Harris 62 and Ackerman 30. He is, I think, a terrific bowler, and I think when he plays here especially, because batsmen are not used to the type of attack that he brings. You know, they're not used to every ball being banged in to the surface and lots of catches in on the leg side. It'd be very effective, and then of course he can just pitch it up and swing it as well. Yeah, I really enjoy watching Neil Wagner bowl.
Play cricket generally, essentially. As you say, with the bat as well, it can also be a lot of fun. Tom Smith's going to continue, 5 overs, none for 14, and he's going to continue with the round the wicket attack to Marcus Harris. Drops a little bit short, and Harris can go back and wristily whip it away down towards deep backward square, where Payne is the fielder. Jogs the single, moves on to 63, 136 for 2. So 48 of 14 post lunch without loss of a wicket. They'd have taken that if offered for an hour ago. Leicestershire, I suspect. In goes Smith, bowls, tossed up, and Ackerman is forward, just playing it back down the pitch to Tom Smith, going round to the right-hander. Cook standing very close to the stumps, tossed right up, waited for it though, Ackerman, and played it just wide of Phillips at mid-wicket down towards Dent, who, as I say, standing a little bit deep, understandably, at mid-on. So easy single, yeah, says Ackerman on the gallop. He does rather gallop down pitches. Moves on to 31, 137 for 2. He's going to go over this time, Tom Smith, and bowls to Harris. That's a better line, an on-off stump, and Harris goes forward, just drops it out into the offside. He's slightly hampered by a drainage cover. There's a little square drainage cover that's very close to what would be his run-up. He actually steps over it, literally, as in he goes and bowls and hit in the air just over mid-on. Bounces, once I say just over, it was a good 8 feet, I would think, over Worrell at mid-on, but he does rehearse the shot. I don't think he quite got all of it, Marcus Harris there. He got plenty of it and got more than enough. It bounced only 4 or 5 feet inside the ropes and bounced over. Picks up 4, moves on to 67, but Smith can think, well, probably did him a bit in the flight there.
You can, but at the same time I wonder if Marcus Harris is going to hit it any worse than that.
Well, he's mid-on now, has gone back too long on as Smith goes in and bowls and beats the outside edge with a ball that just drifts on. Might have been the arm ball, may have been turning for a little bit of turn that wasn't there, but went past the outside edge, and it was taken by wicketkeeper Tattersall. End of the over, 141 for 2. Harris has 67.
Well, it came out of nowhere, that last ball, because things have been looking rather easy, and well, they already, I was about to say they already hit Glenn Phillips after the attack. It's not really exactly true. Glenn Phillips just wasn't landing it so well, and now they're looking to give a bit of treatment to Tom Smith. I suspect they'll persist with Smith for a bit anyway. Ackerman on strike as Payne continues, and Ackerman defends that one off around about off stump.
Partnership 77 now between these two.
Yeah, and when he gave us the figures since lunch, they've not really kept much of a lid on things either, Gloucestershire, in terms of the scoring, which is something that they always like to do. But they've scored pretty freely. Here comes Payne. He bowls. Oh, he's struck on the pad and it's not out. Probably a bit high. I thought for 1 second that he'd left it and it just nipped the off bail, but No.
It was straight, but it was high, just high. Payne down on one knee, imploring. And look at Higgins as well, cap off. Lots of hands on heads out there. And it certainly came back enough. Just for me, it was a fraction high.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call.
But they, Gloucestershire feeling nothing is going for them at the moment.
No, they've had a few LBW shouts and they've been upheld so far as Ackerman dabs that one away out towards backward point on full length. Just looking at the replay, and I don't think that it's actually come back enough.
Oh, okay.
Looking at the replay, I think it's just
So
angled
both
on a
in.
bit too much.
Yeah.
So it does strike him sort of flat of the pad as well. So yeah, I think just a sign, really, how much they went up for that one. Of there just hasn't been much happening for them as Ackerman this time gets a ball which is quite full and comes forward to defend back to the bowler.
A hint of desperation in it, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, they...
Wasn't a bad shout at all. I don't mean that. I just mean it was, yeah, needs something to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting towards the sort of stage where I know that these two could really bat Leicestershire into a very, very strong position, especially if the pitch does continue to turn more as the game goes on. Payne is there, bowls, and that's down the leg side. It's going to be leg by, signalled by Russell Warren, but it doesn't matter. You hear the crash as it hits the advertising boards below us, and it's 4 more to the Leicestershire total, albeit leg buys. 145 for 2, and that's 16 extras. They've all been buys and leg buys, no wides and no balls yet, but doesn't really matter too much. So it's 4 runs to the total, and bowled well down the leg side, so not going to get much profit in that. It's the 4th over of this spell for David Payne, about on the last ball to it, of it rather, to Ackerman, who pushes away to Tom Smith at square leg, and there's no run, so it does go down as a maiden over. They did have a LBW appeal in it, but not one which was ever, I think, going to be given out by umpire Warren. 145 for 2, 67 for Harris, and 31 to Ackerman. In rather, I'm not quite going to use the word desperate need, but they are in.
Could do with a wicket. That is
wicket.
for sure. They could do with a wicket. Must admit, I put my telly on at 7 yesterday, to find the cricket highlights. Where are they? I couldn't find them, and realised they're back on the BBC. BBC 2 had the cricket highlights. Got so used to them being elsewhere. Smith is going to go over the wicket to Marcus Harris. He is in. Harris goes back and plays the gentle delivery off Midland leg, just turns his wrists on a defensive push out into the on side. Higgins, a combative Higgins, picks up at short mid wicket, wanders in and picks up. Short leg is in, as in goes Smith. Down the wicket goes Harris, but it is on off stump, and he rather jams it into the ground as he plays it back on the bounce to the young left arm. Let's see what interesting things I can find out about Tom Smith. Interesting thoughts are in his mind. In he goes and bowls to Harris, who is looking to turn a delivery off leg stump. It just did a little bit, and it was going on down the leg side, thumped into the pad. No run. It's not really an appeal as such. Smith is in, bowls, down the pitch goes Harris, gets himself a sort of little bit squared up as he dances down, trying to get to the pitch of it, and ends up pushing it back down the pitch on the off side. Sussex man, Tom Smith, born in Eastbourne. He is in and bowls, and turned by Harris, again off Midland leg this time, but firmly past short leg out towards Payne, who comes jogging in from deep backward square. The single is taken. Born in August 1987, so just does that make him? 33 now? Can't be, is he? What are you giggling about?
Well,
I just thought he was younger than that
I'm
somehow.
just laughing at the fact that he can't be 33.
Forward goes Ackerman, and Smith is down on his knees. I just felt he was younger than... Maybe because he hasn't played as many games as so many 33-year-olds. And he, having finished his over, he reaches down into the drainage culvert. It's where he's been hiding his hat, which makes sense these days. You can't... some teams hand them to their 12, have their 12 men running on and off at the end of each over, don't they, for the bowler? But he's saving his 12th as a journey, is Tom Smith, by popping it into the drainage culvert. I think there's a tap in there as well, for a water tap in there for the hoses.
Better not accidentally turn that on when
No,
you reach
your
in to
cap
put it
comes
in there.
floating out. You've got a problem, haven't you? 146 for 2. Let's tell you something that's useful. Ackerman has 31, Harris has 68.
It is the same arrangement at Bristol, actually. There is a drainage cover that they've been using for exactly that. And there's going to be a change in the bowling because David Payne has wandered off. I think it's going to be Higgins to come on from the Bennett end. He's got his cap off, and Tattersall is straight up to the stumps.
Smith has some interesting thoughts about what he'd do in charge of county cricket. Certainly, he says, remove the LBW law that says it's not out if it pitches outside leg. Brackets, if it's hitting, you're out. And he's certainly not the only one who believes that.
No, he's not.
What if they'll change that eventually?
Yeah, there's that one, and then there's the struck outside the line playing a shot, which I think some people say that one should be changed as well. If it's hitting the stumps, it should be out. Higgins bowls round the wicket now to Harris, who flicks that one away very fine. It's going to be fielded by Dan Worrell down a fine leg. 147 for 2. Harris up to 69. Pretty serene progress as well.
It's not Smith's only thoughts. He says we need to develop a water-resistant ball, as bowling spin with a wet ball is rubbish, he says. And he wants a more effective procedure than dragging the boundary rope around the outfield to dry it between rain breaks. Quite what he doesn't come up with, just thinks it should be better.
Perhaps they could use a helicopter, like they did in, I think it was Guwahati, somewhere like that in India. Here comes Higgins anyway, bowls to Ackerman, who pushes forward and defends that one away into the covers, and there's no run. There's 2 catching mid-wickets, by the way, so gone back to some slightly more funky looking fields. But yeah, I think it was a situation, I think it was England playing something like the 6th or 7 ODIs or something out there way back in sort of mid-2000s, something like that. As Higgins jogs in now and bowls to Ackerman. That's left outside off stumps. Tattersall takes it up to the stumps, and I think it was something like this was the first match, either the first ever match at the ground or the first match for a very, very long time, and it tipped down with rain, torrential rain. Even Indian Heat couldn't seem to try it out. Higgins is in and bowls, and there's a drive, punchy shot from Ackerman, but a good stop is made at cover, and prevents a run. Tom Laces and at cover there, so Dan Worrell is at backward point and Tom Laces at cover for now. But yeah, they've done everything they could to try and get the ground to dry out, and brought in the helicopter. That didn't work either, so after that I think there was probably a riot from the Indian fans as Higgins bowls to Ackerman, and that's glanced away down towards third man. There'll be 2 runs here as Worrell is in probably quite literally hot pursuit of it on an afternoon like this with the sun out. 149 for 2, Ackerman up to 33. I think there was also some thoughts that the covers may not have been put on properly or something like that, which had caused the added anger amongst the locals. Higgins is in, bowls to Ackerman, and turns that one to the squarer of the 2 close catches in on the leg side. Ian Cobain picks up, and that ends another over. 149 for 2, so Higgins back on, but at the moment no joy for Gloucestershire this afternoon.
David Payne, who had been off, whether to change his boots or whatever, is back on. Certain amount of byplay between Hammond and Scott as Scott leaves the field. Tom Smith will continue after bowl his 8th over, none for 21 off 7 so far, and he still has that backward short leg, short mid wicket and a slip. He's ready to go, but he just loses his run up there, perhaps because of that little culvert that was in his way. He is in, and he stepped on it again then, so for the second time he pulls out of his run up. He was actually at the crease. Let's see what he's going to do this time. Managed to step over it previously. Round it he goes, and bowls onto middle and leg, just leaning forward is Harris, turning it into the leg side. No chance of a single with that short mid wicket in. Higgins gets to the ball quickly. Smith spins the ball in his left hand before in and bowling, and he looked to be ready to get forward there. Harris had to adjust, and he rocked back in the end and just defended again. No turn really though for Smith, and after Phillips got those, certainly 2 or 3 deliveries turned sharply before lunch, in goes Smith post lunch and defended on off stump by Harris. Post lunch there's been very little for the spinners, I'm afraid. 149 for 2. Leicestershire, partly as a consequence, partly of course because Ackerman and Harris are good players in form. In goes Smith and bowls, and Harris is going to pick up 1. Now it will be just the 1 as Payne jogs in off the deep backward square boundary, but it brings up the 150 in the 49th over. A few whistles join the general round of applause. Came together when the score was on 64, so 86 now added by these two for the 3rd wicket. Harris into the 70s now. Smith is into Ackerman, who's waiting for a foolish delivery, driving it, bounces down into the ground, and Dent falls gently like a toppling tree to his left to make the stop. Sort of slowly and deliberately. Smith is in again. That was the Dutch drive, but it wasn't played full-bloodedly by Ackerman, the inside-out drive, and again Dent is able to field. End of another pretty respectable over from Tom Smith. 8 overs, none for 22, just the single conceded from it, but well, he has, I mean, the single is okay as far as Dent and Gloucestershire are concerned, because you have some sort of control over the scoreboard at the moment, but there's something slightly ominous about the way this partnership is building from the visitors' point of view.
Certainly there is, yep. And I can already see it in the Cricketers Who's Who 2022. How would you improve county cricket, Tom Smith? No drainage covers in my run-up, please. Seems to have found a way to step around it now.
Yeah.
Higgins will bowl. Continue with the round the wicket attack with the keeper up to Marcus Harris as Higgins bowls, and Harris plays that one quietly up towards mid-on, and there's no run. If you had a left-arm version of Dan Worrell coming in off that angled run, then there might be some serious problems from this end.
Or Payne from this end even might have an issue. Maybe
he might do.
Go inside
Be
it.
close, yeah, he probably could go inside. Anyway, there's a drive, and there's a nice drive. Pierces the gap at cover point, and Harris picks up another boundary. 154 for 2. Marcus Harris moves up to 74. That is his 10th boundary. And quickly eased that one into the gap. Just a pleasant shot, really. Trying to overhit it, no great flourish about it, but timed it into the gap, and there wasn't a huge gap to find. Here comes Higgins. He's into bowl, that's turned away. There's shouts to catch it, but I'm not sure it really landed even more than 2 pitches away from Marcus Harris, as it was turned straight to Tom Lace at mid-wicket. There's no run there. Still Gloucestershire trying to build up some kind of pressure, but they found even that rather difficult since lunch. So Higgins bowls to Harris. Harris is in behind that one, playing with a high elbow straight back to Ryan Higgins. And from a Gloucestershire perspective, unfortunately, this has happened rather a lot recently, in terms of looking as though there's not a great deal in the pitch and batsmen out there who are looking in great nick. Higgins bowls. We tried a slower ball there, I think. Tried a kind of a loopy, I'm not sure what that was, whether it was the sort of off cutter type slower ball or whatever it was. It kind of hung up there and sort of seemed to angle in a little bit towards Marcus Harris as well. Either way, it didn't really work because Harris has squeezed it out and there was no run. Higgins in once more, and Harris plays this one towards mid-wicket, and there's no run there. So boundary off the over. Leicestershire 154 for 2. Harris 74, Ackerman 33. And I will attempt, now that the over is done, to rewind the stream and see what that delivery was.
Smith just gets a little bit of dust on his hands from the crease, dries them off. It isn't too hot at the moment because it is a little bit cloudy, and the southerly breeze is certainly taking up the edge off the temperatures. Lovely temperatures really for sitting watching cricket, and the crowd in shirt sleeves for the most part. Smith is going to go around to Colin Ackerman. Emerges from behind umpire Cook and bowls. Ackerman sweeps off middle leg out towards deep backward square. Fielder out there is Dan Worrell. No, it's not. It's Josh Shaw, beg his pardon. Build is not entirely dissimilar, but Ackerman hasn't connected with all his sweeps so far, but connected nicely with that one. Moves on to 34, 155 for 2. Back over goes Smith and bowls to Harris, who almost falls over himself as he hops down the wicket before defending it back down towards long gone and jogging a single. Just confirm that Marcus Harris is going to be playing RL 50 for whatever. Is it still RL? Is it still
yeah,
yeah. The RL 50 for Leicestershire. Just I guess he'll have a bit of a holiday during the T20s. Josh Inglis. In goes Tom Smith, defended back towards him by Ackerman. Josh English and Naveen will hack Leicestershire's overseas in that competition.
Just have time to see more of the country, which is very different when the sun's out.
Smith is in. Forward goes Ackerman. Back down the pitch on the offside. Smith picks up 56 for 2. Partnership into the 90s. Smith bowls down the wicket goes Ackerman, chips it over mid on, bounces once and over along on boundary for 4. I say chips again, there was no great follow through. These bats are something else these days, aren't they? And it flew over the head of Hammond, who just turned resignedly and jogged towards the boundary. Fielded down there by one of the Gloucestershire 12th men before it could thump into the pavilion, so no need for it to be inspected. Smith is in, swept by Ackerman. That might go all the way as well, you know. It's a chase for Shaw. He puts in the dive. Brilliantly worked by Josh Shaw, and he saves one. That outstanding work. They do run 3 Leicestershire, but well, the young man from Wakefield really put in a sprint to get to the ball and just stopped it on the edge of the rope. He tumbled over the rope himself, but admirable commitment on his part. So 7 from the last 2 balls instead of 8. 163 for 2. Ackerman now into the 40s, on to 41. Harris has 75.
Another wonder whether it might be time for Phillips to come back and see whether he can get his landing spot right, because he certainly looked, when he was getting it right, he certainly looked as if there were wickets in him, but unfortunately they seem to have rather taken a liking to Tom Smith in the last couple of overs, and like you say, the bats really are quite something, because it was kind of what I was meaning with that Marcus Harris one, that it looked as if he couldn't possibly hit too much worse than that, and it flew over the top of mid-on quite comfortably.
There's no real follow-through there at all, was there? It was just a sort of almost a block 6. It was an extraordinary shot. Gorgeous piece of timing.
Yes, of course that is the other bit as well. You do have to.
Yeah.
You do still have to.
It
time
helps, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It does. To be a good player, a quality player, an international player.
Yeah.
Both these batsmen are.
And of course they do so much work on the range hitting nowadays anyway, so techniques are very good. As Higgins is in and bowls, good length ball, and Ackerman gets in behind that one and defends back to the bowler, and Glenn Phillips is doing some loosening up at slip, so I think the time has probably come for him to have a second spell this afternoon. Haven't seen Josh Shaw yet, but may well do so after Ryan Higgins has completed his spell of bowling. Higgins is in with a good length ball, which is met defensively by Ackerman. They haven't got carried away at any point, these two. They've used their feet and cleared, in some cases, the ropes, but mostly just the inner field. But they've taken on good balls to play the shots that they've selected. Higgins bowls down the leg side, Ackerman has a flick at it, but no bat involved. Just wonder how different might things be at the moment had that LBW been given out. Who knows? We shall never know.
Very first ball faced by Ackerman. A very, very good shout.
It's Lewis Hill in next, who Gloucestershire also know a fair bit about watching him bat for a long amount of time. Here comes Higgins, he bowls to Ackerman. No ball signalled by Russell Warren, so there is the first extra that's not a bye or a leg bye. Higgins looks rather bemused by the call of no ball. Shown exactly where his foot landed by Russell Warren, the offending pitch mark, and those 2 runs bring up the 100 partnership for the 3rd wicket between these two. As Higgins bowls, that's flicked away aerially, fine, and too fine for the fielder, and it's 4 more. So Ackerman just managing to get it fine enough to beat the fielder, who was unfortunately out of my sight, so I think he was actually more of a deep backward square than even a long leg. He picked his gap, did Ackerman, and gets another 4. 169 for 2. And this indeed is very, very rare for Ryan Higgins. After 10 overs, the economy rate is now 4 an over for him. Higgins bowls to Ackerman, who defends right out of the middle of the bat up towards David Payne at mid-on, and there's no run. 6 runs off this over. It has been wouldn't say that Higgins has necessarily bowled all over the place, but they've really managed to score off him where no other team really so far this season has managed to do. Higgins bowls now to Ackerman, and that's turned straight to Chris Dent at wide mid-wicket. So the end of the over, Leicestershire 169 for 2, and although you can't necessarily see it out there, they're not really looking like a team that slumped Gloucestershire. They wouldn't do really, but at the same time, within their own minds, it'd be hard to imagine that things hadn't slumped a bit given the ease these two have batted with.
Updates time. Yeah, 100 partnership they've raised, Colin Ackerman and Marcus Harris, a partnership of 243 last time out against Middlesex, and Leicestershire's two senior batsmen doing it again. Ackerman has 45, he made 123 not out against Middlesex, and Harris, who made 183 in the last game, is already 75 not out. They're pretty much in control then, the Foxes, on a pitch that looks to have settled down a little bit, having given the spinners a little bit of assistance in the morning. They'll be looking to go big then in their first innings, Leicestershire, and it's going well so far. They're 169 for 2. Is going to be Glenn Phillips with a similar field as he had previously, with a backward short leg and a slip. Around the wicket he goes and bowls, and it's just pushed past Tom Lace at that backward short leg. Might just have been in the air for a few feet. It was very low, but it might just have been off the ground. Certainly Phillips's hands started to go into the air, but it did go past Lace, who looked a little bit taken by surprise, to be quite honest. He went back and chased after it, and Harris picks up 1, moves on to 76. 170 for 2.
Short, just in front of Tom Lace, that one.
Yeah, was in the air for a couple of feet as in goes Phillips and is driven, but without putting his full weight into the shot by Ackerman. Played firmly, rather really, than fully driven out to Dan Worrell, who's halfway back at mid-off. An easy single for Colin Ackerman, moves on to 46. Got the scoreboard moving nicely now, these two. They're not letting the bowlers settle at all. Phillips is in, left by Harris, outside off stump, watched carefully into the gloves of Johnny Tattersall. A little bit better so far from Phillips in this, what is effectively his third spell. He is in, tosses it up, and saying that, and it was a full toss, and disgusted with himself, Harris tried to wipe that over into the Milligan Road and ended up getting a thick inside edge, and it trickles out towards David Payne, and he walks the first few feet of the single, Marcus Harris, because he's so angry with himself for not dispatching that one down towards Saffron Lane. I think he intended that one to go. In goes Phillips, the Dutch drive, cross hand drive out towards extra cover, bounces towards Gloucestershire's skipper Chris Dent, who makes the stop. 72 for 2. Phillips is in again, drops very short, goes back, Ackerman, and chops it away into the offside, but again can't get it past Dent. So Phillips, although he conceded just 3 singles in that over, but to be quite honest, it could have gone in for double figures, that, and he's got away with it, frankly, in that over, and perhaps that'll just give him a little bit of confidence for his next. He's bowled 11 overs and he's got 1 for 42 at the moment. Perhaps that one brilliant spell before lunch was the exception, who knows, but hasn't covered himself in glory so far after the interval.
Yeah, I just get the impression he is the kind of bowler, and you can sort of see that a little bit in what I've seen when he's bowled with the white ball, where you know you are going to get some bad deliveries. He's not going to land 6 balls in the same spot every over, but yeah, you just hope that either he does come up with a really good ball, like the one he had the LBW shout against Ackerman after the very first ball, or that he just gets the batsman playing a rash shot and can pick up a wicket that way. here comes Ryan Higgins, round the wicket to Harris, who is forward and playing defensively out towards cover point. Doesn't pick up a run, just the one slip in place now for Higgins, and Tattersall has moved back now. I don't think really that either of these two have been on the walk much to Ryan Higgins, so I'm sure it was achieving a huge amount being up to the stumps, as there's a delivery which has, I think you'd say, beaten Marcus Harris outside the off stump, and didn't really seem to do a whole lot. Just landed on a, not exactly the right line really, the sort of channel where you're not sure whether to play or leave at it, but once more no harm done for Leicestershire as Higgins bowls full, and that's turned to Lace, who almost overran that one. Reached out with his right hand to pick the ball up, but
I think it just took a bit of a bounce off the edge of the mat that he's fielding on, essentially.
yeah, it can't be easy fielding on that, especially if you've got those edges of the mat. His bowls, and that's just dropped away towards Tom Lacey, picks up at short mid wicket on the mat. But yes, I mean, sometimes if the mat's got a real edge to it, which I guess that one probably hasn't, given the way that one behaved, but you can really see some awful bounces off that, and fielders can be plunked in the noggin sometimes. The ball seems to be going along the ground. Higgins bowls, and Harris plays that one with an angled bat, but right to Tom Smith at backward point. There's no run, and things are starting to hot up here at the commentary box, if not necessarily out in the middle, but should be quite happy with the way things are going. But things are not hotting up really as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, but the sun has started very much to make its way in here. Higgins bowls, and Harris goes down and plays that one really late and runs it away to the wide third man boundary for 4. What a shot of control that was from Marcus Harris. He moves up to 81. That ended the over, and Leicestershire 176 now for 2.
I'd be interested to know what Harris's conversion rate is in terms of once he's past 50, how often he gets past 3 figures. And Matthew down in Melbourne has several times made the point that when Harris goes past 3 figures, he nearly always goes big. You know, he sort of gets 150 plus, and he's got 4 double centuries to his name, and it is one of the traits of his batting. There's probably a site somewhere, Cricket Australia somewhere, which would possibly tell me that. Come on, Gleno, is the exhortation from the Gloucestershire players as Phillips prepares to bowl to Ackerman on 46. Ackerman waits on leg stump, whips him away to the leg side, but a really good piece of work by the athletic Ryan Higgins, diving across to his left, picking himself up, hurling the ball into the gloves of Johnny Tattersall just in case Ackerman had gone dancing down. A really good piece of out cricket by Ryan Higgins. Phillips is in, drops short again. Short leg drops his head as back goes Ackerman and whips it away, but only as far as deep mid wicket. Shaw is the fielder out there. Something of the forgotten man at the moment. Josh Shaw has just bowled the 5 overs this morning. Has not been given the word by Chris Dent as yet to have a second spell. May not be too far away. Phillips is going to go around to Harris. He is in, bowls, good delivery on middle and off. Forward went Harris respectfully, blocking it back up the pitch to the New Zealander, still in his sleeveless sweater, despite the fact that the sun is back out. In fact, a lot of the dark cloud is now gone. It goes in and bowls thick inside edge from Harris as he went forward then back, just deflecting it off the stumps, and hands on knees for Phillips. That was a good ball. He was a little unlucky to concede 2 runs, squirted away down towards wide long leg. A long chase around for Payne down there. 2 taken. Harris on to 83. Mid off about a third of the way back as in goes Phillips and bowls on off stump, defended by Harris. Again, good straight ball, but no turn noticeable. How much the pitch has flattened, has settled down since this morning. Phillips is in, down the wicket, and hitting it our way is bang. Marcus Harris, one bounce and then thuds into the sight screen below us. Nobody has actually hit it into this new commentary box as yet. We have had the railings hit, and just for a second I thought that might be coming our way. In fact, it was actually quite a flat, hard hit from Marcus Harris. Nick Cook indulges in a little bit of byplay with his fellow umpire Russell Warren. Just for a second his heart might have been in his mouth, but a very solid hit indeed from Harris, who moves on to 87, 183 for 2. What are Dent's options here? He hasn't got many, has he, really?
Well, no, other than what he's already gone to, really, other than Josh Shaw, who does have the ability to produce a delivery out of nowhere that grabs a wicket, but at the same time you worry about whether, if Payne and Higgins can't get the job done, whether anybody can at this rate. Higgins bowls. There's a delivery which is played very much off the inside half of the bat down towards fine leg, and Ackerman grabs a single. He's up to 48, 184 for 2. Just thinking with Phillips in that sweater there, I'd have thought, given that he plays his cricket in Auckland, he'd be quite used to playing in colder conditions, and this would be quite glad to get his sweater off, but obviously somebody that prefers the warmer conditions, especially bowling in that.
Must admit, I nearly always bowled them in a sleeveless sweater, just to keep the back, lower back warm.
Higgins in and bowls, and Harris jabs at that one out towards point. Won't pick up a run.
But I did play my wicket on the coast. There was always a breeze. Sea breeze.
Third man's quite wide down there, down Worrell. And more of a fine leg than a long leg for Higgins, catching mid-wicket. Just the one slip as Higgins bowls, and Harris watches that one go by him, passed off stump through to the keeper. 2 helmets behind Glenn Phillips, riding a large target, but it's amazing, it never seems to hit them.
So suddenly this partnership's 120, and a bit of danger, Dent and Gloucestershire, of losing control of the scoreboard as well here.
Higgins bowls to Harris, it's full, and Harris comes forward and defends that one away up towards mid-off. And it is, you've used this word, both of us, multiple times, it's the ease as well. They have not, yes, they've been coming down the pitch to the spinners, but it's just been quite easy for them to keep the scoreboard moving as they have. Minimum of risk. Higgins is in and bowls, and there's a drive, another lovely drive from Marcus Harris through the covers and across the fast outfield for 4 more, and Harris is into the 90s. 91, Leicestershire 188 for 2.
Field already starting to look a little bit more defensive. Just the one slip. Phillips still got the shortish mid-wicket in, but Higgins hands on knees at the moment, puffing a bit. He's, as you say, that both bowlers, the economy rate at the moment is now over 4, Phillips and Higgins, and for Higgins that's a rarity in the extreme. Back goes square leg now to the boundary. Hammond, how far back?
It's quite a long way off the rope, but then it is a long way out there.
And Lace is going back to conventional mid-wicket as well.
Here comes Higgins, he bowls, and that's clipped up towards mid-on. They'll take off for a quick single, they'll make it quite comfortably. The shy at the stumps hits them at the striker's end, but Ackerman had almost already had time to turn around and watch it do so.
Came out of the back of his hand, that was it. I don't know, the attempted slower one. He's trying, he's thinking, isn't he, Higgins? He's an aggressive, attacking cricketer.
Yeah, well, he's not just going to... Yes, he's
not
he's
bowling to contain,
pace, but he's
is
not
it? Yeah.
going to just come in and bowl 6 balls identically. He's going to use the crease, he's going to vary his angle, and he does have quite a lot of slower balls in his locker. We've seen a couple of them, with that one that he attempted earlier, which was a more of a off-break type slower ball, but really not much at all has worked for him, and I suspect that he may either be out of the attack or get one more over, and we might well see a change soon.
Phillips to continue, notwithstanding that economy rate of over 4. He's going to go around the wicket to Marcus Harris. He's making changes to his field though. Harris on 92 from 162 balls. Phillips is in and bowls outside of stump, cut hard out towards Higgins, who, as I say, everything about him is aggressive in terms of his cricket, and he hurls it back into Tattersall's gloves. Caught very cleanly and neatly by Tattersall, and returned to Phillips, who is in again, outside of just outside of stump. A straighter delivery though, and on the back foot. Harris defends, just drops it down into the offside, and again there's no run. Breeze gentle now, the clouds all pretty much white, and it is the best part of the day. As Phillips goes in, drops a little bit short, back goes Harris, turns it towards mid-wicket, but he sees it's a little bit too close to Dent to take the one. Doesn't try and pull it hard over mid-wicket, just content to try and work it. Phillips is in again, down the pitch goes Harris, getting just about to the pitch of it. Phillips convinced he did him in the flight a little bit there, ended up pushing it out towards point, gave Higgins a little bit of work to do, and the single was comfortably taken.
It's the first even moment of quarter alarm for quite a while then, and Phillips thought he was going to drift it past Marcus Harris, but not quite able to get it past him.
Ackerman on 48, drops a little bit short. Phillips down the leg side. Ackerman tries to whip it away for his 50, doesn't get anything on it. Not taken cleanly by Tattersall, but stopped nonetheless. Again, Phillips has got away with 1 or 2 in the over. In he goes, bowls, and Ackerman is not going to pick up one for that one either. Good work by Miles Hammond, scrambling across to his right at mid-wicket. So just the single from the over. Leicestershire 190 for 2, so over 100 added already in this session without losing a wicket. 89 for 2 at lunch off 31, 190 for 2 now off 57.
About half an hour left before tea, maybe just under, so we should be fairly on
should
time.
be about, shouldn't we? Good effort.
So I mean, it was the one thing that you can never, at least in recent memory, you can never fault Gloucestershire on is the over rate, because not only have we had plenty of overs of spin, but Ryan Higgins in particular takes no time at all to get through his overs relatively, and then even the likes of Dan Worrell, it's basically get the ball and go.
If you can't fault Gloucester, it's one thing you can almost always fault Leicestershire on. In recent years, they are criminally slow in their over 8 sometimes in recent years, and have lost points as a consequence, but now Parkinson is a sort of fixture in the side. They're less likely to do it, but they've always been very slow, I'm afraid.
Josh Shaw back for the second spell from him in the match, and Higgins overall figures now read 12 overs, 1 made, none for 49, as Shaw is in and bowls, and Harris defends that one away towards mid-wicket. No run on the front foot. 5 overs, 1 made, none for 10 from Josh Shaw, but remember him beating the bat in his opening spell.
If Josh Shaw was an animal, what animal would he be?
Oh gosh.
That's one of the questions in Cricketers Who's Who, which the players are asked to answer.
Here comes Shaw, he's in and he bowls. It's a drive from Marcus Harris, which will go straight to David Payne, who seems to have been dealt a bit of a blow on the fingers there, so hopefully that's nothing serious.
It's nothing exotic. He says he'd be a dog. He says you're loved no matter what. I'm not sure that's always the case, but somewhat needy on the part of Josh. Wants to be loved whatever.
It doesn't specify the breed then.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Yorkshire Terrier though, probably. Here comes Shaw, charges in, right arm over and bowls, and that's a good ball which has risen past the outside edge of Marcus Harris, and Harris goes down to inspect where that landed and give it a bit of a prod, but found a bit of life there out of nowhere, did Josh Shaw, which is what he can do and what Gloucestershire desperately need him to do. And there we go, I did use that word desperately, because I think as the score gets very close to 200 and only 2 wickets down, I think you are reaching desperation levels. Here is Shaw, he's in and bowls way down the leg side, and Harris has missed out rather on an opportunity to swivel on that and goes through to Tattersall. I thought that was Sam Curran next to Josh Shaw in your Who's Who there, but it's
Looks
not.
a bit like him. It's Jack Shutt, the Yorkshire. It's in alphabetical order.
Oh, exactly. That's why I was surprised. Sam Curran next to Josh Shaw. Short bowls, and that's just glanced away by Harris. Backward of square on the leg side. It'll be a single out to the fielder on the boundary rope. It was Tom Lace. 191 for 2. Harris to 94, moving inexorably towards 3 figures. And Ackerman just too short of his half century, so I would imagine Ackerman will win the race, but he's only got 1 ball to face this over from Josh Shaw in, I was going to say blazing sunshine, well, not quite blazing sunshine, but very pleasant here at Leicester as Shaw bowls, and that's outside the off stump, well outside the off stump, quite short, and it allows Ackerman just to dab down to 3rd man. So Ackerman will keep the strike. He's got 49 and Leicestershire are 192 for 2.
And these two have now added 371 runs in the last 2 partnerships between them. I'm sure that there will be a sort of mutual confidence that helps that, the way that they've played. Yes, he had a very close shout with his very first ball, Ackerman, and he took a good few balls to get going against Middlesex, but now he has got going, starting to look a good player, which he is. Phillips is in and bowls to him. He goes for the big sweep going down the leg side. Phillips is disbelieving, and well, did he get a little edge on that? If he did, that's his 50. And there is no signal, so that is why, well, one of the reasons that it wasn't given. And again, Nick Cook explains to Phillips and pats him on the back. I think it was probably going down the leg side as well, and there is the applause for Ackerman's 50. It's come off 98 balls, 5 fours and a 6.
Yeah, been a good innings. And since that first ball, not much alarm, and yeah, the bat signal would give that one away as to what Nick Cook thought. May have been just outside the line as well.
Phillips around the wicket to Harris, outside off stump. Bounces a touch, spins away a touch. But all well outside any danger area and allowed to go through by Harris, who remains on 94. Phillips is in, bowls outside off stump, steered down to 3rd man. That's going to run away for 4 across this very outfield, this very fast outfield. No chance whatsoever for Shaw to get anywhere near that one. Beautiful piece of placement by Harris, who moves on to 98 in line for his second consecutive century.
Yeah, another shot of great control from Harris. He's playing it late and having a lot of time out there, it seems.
Phillips has his backward short leg in, and the slip still comes in around the wicket. Bowls to Harris, who is driving out into the offside. It will be just the one, however. He's picked out Shaw on the extra cover boundary, and there is just the single, not a chance of a second. He moves on to 99.
What Glenn Phillips makes of Nick Cook. In terms of, you don't encounter so many characters like Nick Cook in New Zealand.
Especially the way he explains.
Exactly.
I think I'd rather have an umpire who explained to you, doesn't just shake his head. In goes Phillips, bowls to Ackerman, who's turning his wrists on that defensive press, and it bounces off Tom Lace, who's not a deepish short leg. There's no such thing, of course, but he's on the edge of the next strip, so probably about 6 feet away from the bat as Phillips goes in. Bowls again to Ackerman, turns it past Lace out towards Shaw, who comes jogging in. A single is taken. Applause for the single. 199 for 2. Why would there be applause for that single? Is that another landmark? Have we missed anything? I don't think so. Approaching the 150 partnership, but a fair way to go before that stage. And a 6. I've got the 6.
That was a big one too.
Was.
Ackerman has kept the strike, and Shaw will resume battle for Gloucestershire, and at the moment it is a battle that they are losing. Here he comes. Shaw bowls, and that's a full ball which is played on the bounce back to Josh Shaw.
199 for 2. They are going really nicely, the Foxes here. Colin Ackerman, the skipper, has just gone past 50. Second consecutive innings in which he's done that. Last time he made an unbeaten century. He's 51 not out. Marcus Harris is 99 not out. He made 183 last time he batted as well, so he's well in line for a second consecutive 100. Together they're taking the score on from 64 for 2 to 199 for 2. They're in control, Leicestershire, at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Well, next delivery is turned straight to deep square leg by Colin Ackerman, and that is a milestone. It is Leicestershire's 200 for their innings, up in the 60th over, so Leicestershire get the first batting point. The first point on the board, full stop.
Brings Harris down on strike on 99. Will Gloucestershire bring in the field? They do to a certain extent, Chris Dent, but Harris has been here many times before. I don't think he'll be put off by that, but they're making him wait. Josh Shaw changing his field, Dent changing his field. There is a ring of single saving fieldsmen as in comes Shaw. Bowls to Harris, turns it off his legs down to the fine leg boundary. 4-4. That is his second consecutive century. The Australian played quite beautifully against Middlesex and has played quite beautifully here against Gloucestershire. He's moved on to 103. It's come off 175 balls, and it includes 15 fours.
And rightly receives a toot from the Vuvuzela for his efforts, and he's really not looked in much difficulty. There have been a couple of balls which have passed the outside edge, but it really has only been a couple. And Gloucestershire will somehow have to hope that having reached his 100 he loses concentration. Shaw bowls, and that's played off the inside half of the bat up towards mid-on, and there is no run. But it doesn't seem as though that's very likely to happen, especially given what you've said about the fact that once he reaches 3 figures, he goes on and scores really, really big. He's got a great chance to do that with an afternoon of mostly sunshine ahead of him and a tiring attack, certainly mentally, if not physically, as Shaw bowls to Harris, who carves away through backward point. That'll be 4 runs. Dan Worrell barely moves at wide third man, and you can't bowl to many Aussies there. You can't bowl to many tough order players, shortish and wideish, but play it with such control. There's no kind of flash of the hands, which maybe you could see the ball go in the air straight to backward point. It's really just control and perfect bat angle, perfect timing. Leicestershire 208 for 2.
Difficult now for Denton and for Gloucestershire. Payne is chatting away to Shaw at the moment, because the scoreboard is starting to run away from Gloucestershire at the moment. 3.5 now is the runs per over for the innings as a whole. But they started slowly post-lunch. It's a lot more than that.
Yeah, and the problems to some extent are somewhat cumulative, because this is exactly, really, I say exactly, if it's not exactly actually what happened against Surrey, but in terms of bat completely dominating ball, and they had an overseas player that they just could not get out, and apart from one very difficult chance, they never looked like getting out in terms of Hashim Amla in that match. That's Shaw bowls, and that's tickled away through square leg by Harris. He'll set off for a single and make it very comfortably. 209 for 2, and he'll keep the strike on 108. But especially when you've just come off a match where that happened, it must be especially tough now having something similar happen here. And really, actually, Leicestershire are scoring even quicker than Surrey were in that match, so it's getting away from them even quicker than that one was. So real problems for Gloucestershire, and really hard to see where the clatter of wickets comes from. I suppose they just have to keep telling themselves that they get one and then you go from there, but as the score gets piled up higher and higher, it becomes harder and harder to tell yourself that.
Well, it's 120 for none off 29 overs post-lunch, Leicestershire, which is 4 and over effectively, but it is steadily building, isn't it, as well. Beautiful afternoon here now. And Leicestershire crowd enjoying this. They haven't had many days like this of late. Obviously none at all post in terms of actually being in the ground, but other than last Sunday. Miles Hammond with his headband, or his, can we call it a headband? It's
Miles headband.
It's a sort of Rambo-esque almost, isn't it? One of those sort of things tied around his forehead. Borg's was a proper sweatband thing.
Yes, I think this may actually be a different one from last week. I'll have to compare photos.
but it is tied in a knot at the back of his mane.
Yes, it's more of a Federer one, this one, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the tie at the back, and I'm not sure it was like that last week.
So he's going to come in just before tea from the pavilion end and bowl a rank long hop outside off stump, which stays a bit low, so it's just guided out into the offside, out to the sweeper Shaw on the offside boundary in front of the popular seats, in front of the Vuvuzela. And he concedes a single, and probably relieved that that is all it is. 210 for 2. Harris onto 109. Conscious Ackerman, I'm sure, of the proximity of the tee interval. Hammond is in, tosses it up nicely. He drives firmly down into the ground. Dent runs across to his right. He too hasn't shed his sleeveless Gloucestershire sweater. Temperature notwithstanding, makes the stop. Bowls, drops a little bit short, goes back. Ackerman cuts out to Payne, who's on the point boundary, just backward of square. So again, just the single. Ackerman on to 53, 211 for 2.
Apart from anything else, this move might just force the Gloucestershire fielders to be a bit louder in terms of their support of Miles Hammond and possibly just get themselves going a little bit.
He jogged in then but didn't deliver, Miles Hammond, and umpire Cook asked him where, maybe just brushed umpire Cook there, who takes a big stride or two towards the stumps as bowls down the leg side there, Hammond, and somehow is just trying to turn it down the leg side. It ends up coming off the bat of Harris and dropping down on the off side. That's just the danger really you feel at the moment for these two, just a slight loss of concentration, because it isn't too tricky for them at the moment. In goes Hammond and bowls, turned on the ground, and there's an appeal for the catch, but no, says umpire Cook, it's turned into the ground, and it's an odd sort of appeal, general feeling that it was a bump ball. And Gloucestershire started to celebrate there, but I'm not entirely sure they weren't gently teasing, but trying it on, is that the right description? I don't know. Having some fun with that one.
Yes, I mean, it's clearly a bump ball.
So
clear that up right away.
In goes Hammond and bowls onto the leg stump again. Harris just a little bit squared up oddly by that one because of lack of foot movement, ends up squirting it away on the off side. It was all that was an odd little episode. I think they were just having a little bit of fun, essentially. 211 for 2 at the end of the over, just the 2 singles from it. It was respectable enough from Hammond, if unthreatening.
Nick
One more
Cook's
before tea.
Got his hat off now, is Nick Cook, with a big double teapot out.
Yeah, but he's laughing, I think, about it.
Yes, well,
with Chris Dent.
I think they have a lot of fun with him out there, and
yeah,
must be nice, really. Brighten up an otherwise pretty dull day for Gloucestershire so far. Here's Shaw. He is in and bowls to Ackerman, and bowls a short one, which Ackerman ducks underneath. Haven't really seen a whole lot of short stuff so far. Not a genuine bouncer that I can remember so far. Maybe there was one in the morning session, but certainly not really tried banging it in. I'm not sure you're going to get a great deal of joy in doing so.
Harris the Rescue Hedgehog has certainly fallen on his feet, because in taking the name he has, another century means extra cat biscuits for Harris the Hedgehog, says Brunty.
Short bowls wide of the crease, and that's flicked away through wide mid-on handsomely by Ackerman. It's heading towards the boundary rope and will cross it. So 4 more runs to Leicestershire, just a little over pitched, but whipped away by Ackerman, and there is the 150 partnership between these two. 151 in 232 balls. So
we'll have to start looking up record partnerships soon. Again, county to county, but I would imagine for the third wicket, Leicestershire versus Gloucestershire, there have been a lot of runs scored over the years between these counties. Certainly at Bristol. I would imagine it's a lot higher than 150. I'll check.
Here is Shaw. He is up to the wicket and bowls. It's just turned away out to Chris Dent at mid-wicket off a good length, and no run taken. Just looking at what has happened in the county championship elsewhere. There've been.
Did Conway get his 200?
Well, we'll go to the test match.
Sorry, that wasn't fair. I thought if you had them all up, you might.
No, that's all right. It's all right. It only takes a moment. Thankfully, the Wi-Fi is very fast here, unlike the Oval. As Shaw bowls full, and that's defended on the bounce back to Josh Shaw, who turns around and motions as if to fire at the striker's end, but Harris not going anywhere. And yes, Conway was the last man out, run out Pope for 200.
Oh.
Exactly 200. So Wagner, playing a studious innings of 25 off 21 balls, managed to see him to the double century mark. Here is Shaw, he bowls, and back goes Ackerman and plays it almost nonchalantly, really, all the way up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So New Zealand all out for 378, and in reply England are 25 for 2. So they are
25 for 2.
Yeah, they are 25 for 2. Yes. Jameson removing Sibley for a duck, and Crawley caught buckling at bowled Southey for 2. Shaw bowls back of a length, and that's defensively played up towards extra cover, and there is no run, and that ends the over. Leicestershire 215 for 2, Harris 109 and Ackerman 57. Somerset are doing typical Somerset things really at Taunton, having been 43 for 5. They've recovered to 108 for 6, but they're now 216 for 7, with Gregory 55 not out and Van der Merwe 51 not out of 57 balls with 6 fours and 2 sixes. So they just seem to do that on tap, Somerset. So much fought back there. Lancashire all out for 173 against Glamorgan, so that could be rather interesting to watch that one over the next few days. Bowling full and straight, and a defensive shot from Marcus Harris back up the pitch, and there is no run. Worcestershire all out 131 against Durham. So flights that one up, and that's turned away to wide mid on, and a good effort from Chris Dent to get the legs moving and get them pumping and stopping that one towards where mid-on would have been, even though he's fielding it wide mid-wicket. Miles Hammond continues, he's in and bowls. It's once more floated up there from Hammond, and rather thuddy sound off the bat of Marcus Harris as tried to force that one away down the ground, and picks out Daniel Worrell at mid-on, and bowls full and forward comes Harris and nudges that one out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Warwickshire 179 for 4 against Derbyshire. Sam Hain has moved to 77. As Hammond bowls all filthy short wide delivery, which is cut away out to deep point, and that could easily have gone for 4 had they not had the protection out there. Harris up to 110, Leicestershire 216 for 2, Notts 155 for 3 against Essex. James and Mullaney both going on quite well there as bowls full and forward comes Ackerman, defends that one away out towards cover, won't pick up a run for it. Northants 248 for 2, so well, the way Leicestershire are going, they might catch them up. Emilio Gay reached a century before Jack Leaning removed him. Emilio Gay 101 of 160, and Proctor has 55 not out as well, so they are in good form at the moment, those Northants batsmen. And Sussex 163 for 4 against Yorkshire, which is definitely something of a recovery. They were 68 for 4, so approaching 100 partnership between Brown and Thomason there.
1 over to go before tea, so we'll be just 10 minutes late, but that's not too bad. Over 8 plus 2 at the moment. A little bit of a delay while Shaw and Higgins have a chat, and more to the point, Dent resets the field. He's got a square leg and a mid-wicket. It's a fairly conventional field, to be quite honest. At the moment, he has got a deep backward square and a long leg. Goes Shaw, bowls down the leg side and appeals for a catch behind. Tattersall echoes the appeal, and I do mean echo in that it was a good 2 beats after the appeal from Shaw, no appeal from anybody else, and as I say, Tattersall's was very much in response to the plaintive appeal from Josh Shaw.
Sounded rather like he'd had his toe trodden on, really.
It did, it was, yeah. Always unlikely to be answered in the affirmative, and indeed wasn't. 2-1-6 for 2 Shaw. Elbows jutting, runs in, bowls short and looking to get in position to pull. Ends up rather paddling it somehow round the corner to square leg. Harris just had to adjust. I don't think it got up as much as he thought it was going to, or came on a little bit more slowly, and he made sure whatever happened he was hitting it into the ground, not top edging it. He remains on 110. Ackerman has 57. 2-1-6 for 2 as Shaw is in to Harris. Fuller on off stump, and Harris just steers it, leans forward into the shot, out towards wide mid off, straight to the fielder. No run. Looks like, he says, tempting fate again. Leicestershire going to get through the session without losing a wicket.
I'd just go the whole hog if I were you. It doesn't seem to have made any difference so far.
We've both been there a few times before, I'm sure. Tempted fate, and fate has been tempted. In goes Shaw and bowls down the leg side. That's going to be 4 leg byes. Leap. Oh no, he got something on it. Would you say that was could it be a sniff of a chance then? Tattersall flung himself to his right. Didn't get anywhere near it, I don't think, in the end. It went very fine though, and you heard it smacking into the sight screen below us, having jumped up off the rope, but it was travelling at a rate of knots as it went down there. But yeah, the ball change has not done Gloucestershire's cause any good whatsoever. The ball was changed after 39 overs. This one has done less, if anything, than the previous ball, which did a bit before lunch, not much since. In goes Shaw, bowls onto middle stump and leaning forward. Harris plays it out towards wide mid-on. No run, 114 with that clip down to the finest of fine legs.
And I think as much these two have profited from the work that was done, well, of course, by Harris, but also by Sam Evans in terms of seeing off that new ball, because the ball was doing a fair bit this morning and they could have lost more wickets, but the fact that they haven't has allowed these two to play the way that they have this afternoon.
Shaw is in, bowls inside edge, just past off stump, sends wicketkeeper Tattersall the wrong way, flings himself back to his right, having stepped across to his left. The ball races down behind the stumps to the boundary for 4. So that could so easily have been chopped onto the stumps, but the way things are going for Harris at the moment, pretty much everything is going for 4, and that is the last ball before tea. Harris moves on to 118, Ackerman has 57, Leicestershire are 224 for 2, having enjoyed pretty much at Seabourn the perfect session.
Yep, they have, and Gloucestershire have tried their best to vary the bowling, but really nobody that they've turned to has ever really had Harris or Ackerman under any kind of consistent pressure this afternoon, and they've been able to score very freely. And well, I suppose there is the second new ball to come this evening, but it's a long way away still, and hard to see really what's going to change for Gloucestershire. Harris is really batting in a very similar fashion to Hashim Amla, and just in terms of his control and the ease with which he's played his innings, and really it was similar with Amla as well. Whenever he played a very slight half false stroke, it seemed as though he got away with it and sometimes even scored runs off it. So yeah, a tough session for Gloucestershire, and they're going to have a dream evening themselves in order to bring themselves back into things.
Pop the kettle on, and we'll be back with you in 15 minutes time at the Uptonsteel County Ground for that final session of the day so far that has belonged to Leicestershire, but put on a couple of wickets, and you never quite know if Gloucestershire can pick up 3 or 4 in the final session. The day could yet end up as a balanced one? You can find out if you join us here on BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire, and of course BBC Radio Leicester in around 15 minutes time.
Sometimes a quick arc and went straight down, sometimes I stuck.
As far as Hammond. Phillips in, drops very short, pulled by Phillips out through mid-wicket for 4. I beg your pardon, pulled by Harris out through mid-wicket. Quite a short man is in. Again it's short, and this time Ackerman goes back and pulls out for 2 mid-wicket for 4. Brings up the 100 for Leicestershire. Around the corner, in goes Phillips and bowls, and he is going to pick up the one he needs for his 50 there as he advances down the wicket and clips it down towards wide long. Phillips in again, Ackerman down the wicket, hits him for 6 over long on. Didn't give it a massive swing of the bat, just timed it.
Here comes David Payne, left arm over and bowls short and wide, and it's cut away for 4 runs by Marcus Harris.
In the Royal London Cup, just have to check that. In goes Smith. Harris down the pitch, smacks him over mid-wicket for 4. Bounces a few times.
Everything's relative, of course.
Oh, updates time. Going nicely after lunch here, the Foxes, as Captain Colin Ackerman hits David Payne for a lovely, steps over it, literally, as in he goes and bowls and hit in the air just over mid-on. Bounces once, I say just over. It was a good 8 feet, I would think. Players in form. In goes Smith and bowls, and Harris is going to pick up 1. No, it will be just the 1 as Payne jogs in off the deep backward square bound.
Yeah, you probably could go in, so it's... Anyway, there's a drive, and there's a nice drive. Pierces the gap at cover point, and Harris picks up another boundary.
Smith bowls down the wicket, goes Ackerman, chips it over mid on, bounces once and over a long on boundary for 4. I say
Time. Here comes Higgins, who bowls to Ackerman. No ball signalled by Russell Warren, so the wicket between these two. As Higgins bowls, that's flicked away aerially, fine, and too fine for the fielder, and it's here. As Higgins bowls, and Harris goes down and plays that one really late and runs it away to the wide 3rd man boundary for 4.
Phillips is in, down the wicket, and hitting it our way is bang. Marcus Harris, 1 bounce. And then
Higgins is in and bowls, and there's a drive, another lovely drive from Marcus Harris through the covers and across the fast outfield.
Phillips is in and bowls to him. He goes for the big sweep going down the leg side. Phillips is disbelieving, and Phillips is in, bowls outside off stump, steered down to 3rd man. That's going to run away for 4 across this very outfield, this very fast outfield. No chance. 99 for 2 there. In control, Leicestershire at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Well, next delivery.
Saving fieldsman as in comes Shaw. Bowls to Harris, turns it off his legs, down to the fine leg boundary, 4-4. That is his 2nd.
Certainly mentally, if not physically, as Shaw bowls to Harris, who carves away through backward point. That'll be 4 runs. Dan Worrell barely moves.
Extra cat biscuits for Harris the Hedgehog, says Brunty.
Shaw bowls wide of the crease, and that's flicked away through wide mid-on handsomely by Ackerman.
Tempted fate, and fate has been tempted. In goes Shaw and bowls down the leg side. That's going to be 4 leg byes. Leap. Oh no, he got something on it.
They have this afternoon.
Shaw is in, bowls inside edge, just past off stump, sends wicketkeeper Tattersall the wrong way, flings himself back to his right, having stepped across to his left. The ball races down behind the stumps to the boundary for 4. So that could so easily Sam Evans when the score was on 64 for 27 and have yet to be parted. The only time they really have looked like possibly being parted was Ackerman's very first ball, in fact, when he was desperately close, you would have thought, to being LBW to Glenn Phillips. Phillips, the man who picked up the wicket of Sam Evans, the last wicket to fall what seems at Seabourn like quite a long time ago now.
Yes, it certainly does, and there's not been a whole lot of chances either since that, well, very close LBW shout that you mentioned, and pretty serene progress from Harris and Ackerman, and Gloucestershire somehow have to try and prize out at least one of them to start with and then see whether they can try and get into the middle order, but that won't be particularly easy either. So yeah, looks like another hard session for Gloucestershire. Going to try and make something happen in it.
Miles Hammond is going to continue bowling his occasional, I think it's probably fair enough to describe it as that, occasional off-spin from the pavilion end. Springsteen on Twitter has been in touch, wondering when the last time a Leicestershire batsman scored consecutive centuries was. Off the top of my head, I suppose Azad did it against Gloucestershire in the same match, didn't he? But that was back in 2019. As Hammond, with his headband, is in bowling to Ackerman, who is flicking it rather from outside off stump, turning his wrists on it out towards mid-on, but scampering across from mid-wicket is Glenn Phillips to make sure that there isn't a single to be taken by Ackerman. Hammond, long-sleeved shirt with 88 on the back, is in and bowls, and it goes through Ackerman and bowls him, and he has picked up a wicket with that occasional off-spin. Ackerman propped forward, it turned and bowled him. Simple as that. Through the gap.
Well, what a good piece of bowling that was. It drew him forward with the flight and then through the gate, really. Miles Hammond has grabbed a wicket which Gloucestershire will be very, very delighted with, having got rid of Ackerman so soon after the tea break, and get a new batsman out there, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, they'll be particularly pleased, of course, that it was Hammond who got it, so he's got wickets in back-to-back matches. And you know, Chris Dent did have a smile on his face when he said we can start to use him more like an all-rounder, but at the same time I don't think he was being entirely not serious. So good for Miles Hammond, and well, he's got the big breakthrough of Ackerman.
There's that little bit of turn there. There wasn't much turn in the afternoon session, there certainly was there. Well bowled by Miles Hammond, just gave it a chance to turn. Perhaps that was the key. Tossed it up. He might look vaguely, I don't know, with that headband sort of hippie-ish, I suppose, in a funny sort of way, but with his longish hair, headband, like something out of the 60s, but that was a super delivery. And out then to join Marcus Harris, who has yet to face a ball post tee, comes Lewis Hill.
I think I was getting towards needing a headband stage when we last met, probably, but before the barbers reopened. But yes, it's nice to see Miles Hammond amongst the wickets, because I'm sure even Leicestershire fans probably know the story about basically starting out as an off-spinner, and the batting has evolved basically because, well, it's evolved into what it is today because of the fact that he got the yips and basically couldn't bowl, so turned himself into an aggressive, hard-hitting top-order batsman, and now he's bowling again, and he's got 2 vital wickets in the last 2 matches.
In he goes, bowls to Lewis Hill, who's forward and is almost bowled. Goodness me. It whipped off the bails, Tattersall, but he propped forward at that one, and he's getting a bit of bounce. He's tallish, man. He's certainly much taller than Glenn Phillips, Hammond, and indeed Smith, who bowls quite flat anyway, and So that extra bit of height might be making a difference too. He goes in and bowls. Hill, relieved to get a straightish delivery, just pushes it away off middle stump out towards mid-wicket. Short leg steps across and fields. Old Hamo. Can't be his nickname. Must be more to it than that. In he goes and bowls. Hill goes back and he's going to not pick up a run because it bounces off the body of Tom Leicester's short leg. It was a nicely timed little push from Hill, but didn't get past short leg.
I believe he is also called Howlhead, which is actually one of his middle names.
In he goes and bowls and forward. Uncertainly, tentatively goes Hill as it turns. Just repeat that.
The nickname?
Yeah.
Well, I say the nickname because this is his middle name. So
Hallhead.
really
Hallhead. Yes, there it is. It's his third name. Miles Arthur Halhead.
I guess maybe it could be Hallhead. I haven't asked.
Hallhead.
I assumed Hallhead, but yes, it could be either. Anyway, his Twitter handle is actually at Hallhead or Hallhead in all capitals. So yes, and he certainly received a certain amount of teasing from particularly James Bracey actually on Twitter when he saw the headband that Miles was bowling in, and there was a tweet sent out by James Bracey, something like "typical Howlhead." But anyway,
well, he's sitting on figures of 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 3. Howlhead at the moment. Howlhead Hammond. I have to ask him about that, where that comes from. But he bowled very, very well today, and he's made a vital breakthrough. Ended a partnership of 160.
I'm just looking at the photos of last week. I think it is a different headband. Anyway, it'll be Worrell to bowl from the Bennett end, and Marcus Harris maybe picking up where he left off with a dab away towards deep backward point. Single is taken, so Hill is on strike, which I don't think should be too disappointed with. At the same time, they can't just allow Harris to sit there and get a single off the first ball of every over. They've got to still try and believe that they can get him out. At the same time, they've now got the new batsman on strike too. Worrell, 9 overs, 4 maidens, none for 12 so far. It's been tight bowling. There's been a huge amount that's past the outside edge. I think in terms of obvious chances of his bowling, is going to be a short leg in place and 2 slips. As here comes Worrell, he's in and bowls short, and that's a well-directed short delivery from Worrell, which gets Hill ducking and weaving out of the way of it. If you're going to bowl a short ball, then make sure that you get it right. And that's exactly what Worrell did there. If Hill's at all uncertain out there starting his innings, which it certainly looked as if he was when he was facing Hammond, then should help Worrell to get the feet not where they should be. As he bowls now, does Worrell full, and forward goes Hill and defends that one away out towards Chris Dent at cover, and there is no run. Glorious sunshine we have here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and it's been really rather a nice day. If you're not a ardent Gloucestershire fan up until now. No sunshine, just a hint of breeze, not too humid either. As Worrell's in, and he bowls to Hill. Hill will get off the mark as he squeezes that one through the gully region. They will just get a single. No thought of a second run from Harris, certainly. And Smith picks up 226 for 3.
Yeah, I'm pleased to say we're set pretty fair for the rest of the game. If my weather app is to be believed, a bit more cloud around tomorrow than there has been today apparently. Saturday's looking good. Possibility, outside chance of possibility of the odd shower on Sunday. Every prospect of a full game.
Worrell round the wicket now to Harris. Oh, Harris is struck there on the gloves, possibly. It goes down into the ground. Fortunately, very easy to see exactly what that came off from this position, but either way, Worrell certainly delivering a well-directed, quite bouncer, but back of a length ball, digging it in, and
he's working hard to make one into two or three, and just if they can get Harris as well, two new batsmen at the crease.
might actually have been off the bat, actually, looking at the replay, just the shoulder of the bat, as here comes Worrell bowls, and that's a lovely ball, which wasn't too far off outside edge and wasn't too far off stumps either. A real beauty from Worrell to complete the over, and it was a very good one, that one. Nice bouncer to Lewis Hill just to get him ducking, and then two really nice balls from Worrell to finish with, one catching Harris unawares, and the next one just a lovely delivery angled in towards him, which he had to, well, felt he had to play at, just past his outside edge, and Gloucestershire just can't find those outside edges at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it could very easily be sort of 280 for 7 at the end of the day, something like that, 300 for 7, and Gloucestershire still very much would be in the game at that stage. Hammond puts on that headband, and he's going to surround Lewis Hill with close fielders, or at least Chris Dent is, so that there is a silly point, almost silly mid-off, short leg and slip. Dent himself is a backward, well, short fine leg on the, he's there for the top edge sweep as much as anything, and there's a shortish mid-wicket in Phillips. In goes Hammond, tosses it right up, very tempting, and it tempts Hill into driving. He's going to pick up 4. It was along the ground all the way down to wide third man, but he opened his shoulders a little bit there, and although he got it away well enough, Hammond won't be entirely discouraged by the way Hill went after that. He did toss it up rather, and it was just 6 inches too good a length, so to speak, but even so, he's looking for one to turn back through the gate again. Just got it a bit wrong, but Hill prepared to go for it. Wasn't entirely, one feels, in control. In goes Hammond again to Hill, flatter delivery that he tries to turn down the leg side. There's going to be a leg by, I think, as a consequence, because Dent took himself out of that short fine leg position and went into extra cover. So there is a leg by. Leicestershire on to 231 for 3.
It's a real flash off that first ball of the over, and you say it wasn't a cut shot, it wasn't short enough to cut, and then it wasn't right up there for the drive either, and yeah, like you say, I think Gloucestershire will not be too disappointed to see that shot.
Won't mind that. Hammond's going to go around to Harris. The left-hander is in, outside off stump, stays a bit low and no turn, just outside off stump. Harris goes back and steers it out into the offside. It stays low so he doesn't time it. Phillips fields at extra cover. Hammond in again, it's flat, and he's going for the cut outside off stump. Bounces a bit more this time, reaching for it a touch, and it bounces over the top edge of the horizontal bat. Harris just taking a while to get back into his batting here. 119 he's on as Hammond is in. Bowles tosses that one up, looking to drive, only as far as Phillips at extra cover. No run, good stuff from Hammond. Polishes the ball on his long sleeves, pulls his cuff down to do it before jogging in and bowling down the leg side, or at least down onto leg stump. And relieved, I suspect, slightly relieved, Harris can just turn it away down towards backward square. The ball almost stops rolling before, by the time it gets to Dan Worrell, who runs round, picks it up and keeps hold of it, because that was the last ball of the over, and Worrell himself will now be bowling 232 for 3, with Hill on 5 and Harris on 120.
Viewers on the stream were treated to a lovely shot of me grimacing into the sun. Fortunately, it's one of those things where if I put the sunglasses on, then you just can't quite see the ball well enough to be able to call it exactly. So, at least for me, anyway. So it's that in between sunglasses and not. But
I'm not sure about this commentator cam.
no,
we're not.
Well,
We've got faces built
this
for
is
radio.
a face for radio.
Yeah.
Yes, quite.
Both of them. But anyway, I understand why it needs to be there.
Grimacing and oh gosh, yes, it's not a pretty sight. Here's Worrell. He bowls round the wicket down the leg side, and Harris can't get a touch. Tattersall launches himself away to his right and does pretty well, as that was quite low down for him to stop as well.
We can only apologise. We are what we are.
No, not a face made for TV, this one, and they're probably putting the camera on us again now. Actually, I'm not even looking, but yes. Here comes Worrell. He's in and bowls. That's angled down towards third man by Marcus Harris. He'll pick up a single as David Payne launches the throw in, and the score 233 for 3. Harris to 121, and still feel, I suppose, now that they've got rid of Ackerman, if they could just get rid of Harris, then I think their tails would be back up again, would Gloucestershire's, but it just looked so unlikely. He's standing there at the non-striker's end with leaning on his bat with a
air of permanence.
Exactly, he just looks as if he is bedded in there. That stance tells you all you need to know. Oh, there's a low full toss from Dan Worrell, and Hill turns that one straight to mid-wicket, doesn't pick up a run for it. I'm not sure what he was trying there. Was
it a slower ball?
It looked to be. I thought it might
came out
be,
wrong,
yes.
didn't it?
A bit like the
Floated
one
down.
that Ryan Higgins had bowled, which ended up kind of, like you say, floated up there, and I think that was what Worrell was trying there.
Worrell's
Short
only
leg
conceded
spin.
15 runs from 10.5 overs.
Worrell bowls, and that has just been flicked wide of short leg. Tom Lace will field, and they'll pick up a single. In fact, it's a leg by, so his body rather than bat. But the delivery, which has been kind of dug in by Worrell. He's bowling a decent spell here. If he can just grab that wicket, that's what he's missing, and pick up a wicket at the Oval either, so
It's I guess why he's bowling now with the new ball only, what, 13 overs away. He'd normally expect to take it, wouldn't he? But just sense at the moment this is a time of possibilities for Gloucestershire. If they can make one into two, into three.
of course Payne and Higgins could be the pair
Yeah,
to
absolutely,
take the new ball
absolutely.
as well. So
Yeah.
no slips at all now for Harris as Worrell digs that one in. It's pulled away by Harris, but not timed, and straight to Lace at square leg, and there is no run. Leg slip in place, so I think this time there is no bluffing going on, and Worrell will continue to dig plenty in short. No cover either, so just an extra cover and a point. I imagine he's not going to be pitching too many up here as Worrell bowls, bangs that one in it short, cracked by Harris, straight down into the ground though, and right to Tom Lace once more, who sends a throw in which has to be backed up at mid-off, and that ends the over. So the short ball strategy very much in place, so should see some excitement over the next few overs as Worrell continues his spell. 234 for 3, Harris 121 and Hill 5.
Sometimes it's quite an odd shot the way that Harris takes on the short ball. It's a sort of short-armed pull that stops very short and almost swats it down into the ground. It's rehearsing it now, it's showing us what he's trying to do.
So when it gets
Stay
up
in
on
control,
it,
that's the main
yes.
thing. Yeah, as soon as it starts to rise a little bit, all he's thinking about is hitting it down into the ground, isn't it? So
he sort of gets that bat up there quite early, it seems, and then, like you say, just bops it down into the ground.
2-3-4 for 3 as Hammond, the deadly Hammond, resumes from the pavilion end. 1 for 8 from 4 overs, back over the wicket to Hill. Bowls. Hill is forwards, an appeal for leg before, but it is not convincing. Certainly doesn't convince umpire Cook. Indeed, no appeals have convinced umpires Cook or Warren today. Ackerman was bowled. Azad was caught at 4th slip, and Evans caught at short leg. All very clear dismissals. In goes Hammond, down the wicket goes Hill and hits it back over his head for a 2-bounce 4. Used his feet well there, Lewis Hill. He will be part of Leicestershire's T20 setup. Hill can be innovative, busy batsman. As I say, used his feet well to get to the pitch of the ball and chip it back over Hammond's head. Very straight, no chance for Payne to get across from mid-off. Hill on to 9, 238 for 3. That ball might need to be looked at because, updates time shortly. .238 for 3. Hammond is in, bowls, goes back Hill, steers it out towards backward point, jogs a single. Harris is still batting. He's moved on to 121 not out now, 183 against Middlesex, and now approaching 300 runs in 2 innings, the Australian. 239 for 3. They have lost another wicket though, that of the skipper, Colin Ackerman. Just the second ball after tea, he put on 160 with Harris. Second ball after tea, turned inside the gap between bat and pad and bowled him for 57. Miles Hammond was the bowler. 224 for 3 at that stage. Lewis Hill, who scored a century against Gloucestershire down in Bristol earlier this season, looking to repeat the feat. He is into double figures now. He is on 10, but Harris, like Old Man River, just keeps on batting. Picks up another 2 there to move on to 123 Leicestershire. 241 now for 3. Just clipped away by Harris, as I say, through the offside. It's the odd delivery that stays very low from this end, and that did as well outside off stump. Harris just calmly put it into the gap and picks up a couple. Moves on to 1, 2, 3. Hammond in again to him, brings him forward on off stump, defending. Pushed out towards point, and you're immediately called no. Happy with what he has, Harris. 1, 2, 3 at the end of the over. 241 for 3.
The Worrell barrage will continue, I suspect, indeed it will, as Worrell strolls his way towards his bowling mark, and it will be that he bowls short to Hill as well as to Harris. We shall see. He's got the short leg in place, and I felt like they felt, Gloucestershire, that Hill and Swindles in particular, they could try and attack with a short ball. So we shall see what happens here. Of course, so is Hill still in as good a touch as he was when he was at Bristol, or has he dropped off a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. 121.38 against Gloucestershire, having been, as you say, in a really good run of form up to that point. Since then, come back to that in a second.
Worrell in bowls to Hill, and Hill's got this one away fine, and it will be 4 runs down towards fine leg. So they had a leg slip in place at one stage, but they don't now, and as a consequence it's 4 runs. 245 for 3.
In his 4 innings since then, 18, 3, 39, got in the first innings at home to, in fact that was the top score in the innings, that first innings against Middlesex, but then just 2 in the second when Leicestershire were going for the win. They're almost getting there. So arguably not, but this is an opportunity for him. 14 already for him to get back into that sort of nick.
Yeah, it would be quite hard for him to keep that going, really, the form that he was in. So now they are going to have a leg slip in place, I think. say leg slip, it's more of a leg gully really, and Cobain's wondering exactly where he should stand. Two conventional slips in place at the short leg as Worrell bowls, and Hill gets a rising delivery which he gets on top of, plays well, right down into the ground, and Worrell is certainly bending his back for Gloucestershire here. Try and make something happen and continue to try to ease out some more wickets in this evening session. You feel Gloucestershire need at least a couple more. Worrell is in, bowls to Hill, and Hill places this one in the air, and it goes safely, dropping where I guess a backward square leg would be standing, but you can't have them everywhere, and that one just finding a gap. He'll pick up a single for it, 246 for 3, but not convincing at all there from Lewis Hill, and that's why Gloucestershire are doing what they're doing to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Sense a possible weak spot. Got away with it a bit then.
Very hard to see them just bowling, pitching it up and trying to swing it at this stage to even a new batsman. So the use of Worrell's extra pace. Now they've got a fielder who's at a sort of a short backward point almost for Marcus Harris, as that's perfectly positioned was Ian Cobain, as Harris tried to guide down towards third man and picks out Ian Cobain, who's at that close-ish position, sort of a second gully almost, something like that. Either way, the ball went straight to him and no run taken. Harris 23, and it looks as though Worrell is going to bang it into him as well. Here comes Dan Worrell, he's in and he bowls, and he's had a flash and a miss at that one as Lewis Hill. So Harris has obviously decided he's going to keep going on the attack, and Worrell and Gloucestershire will not mind seeing that at all, I don't think, especially if he tries to go for the pull shot, because it's a long way out towards that deep square leg boundary.
He did this at Bristol. He's bowling in his sometimes third spell, which is quicker than it is in his first spell. He looked quite pedestrian almost going up the slope in his first spell, in his first 5, but this is much livelier.
Worrell is in and bowls back of a length, and it's been guided between point and that second gully fielder, and it will be a single down towards third man, and that will mean that Marcus Harris will keep the strike. 6 runs off the over. An exciting over once more as Worrell continues to try to bounce out a wicket, and he almost had one with Lewis Hill just fending a ball off into the backward square region, but not into a pair of hands. 247 for 3 is the score, and Harris 124, Hill 50.
Brilliant tweet from Brunty. Miles Hammond's Karate Kid headgear reminds him of the text he once received from his mum informing him that his dad had taken to wearing a banana on his head. She of course meant bandana. A bandana, that's the word I was groping for and was miles away from.
He was a spinner for Sri Lanka, wasn't he? No, he played for Gloucestershire, did Malinga Bandara. Not Bandara. Could have been another spelling mistake there, though.
1 for 15 for the bandana-wearing Hammond at the moment. He's going to continue. Those figures certainly justify him continuing. From around the wicket to Marcus Harris. He's just taken time post-tee to get going again. In he goes and tosses one up to Harris, who just leans forward on middle stump, defends out into the offside. 118 at tee, just added 6 since then. Loss of Ackerman to the second ball after tee obviously put something of a break on Leicestershire's momentum. Hammond in again to Harris, who's steering it firmly past Phillips, who's very short at cover, in from almost the long off boundary. Runs the fielder. make sure it is just a single. Harris is fine with that. Tom Smith, the fielder. Back over the wicket goes Hammond and bowls to Hill, who's forward, bat and pad very close together. Suggestion of pad before bat, even if it was. It was well outside the line of off stump. So the appeal quickly choked off by Hammond, who is in again and bowling. Down the wicket goes Hill, turns his wrists on that one. It was a little bit straighter than he thought it was going to be. Out towards Smith in that deepish mid-on position for Hill. Becomes mid-off obviously for Harris. Hill on to 16 off just 19 balls. He's been busy since he came in. 249 for 3. In goes Hammond. Bowls to Harris. Finds the thick outside edge. Past slip. It runs towards third man. No chance of a second single taken. But the 250 is up for Leicestershire after 70.5 overs. 1 ball to go in the 71st then. A couple of batting bonus points for the Foxes. They didn't really mention the first too much.
I didn't mention Gloucestershire's first bowling point either.
Hammond is in again, tossing it up again. Hill drives. This time he's got it well in front of square. Good chase around the boundary then for Worrell. Gets to the ball around 10 yards away from his starting position in front of the manual scoreboard. Hill though picks up a couple. Moves on to 18, 252 for 3. That wobble induced by the dismissal of Ackerman. Second ball after tea, as I mentioned. He's just beginning to settle down as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
I hope they haven't been putting the camera on me again any time recently, because I
What have
managed
you
to
done?
get some more sun cream in my eye.
Oh right, have you been rubbing away? As
I
it?
think so, yes. So not only am I grimacing into the sun, but also trying to dab my left eye. Very careless. Oh dear. Dan Worrell to continue from the Bennett end.
If you need to go splash water, do say, and in it or something, and I can continue for an over or two.
I thought you said do say
It
in
hurts,
it or
doesn't
something.
it? No, well, sometimes water, you need it to wash the eye out a bit, don't you? Just it happens when you're running sometimes. If you've got sun cream on or something, it's sweat, then it trickles down into your eyes. It hurts.
Yes. Worrell over the wicket bowls to Harris. He bowls a very short delivery, which is going to be called a no ball for height. I think rightly so, as that one ballooned well over the head of Marcus Harris. And fortunately for Gloucestershire, the bounce in the pitch is not such that the ball boinged over the head of Tattersall behind the stumps as well. Otherwise that could have been very costly. But 254 for 3. Tattersall's not the tallest behind there, as with a lot of wicketkeepers. So here comes Worrell bowls, and that's cut away by Harris. Really nicely controlled shot. And that one was a bit of a rank short wide delivery that time from Worrell. He'd managed to beat the bat with one which had risen up a bit more than that, but bowling short and wide, trying for that kind of dismissal is not likely to bring too much joy, and Harris gets another 4, moves to 130.
Certainly not when at the other end there's an Australia Test opener on 120 odd not out. So never overhits anything, Harris, though, does he? Just seems to time it.
Yep, yep. Worrell round the wicket, bowls full, and Harris just pushes that one up towards a pretty vacant mid-off region. Dent has to come across some extra cover to field, and single taken, 131 to Harris. And then there's the problem really, all the field is set for a short ball, and you've just been crashed for 4 with a short wide ball, and then a full delivery is bowled, which Harris can just nudge for a single. And it's been a very intelligent innings that way from Harris. He's not gone too hard at anything, timed the 4s, and then picked up runs off just good shots into gaps. As there's an edge this time from Hill, and it goes wide of the slips, and that's another boundary. So it doesn't matter which way they're coming, the boundaries are coming in quick succession now, and Leicestershire up to 263 for 3. Lewis Hill has 22 off 21 balls. It can be a risky strategy bowling a lot of short stuff, but it hasn't necessarily been the short stuff that Hill's scored off. I don't think that was a catchable height. I think it was short of a second slip, but 4 more runs anyway as Worrell bowls. That one comes back in towards Hill, who tried to turn to the leg side. No bat on that, and it rolls out to Tom Lace at short leg. Just a couple of balls left in this over, and after that there will be 8 more before the new ball can be taken. So still a little way off, and you wonder whether there'll be another spell from possibly Shaw before the second new ball. Oh, that struck Hill on the thigh pad, I believe, as it tucked him up. The ball to angle back into the right-hander once more. There was Worrell, and getting Lewis Hill rather tucked up, but still no joy for Worrell, who has just 1 ball left in this over, and he's really given a lot of effort here as Dan Worrell to try to get another wicket, his first. As here he is, bowls full, and that's driven down the ground, and a good stop at mid-off by Chris Dent once more, launching himself about the field. Ends the over. Leicestershire 263 for 3, and things have been rather quietened down again since the fall of Ackerman early on. Hill and Harris moving along rather nicely for Leicestershire.
Yeah, 39 they've added so far for the 4th wicket, 22 of them to Hill, which takes, in as much as there is pressure on Harris, takes a little bit off him, just allows him to sort of settle back into his innings a little bit. If Hill at the other end is keeping up the scoring rate, the run rate for the innings as a whole, it's crept up to 3.7 now. It is a little bit dangerous for Gloucestershire. If Leicestershire were to be, I don't know how many overs left, 24, if they were to be, suggest that they could be something, if they maintain this, around about 340, 350 at the end of the day. That's a sort of pace of scoring which gives the captain quite a few options. Round the wicket goes Hammond and bowls to Harris, who goes back and cuts. Going to have to run the runs, going to have to take 2 as a plane goes over. Very low, can't see it at the moment, but it sounds very low. Propellers, certainly, wherever it is, but it's not in the sky to the south anywhere anyway. I don't know where it's gone. Maybe it was heading east-west behind us as Hammond is in again to Harris. Again it's wide, and this time it's cut for 4. It was a bit top edgy, it was in the air for a long time, and it's gone quite fine down to 3rd man. And there is the man at sort of backward-ish point, not quite on the 45. He wouldn't have been able to get there had he been on the sort of 65, 75. However, it was in the air for a few feet. Umpire Cook signalling, as long as he's not signalling at us. I don't think he is, telling us to close any windows. Given that we are quite high up on the roof of the pavilion, it would be disappointing for us to be putting off a batsman. Harris on to 137 with 6 off the last 2 balls as Hammond goes in and bowls to him straight. A delivery on off stump, he just covers up off stump. Second slip had gone in, come out of the short leg, backward short leg position. Tom Lace had gone in very close at second slip, got the helmet on, marking his territory. In goes Hammond, and there's going to be runs there as well, because attempted paddle sweep from outside off stump is missed, I think, by Harris. Yeah, umpire Cook raises his hand, indicate that it was in fact byes. It wasn't taken by wicketkeeper Tattersall. Bounced away behind him, and it's retrieved by Lace, running back about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. 2 byes taken. again, the runs continue to flow. 8 off the over so far as Hammond is in to Harris, who's driving conventionally out towards long off, who's about 10 yards inside the rope. Smith runs in to meet the ball and underarms it back to Hammond. I think it was 11 off the previous over from Worrell. We've had now 9 off this one, so 20 off the last 2 overs so far. Hammond back over the wicket to Hill, who's turning down towards fine leg. More runs there for Leicestershire. In pursuit is the ever energetic Higgins. Picks up, gets his throwaway, but 2 to Hill, 2 more to Leicestershire. Hammond, double teapot out there, brings up the 50 partnership already. Goodness me. Hill, 24 of them. Harris, 20 of them. It's come up off just 53 balls, a run a ball. 50 partnership, just what Leicestershire would have ordered after the loss of the captain to the second ball after tea. They're 274 now for 3.
Yeah, and especially with the second new ball on its way, it's really ideal for Leicestershire, just keeping the scoreboard, more than keeping the scoreboard moving, but racing towards that second new ball. Gloucestershire will, I suppose, still think that if they can get 1 wicket before the new ball, then potentially they might open things up to take a couple with it, and then possibly might be able to work their way back into the match. But at the moment, these two have really shut the door, if it was ever opened, at that wicket of Ackerman, and it is going to be Josh Shaw to bowl from the Bennett end. It rather felt as though there was going to have to be one more spell from him before that new ball could be taken.
Harris was a bit annoyed with himself after the game against Middlesex. He felt should have been there at the close, and B, he felt he should have got a double 100. So believe me, he won't be satisfied with 100. He's not going to give it away, put it this way, at 138.
No, still just looked as though he's just in a complete zone where he's not really caring about anything other than the next ball. Shaw is in to bowl to Harris, who turns away straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. There's a couple of fielders in that region. Tom Lace is quite close at sort of short mid-wicket, and then Glenn Phillips, more of a conventional mid-wicket. And sun just goes in for now. There's a bit more cloud cover in the distance as here comes Shaw and bowls, and that's flicked fine by Harris. It'll be a single as David Payne brings the ball in eventually, and Harris up to 139. This is really a period of the game where if things continue as they have been, and Leicestershire is still scoring at 4 or 5 and over for these next 6.4 overs until the new ball, then Leicestershire are really going to be in a position where even if they did lose a couple of wickets with a new ball, it wouldn't affect them too much in terms of getting a very big score. So they've got to keep things tight, and ideally they'd pick up at least 1 wicket before the new ball, but it doesn't look particularly likely. Hill on strike, 2 slips in place, as here comes Josh Shaw. He is in and bowls full and straight, and Hill is in behind that one, defensively pushing back up to the bowler. Just looking to see what else is happening since tea, whether there's been any major developments elsewhere. Warwickshire 222 for 5 against Derbyshire. So Payne dismissed for 77. Michael Burgess beaten on 58 at the moment as Shaw bowls, and there's a punchy defensive shot which will be picked up at mid-on by Dan Worrell, and there is no run. In fact, just as I say that, Warwickshire lost their 6th wicket, 222 for 6. Notts 176 for 4 against Essex. Half century for Lyndon James, and Stephen Mullaney is 55 not out. 3 wickets for Peter Siddle. short bowls wide of the crease, very wide delivery, and Hill tries to chop down on top of it and pick up some runs for it, but has missed it. So still just the 1 run off this over. Durham are all over Worcestershire at New Road. Worcestershire 131 all out, and Durham 62 for 1 in reply. So things looking rather good for Durham there, as Shaw charges in once more and bowls. It's down leg, and Tattersall dives across to prevent there being any buys. Just the 1 run off that over. Not particularly threatening over, but just the single from it. 275 for 3. They're off for bad light at Taunton, with Somerset 244 for 7. And Gregory and Van der Merwe 65 and 63 not out respectively. Somerset recovering from 43 for 5 and 108 for 6 to 244 for 7. That 8th wicket stand has now put on 131 for them, but as I say, they're off for bad light there. Glamorgan are dominating Lancashire, the only unbeaten side left in the country is. And Lancashire all out for 173 wickets were shared around. Michael Neser picked up 3, 2 each for Hogan, Wheel and Douthwaite. In reply, Glamorgan 53 for 1, so off to a decent start there. North has 300 for 2 against Kent, which has, well, it's moved on at a pace, greater pace than this one. Century for Emilio Gay, 75 for Proctor, and Sussex 185 for 5 against Yorkshire.
Glenn Phillips is back, replacing Miles Hammond. He's going to come around the wicket to bowl 2 marks. Harris bowls a rank long hop miles outside off stump. Must have been very close to being signalled wide. Harris didn't even try to reach it, but umpire Cook is generous in the extreme and does not signal wide. Phillips is in again, that's wide, looking for the cut, not timed at all. Bounces down. Did he get anything on it? Did it come off the gloves of Tattersall? I think it came off the bat and sort of bounced down towards the man on the 45, short third man. Again, it's wide and it's chopped away into the offside, in front of point, in front of square. Shaw is out there sweeping. The ball lands on the used pitch, on the used crease, 2 pitches away, and there's a great explosion of dust as it does so. However, it is best part of it's coming to the end of its useful life as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. 74.3 overs old, so nobody will be too concerned had that been the new ball. 1 or 2 eyebrows might have been raised. Back over the wicket goes Phillips to Hill, too short again. Hill can go back and steer it out into the offside, should be able to pick up a couple. Worrell gets his throw away quickly to the bowler, but slightly tired in the way he moves. Worrell running towards the ball, put a lot into the throw, but there was no real chance of a run out, and Hill picks up a couple, moves on to 26. The scoreboard continues just to tick over nicely as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Phillips in again and swept by Hill on length down towards wide long leg. Again, it's going to be a couple because a lot of work for Shaw to do to get to the ball. He too, from a long distance, throws to the bowler, but Harris, running to the quote in quote danger end, makes his ground comfortably. 280 for 3. Hill on to 28. Slightly open stance for Lewis Hill these days. Phillips bowls, again a little bit short. Hill goes back, looks to force it out into the offside, doesn't time it, sounded a bit tinny off the bat, and Dent falls to his right to make the stop at straightish extra cover. Not the best over that Phillips has bowled today. There's been a few that have been mixed in quality. 1 or 2 have been poor in quality. There was just that one sort of golden spell before lunch when he bowled 3 or 4 overs on the trot, which were all there or thereabouts. A couple turned markedly, and he looked very dangerous indeed. Hasn't really done so since. He hasn't got his lengths right. At the end of his over, Leicestershire 280 for 3. Harris onto 140. Hill has 28.
No, he hasn't quite managed to hit the heights of that opening spell, and one of the things which was making him so dangerous was one of the things which was causing the problems for Leicestershire was the drift, and as the swing has gone, the drift will also go. Here is Shaw continuing. He is in and bowls to Harris, back of a length, and Harris rises up onto his toes to get that one into the ground, into the leg side. And Tom Lace fielding the ball at mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket. And Phillips the solitary slip, and things very much on the defensive for Gloucestershire until they can take that second new ball. As Shaw moves in and bowls, and he's played that one late as Harris, sort of a late cut really, quite down on one knee, but going down, and the throw has gone over the top of Tattersall, but no harm done as Tom Lace is there to effect the backing up. 281 for 3, Harris up to 141. And Hill, 28 off 32, has really come out, and if there was any pressure on him coming out, you wouldn't know it, because he has scored very freely. Shaw bowls now. One just comes back towards Hill a little bit, but he's negotiating quite comfortably in defence out into the leg side. And there's no guarantee that the second new ball will actually do anything, because it's been rather a theme actually from the cricket that I've seen this year, that's for sure, that the second new ball later on in the day just doesn't seem to do anything at all. I've seen that happen a good 3 or 4 times now. As here comes Josh Shaw once more and bowls, and Hill gets on top of that one, guides it away backward a square. He tried to push hard for the second, but Marcus Harris is not particularly interested in very quickly run twos, having been out there for as part of the day, really, all the day apart from 17 minutes so far, so possibly tired legs, if not a tired mind. So he hasn't shown any signs of losing concentration, apart from, I suppose there was just one period when he played a couple of cut shots that didn't necessarily go where he was hoping. So there's a delivery which just, I don't know, you'd say it was quite close to Harris, and he was looking to play a kind of a late cut shot to it, and got it away out towards cover in the end. No run, but that's the sort of shot where maybe you might, if you're not careful, drag the ball onto your stumps. And the closest really Gloucestershire came to getting him out was the Harrow drive for 4 off the last ball of the afternoon session. Shaw bowls short way down the leg side, and Harris can't get a touch on it, and he's rather got away with that one. So Shaw's only gone for 3 off his 2 overs, but really things just ticking towards that second new ball. Just 4 overs remaining before it can be taken. Leicestershire 282 for 3, Harris 141, Hill 29.
Sanitising break time. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Came together with the score 224, these two, so they've added 58 for the 4th wicket already. Here comes the update. Yeah, more than okay. 282 for 3 now, the Foxes. They did lose their 3rd wicket, that of the skipper Colin Ackerman, to just the 2nd ball after tea, after a partnership of 160 with Marcus Harris. Ackerman bowled through the gate by the occasional off-spin of Miles Hammond for 57, but Harris, scorer of 183 in his previous innings against Middlesex, he's threatening to do even better than that. He's on to 141 not out now. He's been joined by Lewis Hill, who has been batting busily. He's on 29 off just 34 balls. Together they've taken the score on to 282 now for 3. They've added 58 for the 4th wicket so far. Fox is building what could be a formidable first innings against Gloucestershire. Phillips then, you haven't missed a ball on commentary as the sanitising break went on, is in and bowls to Hill. Nicely flighted delivery. Hill is forward in respectful defence. Back down the wicket it goes to the New Zealander. No run. Still got the short leg in. Still got the slip in as Phillips bowls. Tosses that one up. Forward goes Hill. Decent shout for leg before, outside the line of off stump. However, big stride. Was he playing a shot? Was he kicking it away? His back was next to his front pad.
I would say that he probably was playing a shot to that one. I think it would be a brave umpire to say that he wasn't playing a shot to it, I think.
Nick Cook, non-braver, but he felt he definitely was.
A foolhardy umpire, I think, possibly brave.
His front pad just sort of twitched a bit at it, making me think he might just have been looking just to pat that one away a little bit. In goes Phillips and bowls down the leg side. Nice take by Tattersall. It was ignored by Hill. Had he tried to get something on it, might have made life tricky for Tattersall, but he could hop across then the Yorkshireman. Take it cleanly down the leg side. In goes Phillips and bowls. Turned past short leg, well wide and very low down, and may well have bounced before him as well, out towards the man at on the 45 behind square on the leg side. There for the top edge sweep as Phillips goes in. Hill goes down the wicket and turns it to the vacant square leg area. Umpire Warren makes sure that the ball isn't interrupted by his foot, steps out of the way. In from a sort of sweeping position comes Shaw, so just the single for Hill. Been a better over so far this from Phillips. There or thereabouts, every delivery, well, one down the leg side that Hill had nothing to do with, I suppose. But there have been 5. Just the single so far, 283 for 3, back round to Harris. Bowls rather wide, steered by Harris, sort of on the half volley with a horizontal bat out past point, who perhaps will feel he should have got across and stopped that at backward point. Sure, got across and made sure there was only going to be a single anyway. A single was indeed taken, so Harris keeps the strike, moves on to 142. Hill has 30, Leicestershire 284 now for 3, so 60 added for the 4th wicket in good time.
3 overs left until that new ball, and Shaw, he gets all 2 of them, unless somebody else rolls their arm over for 1. So
anybody else who might?
Yet?
Okay.
Haven't seen Chris Dent yet.
Might give himself the last over with it then.
Seen
Golden
Tom
arm
Smith for a while actually. Well, I think Miles Hammond's turning himself into the possible golden arm, but need him to produce another wicket at some point. Shaw bowls. There's a drive from Harris out to deep point. It'll be a single, 285 for 3. And he's played some nice looking shots through the covers, says Harris, when he's been given a ball which he can drive quite comfortably. He's taken full advantage of those ones, but he's not driven at a single ball that I can remember that you say shouldn't have driven at that. It's had to be right up there in a half volley kind of length for him to have a go at, and even when he has had a go at it, he hasn't gone at it particularly hard. Shaw is in and bowls, and that's whipped through wide mid-on by Lewis Hill, and that will be 4 runs, I think. Yeah, nothing that the fielder can do about that. A vain pursuit, and Hill up to 34, 289 for 3. I can remember him playing quite a few of those shots in his century at Bristol, and when he whips the ball off middle and leg, that seems to be where it goes. One was around about middle and leg, that pitched up quite full, and Hill tucks into it. Shaw bowls, this time well outside the off stump, and Hill leaves that one alone. And too many leaves of late. There seems to have been a shot off almost every ball. Leicestershire move things on at a pace. 24 extras so far as well from Gloucestershire. 10 byes, 10 leg byes and 4 no balls. As here comes Shaw, he's in and bowls, and Hill has almost played that one too softly. So he kind of hung the bat out to dry at it. Just ricocheting off his bat and going behind the wickets, but not particularly close to them. So I didn't have a test match update actually in my last lot, so this is the state of play in the test match. England are currently 56 for 2 in reply to New Zealand's 378. As Shaw bowls full and forward goes Hill and plays that one back to Josh Shaw, so no further losses. Rory Burns is there on 36 from 74 deliveries, been out there for almost 2 hours already, and Joe Root 15 not out. So from an England point of view, I hope that James Bracey's not batting until tomorrow for sure. So here comes Josh Shaw. Oh goodness me, Chinese cut, if you can still say that, and that's down towards the very fine leg boundary for 4, and things just have not gone Gloucestershire's way today. Yes, Leicestershire have made their own luck to more than a certain extent, but when there's been inside edges they haven't gone to hand. There's been a few uppish shots which have just fallen wide of fielders, and this one really a genuine kind of, well, it was too close to cut. It was a nothing shot really from Hill, and could very easily have gone onto the stumps, somehow missed them, and it's ended up being 4 more runs to add insult to injury. 293 for 3 Leicestershire.
Was Shaw bowling when Harris played that shot, the ball before tee?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, so he's been particularly unlucky, Josh Shaw. Not easy to be philosophical in those circumstances. In goes Phillips and bowls to Harris, just outside off stump. Harris just waits for it, doesn't turn too much and just drops it out into the offside. It's a decent length delivery on off stump. Short leg's gone now, just the slip as he tosses that one up. It is a full toss and it's whacked away to mid-wicket for 4. That's all you can say about that, really. It was a rank full toss, and well, it was fairly lucky not to be a 6, not to be blasted over the geary bar. But he kept control, he kept the shot in check there. Harris content with 4. Approaching his 150 as Phillips goes in and bowls another full toss to him that is a bit lower this time. It's whipped away down towards wide mid-on. Good work by Smith. It would have been easy to let that one go under his body as he slid away to his left, and Harris has to settle for 1. I think we could have put away a few of these one way or another.
Speak for yourself.
It goes Phillips back over the wicket to Lewis Hill outside off stump. Hill just watches it bounce into and indeed out of the gloves of Tattersall, not taken cleanly, and slip, who might be Cobain in there at the moment, cleans up, picks up the ball. Short leg has gone back in for Hill. Harris watches as Phillips bowls and back goes Hill, cutting a shortish delivery. Doesn't really get up too much. Out to Payne, who's at deep backward point on the boundary. Single taken. In on to 39. Harris has 148. Phillips, who did take his 1 wicket for not very many in the beginning, and he goes round the wicket to Harris. Bowled. That could be leg before. No! It's bowled him. It flicked the off stump. Did it flick the off stump? Or did he? Has he given it leg before? He has his back to us, umpire Cook. I think it was leg before. Not too sure. We'll have to watch the replay on that one. Can't see a bail off, so it must finally have been LBW. Harris is gone. It did straighten. It was a good delivery from Phillips, and was going on to hit the top of off stump. More than that, yeah. The finger came out. He's just with his back so directly to us. I'll let you hear the applause for Harris. He's gone, leg before wicket. It had almost got in an odd sort of way, a little bit too easy for Harris. He maybe was feeling a little bit tired after his mammoth efforts on Sunday, and he is cross with himself. But Phillips has his second wicket after not the best over he has bowled, but that one did turn. It straightened markedly. It was going on to hit the top of off stump. Umpire Cook raised the left finger in front of his body. He kind of points at the batsman rather than up. Sometimes that's my excuse. It's quite difficult to see if his broad back is to us. It was on that occasion. Leicestershire have lost their fourth wicket with a score on 299.
I must admit, I think I was following the ball, and then I expected to see a bail off just because I hadn't seen the finger go up. But anyway, LBW in the end, and in the end Glenn Phillips gets a decision out of Nick Cook. I'm sure he'll be having a bit of a laugh and a smile about that one. And Gloucestershire do get their wicket before the new ball, and they have at last got rid of Marcus Harris. The question, which we probably won't know the answer to until maybe even lunchtime tomorrow, is was it too little too late? 299 for 4. I suppose the first number's still a 2, which looks sort of better than it being a 3, and it's not going to stay there for too long, but certainly a big breakthrough. And I think, like you say, it must be so hard having, even for somebody like Marcus Harris, who's used to concentrating for such long periods of time, it must be very hard to come off 2 such gigantic innings like that in such quick succession without feeling some sort of mental effects of those 2 innings. So Hill will be on strike as Shaw bowls down the leg side. I'm sure he was attempting a Yorker deliberately there or not, but Tattersall goes leaping away to his left, and there was possibly one delivery which he fumbled a little early on, but other than that he has saved Gloucestershire several runs in byes throughout the course of the day. I just thought for a moment that he'd taken a bit of a rap on the fingers there, but nobody coming out to have a look. As Shaw comes into bowl to Hill, and forces that one up to mid-off and doesn't pick up a run.
I'm sure Harry Swindoll's is thinking, only 1 over away to the new ball. Just my luck.
Now you get out, yeah.
Just done with you seeing off a few overs of that. But they have got overs into the legs of the seamers. They will have felt them today.
So the one good thing from Gloucestershire's point of view is that Payne's only bowled 9 overs, and Worrell has bowled an extra spell for 13. Shaw bowls short and fairly wide, and Hill watches that one go through to Tattersall. A bit of encouragement there for Josh Shaw, but yeah, I think at the very least, particularly Payne and Higgins should still be very fresh for that new ball. So Payne can charge in, having only bowled 9 overs, and a day when Higgins only gets through 12 overs at 20 past 5, he should still be much fresher than he is on some other days in terms of the workload he's got through. Shaw is in, bowls, and that's whipped away behind square on the leg side. Tom Smith moves across from long leg and does well to prevent it from being a couple, and that is the 300 up for Leicestershire, a 3rd batting point for them, and their progress has been very good since around about lunchtime, actually. Never mind any other time sooner than that since lunchtime, really. It's been a decent rate that they've scored at, and it's only accelerated since Lewis Hill has come to the crease. So Swindles will face his first ball now. There'll be 2 balls remaining in this Josh Shaw over, and then the new ball will be available, and fairly confidently say that it will be taken. As here comes Shaw, he's in and bowls to Swindles, who plays a beautiful drive which is whistling away to the cover point boundary for 4. So no sighters needed for Swindles, and Shaw invited the drive, and Swindles said thank you very much. 304 for 4.
What a way, well, not just to get off the mark, but to deal with your first ball. Won't see many better shots than that today, I wouldn't think. It was there to be driven. It wasn't quite a half volley, but it wasn't far off, but fairly whistled away to the boundary. Lovely shot. Classical off drive almost from Harry Swindles.
There's some real flourish about that one. We've seen some check punchy drives, but that one was a real bit of flamboyance about it. Shaw is in bowls, full and straight, and forward goes Swindles to push it up towards mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 80 have been bowled. Leicestershire 304 for 4. Gloucestershire have got that 1 wicket before the new ball. Now the question is, can they grab another couple of wickets? And from their point of view would probably need to be a couple with this new ball and get themselves into a position where they can feel rather better about things at the close.
Yeah, it could be, what is it, 16 to go, so could easily be 350 for 6 or 7, and they'll still feel very much in the game, especially if the pitch holds up. There is turn, you know, it went a little bit flat after lunch, but one from Phillips to Marcus Harris was a good one.
My confidence, as ever, was misplaced.
No new ball. Phillips going to continue then. In he goes and bowls to Hill, who's driving and missing. Pushing hard and missing. Outside off stump, came off the pads of the wicketkeeper. Just outside off stump. Back goes Hill, cutting at a wide one. Again, nothing on it. Stays a little bit low, and he looks back down the wicket quizzically there, Lewis Hill. Payne is warming up below us, I'm pretty sure. This might be the last. In goes Phillips, bowls, driven hard because it was fuller. Easy for Hill to get to the pitch of it. Out behind square on the offside. Single taken. 305 for 4.
Just one lid made.
Just one lid. Oh, that's what they're shouting. Another helmet, please. On it comes. Courtesy of the 12th man. Thrown to Miles Hammond. And then thrown to Ryan Higgins, who runs back to leg slip. Lid equals helmet, of course. In professional cricketese. Going in because Swindles is now on strike. To Phillips, who is in and bowls to him. Quickish, flattish delivery just outside off stump, which suits Swindles really. He can lean on the ball, push it out towards backward point. There isn't a backward point. Slip has to go running out after the ball Cobain, and so a comfortable single for Swindles. Leans on his bat and watches as Hill prepares. Leg slip stays in as in goes Phillips, and again it's foolish outside off stump. Again Hill can lean forward, get to the pitch of it and stroke it out to Worrell, who's on the point boundary. He comes running in to meet it. Hill takes 1, moves on to 42, 307 for 4. Singles off each of the last 3 balls Phillips is in, turned in the air, past short leg, hence the excitement. Shaw is the fielder at square leg, no chance of a single on that occasion. Phillips slaps hands down hard on Dent's right hand, suggesting that that is it, his work is done for now. 81 overs, and I'm waiting to see if there is a signal. There goes the ball being thrown from umpire Cook to umpire Warren, suggesting it's about to be handed to David Payne, who's having a chat to Chris Dent at the moment. .307 for 4. I think it will be new ball time.
So I don't think there tends to be that thing that you see sometimes where they bowl one ball with a new ball, or one ball with the old ball, one ball with the new ball and then switch to the old. No.
Maybe they just wanted Phillips to have one or two deliveries at Swindles to see how he'd react, the new batsman, just to see if there was a bit there for him. But
yeah, not.
Swindles was fine.
No problem with that at all. So Payne will have 2 slips, and other than them, no close catches really, just a ring field third man and a long leg as Hill faces, and Payne bowls and gets on top of that one and guides it away behind square on the leg side. They're going to come back for a second run. There's hesitation as the throw goes to the non-striker's end, and they'll make it.
They nearly ran into each other.
I was about to say that. I said there was hesitation, but that's actually what happened. They almost collided with each other. Back for the 2 in the end, and Leicestershire up to 309 for 4.
They're both looking at the ball, the throw coming in. Could so easily have hammered into each other there.
It was a tight 2, but the fact that they almost ran headlong into each other that made it tighter than it might have been, as Payne bowls short, and that one is through to Tattersall without too much drama from Hill, who just dropped his hands.
Now we're getting the new ball.
So he did do that.
So he did have a couple of balls with the old ball.
Give up saying anything.
So 81.2 overs, new ball. The signal is made.
He certainly didn't do that last match. Anyhow, he's done it this match and had a couple of balls with the older one, and no change it looks like in the field, despite the new ball has been taken. That's the PA announcement, and it looks as though the only adjustment that's going to be made is that long leg's going to be at pretty much a deep backward square now. So new ball taken, here comes Payne to bowl the first ball with it. Rolls to Hill, and a little bit of shape possibly into the right-hander. Huge amount, but did seem to deviate it through the air a little more than we've been seeing of late. And a very pleasant evening here, even though we've lost the sun. The breeze just freshening things a little as Hill goes for a little wander over towards square leg. Whether something's being brought out, or whether Gloucestershire are going to decide to have another catcher in. I think, to be honest, at this stage you've kind of got to. 2 slips and a gully, as here comes David Payne, left arm over bowls, swinging in towards Hill, who turns to mid-on. There'll be a comfortable single taken as Worrell was throwing off balance. 310 for 4, Hill to 45. Plenty of fielders there to back up that throw as well, with all the slip Gordon and Chris Dent as well, so no excuses for that one getting through. Swindles moves on strike. Still looks as though there'll be 2 slips and a gully. Ryan Higgins having a word of advice for David Payne.
Higgins up the slope, do you reckon?
I suspect
has to be, doesn't it, really?
Higgins will take the new ball, yeah. Payne charges in bowls, and that's down the leg side, and taken by Tattersall. Not sure whether just clipped the pad maybe, or maybe it didn't. I thought it was just a illusion. I thought I heard a little click there, but possibly not. In any case, Payne, whatever he was told by Ryan Higgins there, I don't suspect it was that. Higgins always full of an idea out there for his fellow bowlers. As Payne completes the over and bowls, and there's a drive down the ground which is not especially well timed, and they're going to get a single as Payne, I'm sure he was trying to deflect the ball towards a non-existent mid-on there, but in any case wasn't travelling particularly quickly, and Payne deflected the ball rather than picking it up. So that ends the over. Leicestershire 310 for 4, Hill 45, Swindles 5, and there we go. Because you said it, you're right, and it is going to be Ryan Higgins.
Big little passage of play this, he says. That isn't a contradiction in terms, a little as in 14 overs, but it's an important passage of play. If Leicestershire get through it without losing another wicket, they can really go big tomorrow. If they lose a couple, as they almost should against the second new ball from Gloucestershire's point of view, then Gloucestershire can think, well, we can still bowl them out for 360, 370, whatever, and you know, on a good pitch, go big ourselves, and you know, get ahead of the game. On a turning pitch, you never know quite if it turns a little bit more. Fortunes can swing, so as I say, an important little passage of play. Hill's established on 45, batting busily. Swindles, he's got his first maiden first-class century this season, but he'll want to do well. Higgins is in and bowls outside off stump, reaching for it is Swindles as it seams away, doesn't get the edge, slightly fortunate not to do so. Harry Swindles this season with the bat, 11 innings, 320 runs, best of 103, averaging 32. Batting quite high at number 6. Is he good enough to bat there? His maiden first-class century suggests yes. In goes Higgins and bowls to him. Gentle-ish delivery on middle and leg, and slightly cross-batted defensive forward press from Swindles. Plays the ball out into the onside, but important for him. Swindles, after that 103, that was at home to Surrey, 8, 1 and 12. So he'll feel he needs a score, perhaps. Will he be part of the T20 side? Updates time. Swindles cuts it away. 311 for 4 as Harry Swindles hits Ryan Higgins away to the third man boundary for 4, make it 315 for 4. Won the toss, chose to bat first. Leicestershire understandably in the good conditions. The story of the day though was another huge partnership between Colin Ackerman, Leicestershire's captain, and Marcus Harris. Harris went on to his second consecutive 100, made 148 before going leg before wicket to Glenn Phillips. Ackerman wasn't quite able to score his second consecutive 100. He made 57, but together they put on 160 for the third wicket. Lewis Hill has taken up cudgels on behalf of Leicestershire. He's 45 not out. Harry Swindles has joined him, as you've heard. He's on 10 not out. 315 for 4 if they get through to the close without losing any more wickets, and there are still 13 overs to go. The Foxes will be pretty pleased with their efforts, but they have laid the foundations for what could be a really big first innings score. They're 315 for 4. That one outside off stump from Higgins. Beat the bat. Might just have taken the edge before bouncing well short, in fact, of the wicketkeeper, but it's just taking a while to get his pace up a little bit, Ryan Higgins, but he's going up the slope here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. That one drifts onto leg stump, and he really missed out a bit there, Swindles. He turned it away on the half volley out towards square leg, but almost picked out the man who was just in front of square. So no run on that occasion. Tom Rob Smith it is there. Higgins turns. Slightly round shoulders as he runs in and bowls down the leg side. Swindles tries in a desultory sort of manner to help it on its way. In fact, doesn't get anything on it taken by wicketkeeper Tattersall, away obviously to his left. That was a bit of a non-event of an over really from Higgins. By his standards, he's a very enthusiastic cricketer, but there was nothing much in that, was there really?
No, I mean, he forced Swindles to play a long way away from his body off the first ball of it, but he didn't make too much of a song and dance about that one even, so yeah, the new ball at the moment doesn't seem to be swinging round corners, which I don't think anybody would have seen it doing. But can Gloucestershire get a wicket, 2 wickets ideally, to themselves feel a bit brighter about the day's play? Tom Lacer's got rid of the pads which he'd been wearing for quite some time. He's stretching out those legs. It must be awful wearing those for long periods of time, not being able to take them off. As Payne is in and bowls, and Hill tries to turn that one down the ground. Played it quite wristily and rehearses a very vertical bat, straight drive, and no run there up towards mid-on.
Yeah, they're kind of bright blue, those. They're specifically designed for close fielding. They're not like batting pads, are they? They're presumably lighter.
Payne is there and bowls, and Hill forward in defence, playing back to David Payne. They look like something out of a sort of quick cricket type thing. I mean, yes, they didn't have specific pads, I don't think, for that, but the blue stumps and blue bats, it feels like they should belong in that. I can remember playing that when I was about, you play that when you're in sort of under 9 kind of age, I think I did anyway. And there's Payne bowls, and that's a good ball, which has beaten Hill as it came back towards him, but he played just inside it, and Gloucestershire still can't quite find that nick which they've been kind of searching for really. There's just the one outside edge found today which ended up in somebody's hands, and that was very early on with Hassan Azad. Since then, nothing doing. It's Payne bowls to Hill, and Hill turns that one away out towards deep backward square leg. There will only be a single this time, not much thought of coming back for 2. And both these two shot between the wickets. 16 for 4, Hill 46, and it feels like only a moment ago that Hill was coming out to the crease, and now he's 1 shot away from a half-century. Swindles on 10, 2 slips and a gully. Deep square leg is still out there for him, as here comes David Payne bowls, and there's a forcing shot through the covers, and that's heading up towards the fairly long boundary. I think Lace will get there. How many will they run? I think it'll be 3. Indeed it will. So, nice looking shot from Swindles. Didn't try to hit it too hard. There's a second pleasant shot through the offside that he's played. And the score up to 319 for 4.
Yeah, one off the front foot, and then that one off the back foot, and they've both been very classical sort of orthodox shots in their way, which bodes well from Swindles and Leicestershire's point of view. I don't necessarily mean for the innings, but in terms of his development going forward, he looks a very correct batsman sometimes.
Hill facing Payne with that open stance to start with, closes it slightly as he watches that one go outside the off stump through to the keeper. So that ends the over. Leicestershire 319 for 4, Hill 46 and Swindles 13, and he's scoring at a run a ball so far.
And the point about Swindles, or one of the big points about him, is his development as a player. They've given him the gloves this season because they see his potential, and his wicket keeping is improved dramatically. There's been 1 or 2 howlers, I suppose you could say, drops or misses, stumpings and catches, but It's become much cleaner under the tuition and the tutelage of Paul Nixon, as you would expect. He's getting in much better positions and moving well. And he looks to have changed as a batsman, or looks to be developing as a batsman as well. The extra responsibility of going in number 6, when you would say probably at the start of the season he was no more than a number 8, maybe even a number 9, but he's perforce had to go in at number 6, but he's justifying that faith. He's developed as a cricketer and as an individual as well. He's much more mature to talk to, and he looks harder nosed and he relishes the battle. Higgins is in to bowl to him from the pavilion end. Drops, I was going to say, looked to be a little bit short, but in fact it wasn't that short. It was a reasonable length in the end. Didn't get up too much, but forward went Swindles. Nice high left elbows. He defended that one back down the pitch.
Is he Lancastrian originally, or is that somebody else?
No, his local boy is Harry.
All right.
Well, there are a few at the club, 6 of them, Lancastrians, but Harry Swindles isn't one of them. In goes Higgins and bowls to him. He's going to pick up 4 there as he stretched forward to an outside off stump, thick outside edge. Bounce well short of a Dent diving to his right at second slip, and he couldn't get there. The Gloucestershire skipper, and it runs away to the committee tent, the committee marquee, temporarily erected, as the committee can't get into the where they'd normally be alongside us in the pavilion building.
Nice place to watch a day's cricket from.
It is, but marquee looks pretty good as well. Andy near the cake. I'm sure there's no complaints. Swindles moves on to 17. Higgins goes in, bowls to him, he edges again short of first slip. This time bounces well short of first slip and bounces up into the chest of Phillips, who does well actually. He formed the long barrier and it bounced up and didn't get his hands to it, but sort of hit him around the midriff, a bit higher than that. Bounced off, and he didn't concede any runs as a consequence. 3-2-3 for 4.
Hard not to feel a bit defeated with those last couple of balls if you're Ryan Higgins. He finally found the outside edge a couple of times, and neither of them really particularly close to carrying.
In he goes again, bowls, and that was down the leg side off Swindle's pad. And there's a peel for leg before on the basis it might have gone on to hit leg stump. There's going to be 2 leg byes, however, as it trickles down towards fine leg. Suggestion really that it was unlikely to go on and hit leg stump on that basis. Got almost all the way to the boundary by Cook, who has been stone-hearted as far as Gloucestershire concerned in terms of leg before appeals today, as indeed as umpire Warren turns down another, getting into close double figures, I would think, in terms of appeals. Higgins is in, bowls, forward goes Swindles, thick inside part of the bat as he defends that one off middle and off. A few oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. Wicketkeeper Tattersall in particular, hands started to go up there, thought it had sneaked through the Swindles defence. It didn't. He remains on 17 off 18 balls. Hill 46 off 63. Higgins to finish the over, bowls, floats it up rather towards Swindles, who defends it back down the pitch to the all-rounder, who was about to pick up in his follow-through and hurl the ball at the stump. Swindles hopped back into his crease as it turned out. Higgins couldn't pick up the ball cleanly. End of the over, 3-2-5 for 4. 11 remain to be bowled today. It's coming up to 1:45, so it's going to be about 20 past, I would think, maybe, before we close.
It still feels very odd to look up at the scoreboard and see the runs per over for Higgins over 4 and over. I wouldn't say he's bowled that badly, but at the same time, you normally see some sort of very consistent threat from Higgins, even on a pitch that isn't offering him much, but there just hasn't quite been that today, and that could just be the effect of the large number of overs that he's bowled so far this season. As here comes Payne, bowls to Hill, who turns that one away to mid-on, won't pick up a run for that one. course, a huge part of...
Yes, bowled a lot. I didn't realise that many, 260 before this game, more or less.
He gets through so many overs.
Close on 100 more than any other Gloucestershire bowler. Goodness me. Talk about shouldering the burden.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 8 over spells are very common for Ryan Higgins. Here comes Payne. He's there now and bowls. That one comes back a little bit towards Hill, who plays very softly out into the offside. And Tom Lace skips in from, well, he doesn't skip in, but you know what I mean, from point, and there is no run taken.
Yeah, you wouldn't have wanted to say Higgins has looked a little bit tired because he's so sort of fit and enthusiastic, but he has actually looked a little bit tired going up the slope in this last part of the day.
Payne moves in to the wicket and bowls as Hill tries to force that one into the gap at extra cover. Chris Dent, no, not to take him on lightly, and he is able to pick the ball up, having a good look at the ball and trying to do his best to get whatever he can out of it, but really, just like lots of the other second new balls that I've seen, this one has not done very much at all for Gloucestershire. So here comes Payne with his easy approach, left arm over and bowls, and he's gone across a fair distance there and had a think about helping that one away fine, and didn't miss his glove by too much, it didn't seem.
Didn't miss him by very much either, did it, really? And he afterwards rehearses a sort of little dodge out of the way, but he nearly wore that one as well.
Sort of dodged both sides with the head, as if duck inside, duck outside, not quite sure which
Good bouncer, good bouncer.
It's a good surprise from Payne. He's got the deep square leg out, so he's got the freedom to bowl it. Payne is in bowls, outside off stump, left alone, and Nick Cook dropped his coins again over there at square leg, because he looked like a sort of old-fashioned umpire from the bowler's end, with the hands on the knees, crouched down, as if he obviously thought that something was. I thought when I saw it to start, he obviously thought that there was going to be a run out that ball or something. But
the thing is, he's got no one to talk to at the moment, so he's having to almost shout to deep backward square to communicate. He doesn't know what to do.
Here comes Payne. He's in bowls, and that's turned away through mid-wicket by Hill. They'll be able to come back for 2 runs here, even though Swindles, I think, almost fell over there, and the throw is a wayward one, which is brought in the end by Tass. So say brought in, knocked down really, rather than anything else. So those are the only runs off that over. 327 for Leicestershire, Hill 48 and Swindles 17.
Yeah, 10 to go, so every prospect for Leicestershire of a 4th batting bonus point before the day is out. And yeah, they would have settled for that at the start of the day, that is for sure. Higgins will continue. 14 overs he's bowled, none for 57 for him. A rare blank so far this season, so far today. But there is that possibility that things could change before the close. He's going to be bowling to Harry Swindles with 2 slips, otherwise a single saving field. Bowls on off stump to Swindles, who is leaning forward, defending the ball back down the pitch to Ryan Higgins.
So I'm wondering how many times he's actually not taken a wicket this year in an innings. I would suggest that it's probably not very many, and that there haven't been too many short innings either, in terms of a short chase, 30 off for no wicket or something like that.
In he goes and bowls again to Swindles, who is driving airily. The ball straightens, leaves him, goes through into the gloves of Tattersall. That was an ordinary shot from Swindles, who knows it as well. He sort of lifts the bat and looks a little bit shamed face, and glances at the changing room. Make sure he doesn't catch anybody's eye. He knows that was a little bit ordinary, but he's just settled into a sort of medium pace movement rhythm as he bowls again. Ryan Higgins, straighter this time, Swindle solidly behind that one, out into the offside it goes, picked up by Higgins in his follow-through, then thrown to the fielder to do a spot of polishing. In Dent's hands now at mid-off. Dent doesn't bother. Decides Cobain has done enough. It is only 5 overs old, 5.1 overs old, this ball. In he goes and bowls forward. A no ball. Oh, careful. He stretched out his left foot to stop the ball and slipped as he did so. He's fine, Higgins, but so easy just to do yourself a bit of an injury there. And he asks umpire Cook to show him where the no ball was. Umpire Cook does. To add it to the Leicestershire cause. 3-2-9 for 4.
Real disaster moment at the end of the day if he just rolled the ankle over there. And yeah, dangerous way to go about doing things, that.
It is. In he goes, bowls to Swindles, who plays it back past him, attempts to deflect the ball onto the stumps, almost does so, but Hill was alert to the possibility, had his bat back down anyway. Didn't actually hit the stumps, and good work coming across from mid-on to make sure that there is no danger of conceding an unnecessary run by Josh Shaw. Backs up his bowler well. Higgins is in, bowls, hits him on the pad. It's an appeal for leg before, but he's rubbing almost his waist there, Swindles. He's not a tall man, I'm not sure, well, did it hit? Well, he wouldn't rub there, I guess, unless it really did hit him above there. But it was well above the pad and is not given out again by umpire Cook. And he's limping a bit, Harry Swindles.
Yes, it looked straight enough, but I think it was, yes, as you say, rather high up. And in fact, just on that point with Higgins, he's actually only failed to take 2 wickets in an innings once. So hasn't gone wicketless yet, and only one time he's only got 1.
In he goes, bowls to Swindle, squares him up a bit, but plenty of bat on that one in front of pad as he pushes it out into the offside end of the over. 3-2-9 for 4. Maiden, oh, well, yeah, no, not a maiden, because no balls do count against the bowler. 3-2-9 for 4. Before the end of the day, I nearly forgot to mention it, coming up to pretty much your last chance if you fancy joining us on the Tour de Foxes, the bike ride on July the 18th before the T20 game here against Worcester. 11 cricket grounds around Leicestershire. We will be travelling around on our bikes in an effort to raise some funds for the club foundation, the charitable foundation, and that will be a lot of fun. You get a super shirt as well, but you have to raise some money.
Payne bowls, and Hill turns behind square leg side. They will not come back for a second run, just the single. They will settle for 330 for 4. Hill up to 49.
Members of the club will be cycling, including the Chief Executive Officer Sean Jarvis, Head of Community Development Mark Barber. I'll be there, hopefully, all being well. Got to get me back in time for the game, though. Otherwise, Adam Whitty will be commentating by himself. He'll limp in halfway through. It's about 80 miles.
Here comes Payne. He's in and bowls short, and Swindles ducks underneath that one easily, and Tattersalls wringing his hand a little after that one as he took it moving well away to his left. 80 miles.
But you do get refreshments, obviously, at the various cricket grounds,
so.
and there is a backup van. That's probably for Sean. No, I'm sure not. Sure we'll have no trouble with the 80-odd miles.
The problem is 80 miles plus refreshments from cricket clubs. I mean, I don't know, I'd be stuck after the first one as Payne bowls, and that's full, and Swindles a little bit turned around, has played that one with not the middle of the bat, and it went out towards point, and there's no run.
Well, the sensible ones will keep it to caffeine rather than anything else.
Where's the fun in that, eh?
If you're on the roads.
Yeah, quite. Sounds like a delightful outing.
Depends on, a lot will depend on the weather as to that.
Here comes Payne, bowls to Swindles, who struck on the, I was going to say struck on the pad, but I think it was quite high up once more, so more like struck on the thigh pad. And Gloucestershire, as so often today, have been shouting for anything they can, but most of the time in the knowledge that it's never going to be given.
Must be 15 plus appeals now.
I think really only that one to Ackerman off his very first ball that you'd say possibly could have been given out, as Payne bowls to Swindles, who comes forward and nudges that one away forward a point.
In addition to the Harris one that was, of course.
Well, yes, indeed.
But yeah.
But in general, it's been fairly plain sailing for Leicestershire, and credit to them for the application that they've shown today. And there's been very few loose flashes and misses either. A couple of edges that have fallen short of the slips, but they've been playing with soft hands in general. Payne to complete the over. He is in and bowls wide of off stump, and some oohs, but it's a well judged leave from Swindles. There hasn't been a ball which has come back significantly enough that he can be worried about leaving a ball on that line. 330 for 4 Leicestershire. Hill still one shy of a half century. Swindles 17.
So 31 they've added. Partnerships key as ever. One huge one, but then 75 for the 4th wicket between Harris and Hill. Disheartening for the bowlers not to be able to go, as I say, bang bang when he lifts aside. Add 2. May yet happen, of course. And certainly Harris and beg your pardon, Higgins and Payne have just got a bit of control back on the scoreboard in the last few overs. They've made scoring difficult. Higgins is in, bowls, and I think, well no, Hill certainly played at that, judging by his reaction. I thought for a minute he'd dropped his hands and let it go through, but he was so cross with himself as it went past the outside edge that we can say we definitely had a play at that one then.
I think what he certainly did was go on a fairly unnecessary walk, kind of outside his off stump there, and even if he did play inside the line, the general movement was a little bit odd from him.
Higgins in again. Hill leaves this time and then goes off for the walk. A little less cross with himself as he walks off towards square leg. 49 he's been on. He's been close to 50 for what feels like some little time. 10 or 12 balls. He's been within a shot of 50 at any rate, but Gloucestershire making him work for it. That's what they have to do. Higgins is in, bowls, and that is going to be the 54. Hill as he turns it backward of square for a couple. Payne comes in from the long leg boundary. Hill takes 2. 2 to the Vuvuzela, marks his effort. 73 balls, 6 fours for Hill's 50.
Very organised innings, and he was positive when he came out, because he did have some bowling which he was able to be positive to, but survived a couple of short deliveries which caused him some difficulty, but since then very good.
Higgins in to him, line and length delivery. Hill forward on off stump, pushing it out into the offside. Cobain picks up, polishes it on the bottom of his shirt, Gloucestershire shirt, and there's a great red mark where he's obviously the designated polisher, or one of them. Higgins is in, bowls a little bit short and turned away again by Hill, but I don't think it's going to be more than 1 on that occasion, as Smith can get back from square leg and time it quite as well. So although Payne started to come running up, didn't need to continue to do so. Single to Hill, moves on to 52, 3-3-3 for 4.
4 wickets taken today, 2 from Phillips and 1 from Hammond. I think that sort of really says it all, doesn't it, to a certain extent?
Higgins into Swindles, turns it out to Smith, who's in front of square for him. Came up quite high up the bat, hence the sort of slightly tinny sound. End of Higgins over. Figures for Hill. 73.6. Top of the hour, so there will be an update, but it should be okay for a few balls of this over at any rate. It's usually a couple of minutes after the hour.
I think Worrell is going to come on for a final burst by the looks of things, so Hayne with the cap on and Worrell ready to try and grab one before the end of the day. And if it stays on 4 and even 5, Leicestershire will be very pleased with the way this day's gone. So they've kind of blunted the seamers really, and they've forced Gloucestershire to bowl quite a few overs of spin and several overs of part-time spin as well, although having said that, really the part-time spin is what's been the most effective for Gloucestershire. 3 for 112 between the 3 for 102 between the two part-timers, Phillips and Hammond, although I suppose they'd argue they're not part-timers, as Worrell bowls very wide off stump, and there goes Tattersall on a sprint over towards second slip to field that one.
Phillips was he was getting ready to field it, wasn't he? Getting ready to catch it, and he knew it was coming at him pretty quickly, but I'm sure he was pleased to see Tattersall come across. He's just rehearsing what he was doing. He enjoys his cricket, doesn't he, Glenn Phillips, judging by his yeah,
definitely,
usually a smile.
Enthusiastic chap, it seems, out there, as Worrell bowls now to Hill. Hill watches that one go by, a little bit closer to him this time, but still a fairly easy leave for him. I certainly enjoyed watching Phillips bowl, particularly in the first session. Seemed to be making quite a bit happen, and he felt as though he should have had at least one more LBW, but even when he wasn't shouting for leg before, there seemed to be something going on out there. Worrell bowls very full, and Hill drives straight to mid-off and doesn't pick up a run. A big puff of dust suggesting that the ball bat impacted the ground.
333 for the Foxes, with just 6.5 overs left to be bowled today. A big century for Marcus Harris, second in consecutive innings, 148 for him. A good half century for the captain Colin Ackerman. Their partnership of 164, the fourth wicket, was very much the basis for the Foxes. Lewis Hill has come in, and he has a half century. He's been in good form this season, so he has kept the run rate high. He's 52 not out. Harry Swindles is with him on 17 not out. It's been a very good day for the Foxes. If they pass 350 before the close, they really could press on tomorrow, get close to 500. Bit of work to do before they get to that point, though. 6 overs to go, 333 for 4.
Here comes Worrell as he bowls full, and that's edged, and it's gone to the left of gully and flashes down to third man for 4 runs. So finally they got one to carry, and it goes to the left of Tom Smith at gully, and it's 4 more runs. And I think we've praised Dan Worrell for his levelness, and even Dan Worrell there could not help but let out an angry volley at his ill luck there, as
straight through fourth slip, wasn't it, or sort of third slip. Smith's taken a pace to his left now. He's gone in at sort of fourth, so first, second and fourth. But
337 for 4. Worrell bowls full and defended away up towards mid-off, and yes, of course you'd say it's not luck if you don't have the fielders there, but at the same time, considering how things have gone with a number of inside edges today that have just missed the stumps, and they just haven't been able to find an outside edge that carried, and they finally get one, and it doesn't go to hand. 3:37 for Dan Worrell. I think everybody, regardless of who they're supporting, can sympathise with him as he fumes off towards third man.
It's funny, momentum and luck, and it's such a strange thing, isn't it? You know, there's so much momentum this season for Gloucestershire, but then the defeat last week, and suddenly things aren't quite there, are they, anymore? And edges don't go to hand anymore, and leg before's a turn down when one or two might have been given previously, and suddenly it all feels rather different out there, and a little bit sort of wearying. The bounce isn't quite there just at the moment. Might come back, need it to come back, but just at the moment looking like a team that will be glad of the red ball break as and when it comes. Gloucestershire.
Yeah, and of course one of the saving graces is that Somerset are playing Hampshire this round, but then again they'll be watching or hearing footsteps, I suppose, in terms of potentially, of course, Hampshire if they do win, and then Surrey are back into things as well, with a couple of matches left against Hampshire and Somerset, I believe.
Higgins will continue from the pavilion end. Bowls a little bit short, but it still bounces and seams away from Swindles, who drops his hands. And having been 17 off about 17 or 18 balls, Swindles is suddenly 17 off 33, an indication that Higgins in particular has bowled well to him, not giving Swindles anything to get away. Hit his first ball for 4. Lovely shot. That was off the bowling of Payne. Higgins is in and bowling. Seams away, or holds its own off the seam. And he did play at that one. Swindles plunged forward a little bit, but it didn't take the edge. Not much has today. Bat has been beaten plenty of times. As I say, it has not been a Gloucestershire's day in every possible sense so far. Higgins turns. 16 overs, none for 62. Comes in, bowls to Swindles. Hits him on the back pad outside the line and quite high, and there's no way that can possibly be given out, but Higgins appeals out of sheer bloody mindedness as much as anything. He deserves something. Goodness me, he deserves something to go his way, but unfortunately that wasn't never going to be it, I don't think.
It certainly wasn't, and given that not everybody appealed for it as well, the conviction with which Higgins appealed.
It was an angry appeal though, wasn't it? It was a fed up angry appeal. Oh, come on. That was an appeal against luck as much as the umpire. In goes Higgins and bowls to Swindles, who is right behind that one off stump, and Higgins, a little unnecessarily, gives him a sarcastic round of applause, but gives 3 hand claps at him for getting one in the middle of the bat.
Yeah, he's probed away this over, and he has forced Swindles to play at some deliveries which he may not have had to play at, but he just still can't find the way through.
Higgins is in fuller this time, getting to the pitch of it. Swindles defends it out to Chris Dent, who's at mid-off. Scoring has suddenly dried up, not so suddenly over the last 5-6 overs. New ball's 9.3 overs old. Initially, as I say, it went for a few, but Higgins and Worrell bowling tightly now. Higgins is in, bowls, leaves, and that was a good leave in that his stumps are undisturbed, but not by so much, I suspect, as Swindles hoped that they might be, or thought they were going to be. End of the over, a maiden over, another good one from Higgins. 337 for 4, Leicestershire. 5 overs remain to be bowled today.
Yeah, I think if he was looking tired at the start of his spell, possibly, he's certainly not looking too tired now. He's pumped himself up with some half shouts and, well, full shouts for half shouts, but a good over that from Higgins, one of his better ones today, and he's bowled well without reward, as have all the Gloucestershire seamers as Worrell bowls, and that's well wide of off stump. A little bit of shape there, but starting wide and getting wider. Of course, David Payne did get one wicket, that of Hassan Azad, which was a sharp catch by Smith at fourth slip. Azad just getting turned around really, and he fell for 4. 10 for 1 was not looking quite so bad for Gloucestershire, and the ball was still doing plenty at that stage of things. Worrell in bowls, and he's bowled him! So Hill's gone. Off stump has been pegged back, and Gloucestershire really needed that wicket at the end of the day. Lewis Hill is bowled for 56. The scoring rate had just slowed down gradually for Lewis Hill, and to be honest, it looks as if he's rather played all around that one. I think that he may have been looking to try and turn into the leg side, and then it's just left him and nipped off stump. Great piece of bowling from Dan Worrell. Another solid innings from Lewis Hill, another half century for him. And although he'll be disappointed to get out close to the end of the day, he's done a very good job for his side.
He has. That was, as you say, a super piece of bowling. Now that the sort of lacquer is off the new ball, that swung nicely, and it swung quite late as well. It was a foolish ball. He might have been thinking about, he might go off thinking, oh, maybe should have tried to get forward to that one, but he was waiting in his crease thinking, I think he was going to be able to clip it away. One of his favourite shots, as you've alluded to, and it swung late and clipped off stump instead of going on towards middle and leg. So Hill goes, and Worrell gets some deserved reward. 14.2 overs, 1 for 36 for him. But this has been a good little session, a good little passage of play for Gloucestershire. They've got a bit of control back on the scoreboard. They've picked up, well, certainly the wicket of Hill in that passage of play, but arguably that of Harris as well, just before the new ball, was possibly a key moment too. And they'll feel that they're getting back into this a little bit, Gloucestershire, and if they can pick up one more before the close, certainly the new man Ben Mike, then 340 for 6 could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and they've got a short period, a short burst here at a new batsman, and coming out late on in a day like this, for most batsmen I'm sure it's far tougher than coming out at, say, even early on, say 10 past 11. You know exactly what's in front of you there, whereas here, coming out in this situation with all the pressure on and Gloucestershire gunning for another wicket, tough. Worrell bowls to Mike, and that one comes back towards him a little bit, makes a signal to his partners to suggest just that, and defended out towards mid-on, no run. 2 slips, a gully and a leg slip in place for Worrell.
That was a 5th half century of the season for Hill, to go with his century as well, averaging 49 coming into the game, so up there. I might just have taken it, crept it over 50, back over 50.
Worrell charges in, bowls outside the off stump, and Mike with a good leave there. We need to be playing at a ball like that at this stage. Yeah, if Gloucestershire can just get one more, keep them down to, well, they'd love to keep them to below 400, but whether they'll be able to do that, we shall see. But if they did keep them to below 400, then there is still a chance of a good chance of a comeback if they can bat well tomorrow, later on, especially as Worrell's in bowls, and that's glanced by Mike. I think he was trying to do that deliberately down towards third man, but couldn't beat Tom Smith in the gully. One delivery remaining in this over from Worrell, and so far this last little burst from Worrell has been exactly what the captain, who's now having a chat with him at mid-off, would have wanted from him. Maximum effort for the final push for the close. Here comes Worrell, he's there, bowls to Mike, goes forward and puts everything behind that, including the middle of the bat, up towards mid-off, and that is a wicket maiden for Worrell. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 36. Immediately you just add the 1 into those figures and things look pretty good. I mean, they were looking pretty good before that. He certainly was good for his wicket. And score 3-3-7-4-5 for Leicestershire. Swindles 17, Mike yet to get off the mark.
Might just get that 350 before the close, Leicestershire, but I think they'd probably settle for 4 maidens if it meant not losing another wicket. Swindles has been becalmed, having started so quickly, and Higgins is toying with him a little bit as he goes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Swindles on off stump. He's forward, pushing it out into the offside, and there's no run.
Certainly giving off the impression that he believes Swindles is his wicket after causing him a few difficulties in the last couple of overs.
Ben Mike and Josh Shaw having a friendly chat as in comes Higgins and bowls. That one is looking for the in-swinger. Dips a little bit. Swindles solidly enough behind it. Sun comes back out. A cloud that we had post-tea has just about cleared now, and it's going to be a lovely evening here in Leicester. It looks that way anyway.
It's been a very pleasant walk back to the football ground, I think, for me.
You're walking back?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Goes Higgins and bowls and tries to get that one away. Doesn't get anything on it. Not taken cleanly by Tattersall, but good work by Phillips running back and hurling the ball at the stumps. Swindles had gone nowhere. Mike was interested, but no chance of an extra, but continuing to seam it away from, or straighten it away from Harry Swindles is Ryan Higgins.
If I don't get myself going with a walk in the morning, then I'm sleepy coming into the box
enough.
for the first session.
Higgins in again to Swindles, who is leaning across. Head is outside the line of off stump as he pushes that one off his legs out towards square leg. Smith is the fielder at a square-ish mid-wicket, somewhere between the 2 positions, and makes the stop. 4 balls in the over so far for Higgins, who is in and bowling. Line and length, bang on. That one doesn't really do too much, and as a consequence, Swindles can defend it. Forward defensive press. Back down the pitch it goes on the onside. No run. And this is a good comeback of sorts from Gloucestershire. Stuck at it. Just beginning to get some rewards. In goes Higgins and bowls to Swindles, who's reaching for a wide-ish delivery, getting to the pitch of it, but can only steer it to point, and that indeed is another maiden for Ryan Higgins. 18 overs he's bowled now, 3 maidens, 2 in the last 2 overs, I think. None for 62, his figures.
Fun to see this, with Swindles doing everything he can to keep Higgins out, and Higgins plugging away with every ball right on the money and asking a question of Swindles, but he's got the answers right so far. Ben Mike back to face, and Worrell, who will, I'm sure, bowl the last couple of overs from the Bennett end, starts now with a ball which is flashed away down to long leg by Ben Mike. A short delivery, and Mike off the mark as Josh Shaw mops up on the boundary. Single is taken. 337 for 5, or 338 for 5, I think that will be when the board ticks over. So a change of strike. Doesn't feel as though we've had too many changes of strike of late, with Higgins pretty much bowling solely at Swindles from this end, the end. And Swindles now facing Worrell. Still those 2 slips in the gully and the leg slip as Worrell bowls short, and that's a well-directed short ball which Swindles ducks underneath, didn't duck underneath it by too much, as it was really right where you would want a bouncer to be, and sharp enough from Worrell, but Swindles making sure that he got the head out of the way. Higgins and Cook having a good old chat at square leg. Oh, to be able to hear what exactly they're talking about. I wonder if it's cricket related. Here's Worrell in and bowls. That's edged and it's off the hands of Hammond at second slip, and it flashes down to the boundary for 4. That was very nearly the wicket that they were after.
That would have been a miraculous catch, though. He tipped it over the bar, essentially, and it actually bounced about a foot short of the boundary before it pitched, giving you an indication of how fast that was travelling. He did extraordinarily well to get anything on it, Miles Hammond there. Yeah, because he did, I suppose you can call it a chance, but almost tipped it over the bar for 6, basically.
Yeah, the speed that it was travelling as well. It wasn't one of those ones where you could have tried to parry it up in the air and then hope somebody else took the catch on the rebound. Worrell bowls to Swindles, heading towards leg stump, turns straight to wide mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, there was another edge which just has not found, well, it found the hands this time at last. They spent a while with ball going to ground, then there was an edge through the gap, not to hand, and then finally one does even go to hand, and even that one was almost uncatchable, really. Worrell bowls to Swindles, who comes forward in defence. Worrell moves off to his left and his follow through to pick up. 342 for 5, Swindles 221. And really you'd have to be fielding a long way back for that catch to have carried, and of course with so to have carried to have been catchable, but then the lower down ones have no chance of carrying whatsoever, as that's played in the air down towards long leg, and Shaw can't get there. Flicked away by Swindles, fine enough, and he's picked up another boundary, so 9 runs have come from that over. A rare expensive one, not that. Really, most of that was Worrell's fault. It was still another decent over. 346 for 5. Swindles has 25 and Mike has 1.
So 2 to go. Yeah, pretty much 6:30 in the end. 4 needed for Leicestershire to bring up that 4th batting bonus point. Higgins and Worrell will bowl those 2 overs. I would imagine that Worrell will bowl the last. I don't think Dent will try anything funky unless he chucks it to Phillips just to see if he gets a little bit of extra bounce. But in from the pavilion end for the last time today goes Higgins. Bowls left. Late decision to leave by Ben Mike. Stays a little bit low. Mike is one of those batsmen who always tells you with a hand signal what the ball is doing. It's usually something as far as he is concerned. But he hits a good long ball, Ben Mike. The best this season, I think it was 75. Coming in at number 7. Genuine all-round. A genuine all-rounder. In goes Higgins, bowls to him, and no ball. Takes Leicestershire a couple nearer, 348, not the first he's bowled today. Even going up the slope, sometimes he oversteps.
30 extras now conceded by Gloucestershire. There were an awful lot of extras in the return fixture by Leicestershire, but Gloucestershire have returned the favour a little bit so far today with 30 of their own.
Higgins is in, outside off stump. That slightly weary delivery, allowed to go through by Ben Mike. Yeah, 74 was his best score. That was here against Surrey. Came off 119 balls, hit 6 4s and 2 6s actually. Also 54, the previous game of course down at Bristol. As Higgins is in, bowls to him very straight, and played back down the pitch to him, and then pretends to hurl the ball at the stumps. Higgins doesn't actually let go of it. By Cook, don't know whether that was a word of admonition or a suggestion that he just calms down a little bit. I just think I don't think it was anything excessive from Higgins, who bowls to Mike, who's looking to turn it off his legs, thick inside edge, down towards long leg. Payne comes in and swindles, indicates to Mike that there is no chance of a second. Mike picks up one, moves on to two, rehearses a firm defensive shot. Again, as you would expect with his dad, a former Nottinghamshire batsman. Very correct, Ben Mike. The essentials are all there. In goes Higgins to Swindles, full, played firmly back to him. Picks it up in his follow-through. Left-handed, makes as though to flick the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, doesn't do so. 25 to Swindles, 2 to Mike, 3, 4, 9 for 5. One ball to come in the over, if it's legit, from Ryan Higgins. Can he make it his wicket-taking delivery yet to pick up a wicket today? He is in, bowls to Swindles, and it isn't going to be because it's wide, and Swindles on the back foot just hops up on his toes, lets it go through, and distinctly weary looking. Ryan Higgins walks off towards square leg, where he'll be fielding for the last over of the day.
It's such a packed schedule, isn't it? And just come off large blocks of championship cricket, and then all of a sudden you're hit by a long succession of T20 matches which come thick and fast. Gloucestershire will play on the 10th, 11th and 13th, then 17th, 18th, 20th, 22nd, 24th, 25th. So it's not much respite, and yes, you're only bowling 4 overs in a T20, but at the same time there's a lot of extra stress on the body in terms of the fielding that's required, and you know, it does actually take quite a bit of mental effort, I'm sure, to play T20. You cannot...
It's draining, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Full-on commitment, isn't it?
So, not much of a break for Ryan Higgins at any stage. Last over of the day for Worrell and Gloucestershire, as the first ball to Mike is turned away up to mid-on, and there is no run. The thing is, can Leicestershire get one more run to get to another batting point? It looks as though full batting points are on the cards at the moment, but potentially Gloucestershire can still come out tomorrow morning and make some hay. A wicket in this last over would do them the power of good, as Worrell in and bowls full and straight, and Mike is forward and playing defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
It almost looks as though they wouldn't mind if Mike took a single, get Swindles down on strike. Maybe they feel that he at the moment is the more vulnerable of the two. Got deep backward square, long leg, and deep mid-wicket, all back on the boundary within, what, 20 yards of each other?
Nobody in the ring catching to suggest that they might be banging one in short with that field. Oh, he has banged one in short, and that's ricocheted off the body of Mike, and it'll be 4-leg byes. Feels as if
that's a way to bring up 350.
Yes.
Off the rear end almost. Yeah, you're almost taking evasive action though, so it all counts.
Leg byes count, and that's more extras to the overall tally. So the 350 up with just 3 balls remaining in the day. Left him on the shoulder or the arm, maybe, yeah.
Ducked into it a bit.
Here comes Worrell, he's in and bowls to Mike, who will not offer a shot at that one outside the off stump, and Tattersall, another one which has wrapped him on the fingertips, as he actually almost, he did kind of overrun that one. He took that one to his left in the end. Not sure whether there was some late movement there which caused him not to find the palm but the fingertip, but yeah, looking best pleased out there is Johnny Tattersall. Worrell in and bowls, and there's a loose drive which Mike has not nicked, and Worrell walks disgustedly away towards extra cover once more. And that one, a shot of, well, I'm not sure what he was thinking with that shot, especially in the last over of the day. It would have been a poor shot at any time in the day, really. But
second last ball of the day, and he might indicate with his hand that it moved away, and maybe it did, but it was wide to start with, and the shot just wasn't there. He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball.
Quite a bit of swing on it from Worrell. Here's the last ball of the day. Worrell bowls to Mike. It's down the leg side, and it's going to be 4 byes to end the day. So it goes down as a maiden over, actually, that last over, but 4 leg byes and 4 byes. Gloucestershire will walk wearily towards the dressing room. It's been another long, hard day in the field for them after losing another toss which they would rather have won, but at times they probably gave away just a little bit too much with the ball, but at the same time lots of credit must go to Leicestershire and Marcus Harris, who played a terrific innings of 148, and he was backed up really by everyone that he batted with to some extent. Evans and Harris blunted the new ball, and after that Ackerman and Hill came in to join Harris, and things continued to go better and better for Leicestershire as the day went on.
Yep, they've got themselves in a strong position in the game, and if they can go on past 400, 450, it'd be interesting, very interesting from their point of view to see what the pitch does. Will it deteriorate a bit? Will it give the spinners a little bit more as the game goes on? Last week, the pitch, if anything, got a little bit better as the game went on. So Gloucestershire shouldn't be too downhearted with the position that they're in. They stuck at it pretty much, but they did look a little bit weary at times. But against 2 quality batsmen in Ackerman and in particular Harris, they found the going hard. But I thought they came back well in that final session, and as I say, picked up a couple of wickets. Well, 3 wickets, because Ackerman was the second ball after tea, wasn't he? Ackerman, Harris and Hill. So an even session, certainly, probably Leicestershire's day on the whole, but far from done. Plenty of cricket left to be played, and you will hear every ball of it on BBC Radio's Bristol, Gloucestershire and Leicester. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, you might just hear me if you've still got the stream on, do an update. I'm not sure whether they're going to come to me on BBC Radio Leicester for a final 1 at half past. The fact that they haven't already suggests that they probably won't. So that might be it from us, from myself, Richard Ray and Ed Seaborn for now from the Uptonsteel County Ground. Hopefully you'll join us tomorrow around about 10 to 11. We'll be here, hope you will too. But for now, it's a very good night.
Here comes Payne, bowls to Azad full, and that's angled. Decent shot there from Azad down towards the 3rd man boundary and over it. So Azad is off the mark with a boundary. Here comes David Payne, bowls to Azad, who gets turned around, and he's caught by Tom Smith at 4th slip, and an early strike for not to try to get him out, perhaps, by that point.
Worrell is in, outside, off stump, steered, reaching away a little bit, but comfortably enough. Maybe
Seeing him.
And he goes and bowls, and it's fullish and driven, just lent into it, Harris. All he almost needed to do was put bat on ball. There it was.
Somerset with the side going through with them. So here comes Higgins and bowls, and that's a lovely drive. Really nice shot straight down the ground from Marcus Harris.
In goes Shaw and bowls full. Driving for 4 is Evans. Just finding the gap between
Gully as as Higgins continues and bowls, and Evans glances that one with an open face just in front of point, and another wicket out as Higgins bowls, and that's an edge, and it's gone through the gap between the second
20 minutes of play. Phillips is in, tosses it right up, very wide, driven for 4. It was a wide half volley, and eyes didn't exactly. Balls in he goes, bowls, that's a straighter, fuller delivery, and reaching for it a little bit, but no spin, can play it out into the offside, and Smith online and on commentary. That one pushed out to mid-wicket. In goes, clipped in the air, and that should be caught. And Evans just turned it straight to short leg.
That looks stone dead from up here. Here's Ryan Higgins, he bowls, and that's tickled away fine by Marcus Harris. A leg stump half volley. As Higgins bowls, and there's a drive which was slightly uppishly but well short of point, and it's gone.
The seamers have to keep bowling and more likely to get tired. In goes Phillips, bowls, and Ackerman cuts it out down towards third man for 4 wide. Follows Hammond. Phillips in, drops very short, pulled by Phillips out through mid-wicket for 4. I beg your pardon, pulled by Harris out through mid-wicket. Quite a short man is in. Again it's short, and this time Ackerman goes back and pulls out for 2 mid-wicket for 4. Brings up the 100 for Leicestershire. Around the corner, in goes Phillips and bowls, and he is going to pick up the one he needs for his 50 there as he advances down the wicket and clips it down towards wide long. Phillips in again, Ackerman down the wicket, hits him for 6 over long on. Didn't give it a massive swing of the bat, just timed it.
Here comes David Payne, left arm over and bowls short and wide, and it's cut away for 4 runs by Marcus Harris.
In the Royal London Cup, I just have to check that. In goes Smith. Harris down the pitch, smacks him over mid-wicket for 4. Bounces a few times.
Everything's relative, of course.
Oh, updates time. Going nicely after lunch here, the Foxes, as Captain Colin Ackerman hits David Payne for a lovely steps over it, literally, as in he goes and bowls and hit in the air just over mid-on. Bounces once I say just over. It was a good 8 feet, I would think. Players in form. In goes Smith and bowls, and Harris is going to pick up 1. No, it will be just the 1 as Payne jogs in off the deep backward square bound.
Yeah, he probably could go, so it's... Anyway, there's a drive, and there's a nice drive. Pierces the gap at cover point, and Harris picks up another boundary.
Smith bowls, down the wicket goes Ackerman, chips it over mid-on, bounces once and over a long on boundary for 4. I say
Time. Here comes Higgins, who bowls to Ackerman. No ball signalled by Russell Warren, so the 3rd wicket between these two. As Higgins bowls, that's flicked away aerially, fine, and too fine for the fielder, and it's here. As Higgins bowls, and Harris goes down and plays that one really late and runs it away to the wide 3rd man boundary for 4.
Phillips is in, down the wicket, and hitting it our way is bang. Marcus Harris, 1 bounce. And then
Higgins is in and bowls, and there's a drive, another lovely drive from Marcus Harris through the covers and across the fast outfield.
Phillips is in and bowls to him. He goes for the big sweep going down the leg side. Phillips is disbelieving, and Phillips is in, bowls outside off stump, steered down to 3rd man. That's going to run away for 4 across this very outfield, this very fast outfield. No chance. 99 for 2 there. In control, Leicestershire at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
Well, next delivery.
Saving fieldsman as in comes Shaw. Bowls to Harris, turns it off his legs down to the fine leg boundary. 4-4. That is his 2nd.
Certainly mentally, if not physically, as Shaw bowls to Harris, who carves away through backward point. That'll be 4 runs. Dan Worrell barely moves.
Extra cat biscuits for Harris the hedgehog, says Brunty.
Shaw bowls wide of the crease, and that's flicked away through wide mid-on handsomely by Ackerman. It's
Tempted fate, and fate has been tempted. In goes Shaw and bowls down the leg side. That's going to be 4 leg buys. Leap. Oh no, he got something on it.
this afternoon.
Shaw is in, bowls inside edge, just past off stump, sends wicketkeeper Tattersall the wrong way. Eight on the back is in and bowls, and it goes through. Ackerman, and there for the top edge sweep as much as anything. And there's a shortish mid wicket in Phillips. In goes Hammond, tosses it right up, very tempting, and it tempts Hill. Very clear dismissals. In goes Hammond, down the wicket goes Hill and hits it back over his head for a 2-bounce 4. Use his feet well there. Then come back to that in a second.
Worrell in bowls to Hill, and Hill's got this one away fine, and it will be 4 runs down towards fine leg. So they have
3. In goes Hammond, bowls to Harris, finds the thick outside edge. Past slip, it runs towards third man. No chance of a second.
And there is with a lot of wicketkeepers. So here comes Worrell bowls, and that's cut away by Harris. Really nicely controlled shot. Comes off just good shots into gaps. As there's an edge this time from Hill, and it goes wide of the slips, and that's another boundary. So
as Hammond is in again to Harris. Again it's wide, and this time it's cut for 4. It was a bit top edgy. It was in the air for a long time, and it's gone quite fine down to Hammond, back over the wicket to Hill, who's turning down towards fine leg. More runs there for Leicestershire. In pursuit is,
and even when he has had a go at it, hasn't gone at it particularly hard. Shaw is in and bowls, and that's whipped through wide mid-on by Lewis, who's not batting until tomorrow, for sure. So here comes Josh Shaw. Oh, goodness me, Chinese cut, if you can still say that, and that's down towards the...
Short leg's gone now, just the slip as he tosses that one up. It is a full toss, and it's whacked away to mid-wicket for 4. For not very many in the beginning, and he goes round the wicket to Harris. Bowled, that could be leg before. No, it's bowled him. It flicked the off stump. Did it flick?
Workload he's got through. Shaw is in, bowls, and that's whipped away behind square on the leg side. Tom Smith moves across from long taken. As here comes Shaw, he's in and bowls to Swindles, who plays a beautiful drive, which is whistling away to the cover point boundary for 4.
T20 side, updates time. Swindles cuts it away. 311 for 4 as Harry Swindles hit questions, but Harry Swindles isn't one of them. In goes Higgins and bowls to him. He's going to pick up 4 there as he stretched forward to an outside off stump, thick outside edge. That's what they have to do. Higgins is in, bowls, and that is going to be the 54 Hill as he turns it backward off.
There comes Worrell as he bowls full, and that's edged, and it's gone to the left of gully and flashes down to third. The ball was still doing plenty at that stage of things. Worrell in bowls, and he's bowled him! So Hill's gone. Is Worrell in and bowls. That's edged, and it's off the hands of Hammond at second slip, and it flashes down to the boundary for 4. The lower down ones have no chance of carrying whatsoever, as that's played in the air down towards long leg, and Shaw can't get there. She suggests that they might be banging one in short with that field. No, he has banged one in short, and that's ricocheted off the body of Mike, and it'll be 4 leg byes. Feels as if